Welcome everybody back to the Global Oneness Summit. I have a very special guest for you here today, Ken Honda, who you may know. He is the Happy Money guy. That's how he's known all over the world. Happy Money brings in, actually is very intertwined with what the theme of the Global Oneness Summit is. When we talk about elevating consciousness, boy, this is what is the basis, at least as I see it, for this happy money thing. So, Ken, welcome to the Global Oneness Summit. It is fantastic to have you here with us today.
Thank you so much. I feel so honored and so joyful overlooking Rocky Mountains just right behind you. So when I'm just looking at the mountains, please excuse me in advance.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're coming to you from Boulder, Colorado here. During this program,
Heaven.
with Ken and I together, and it is heavenly, yeah, and especially having you here. We'll call you Ken Heavenly.
I'm so enjoying my time. Your team is so incredible. For those of you who don't know much about this humanities team, everyone is so generous and nice and fun to be with.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you very much. And of course, you have a team like that too. So, and birds of a feather often do travel together.
Yes,
so here we are.
We're cousins.
That's right. We are cousins. Kindred spirits for sure.
Yes.
So, Ken, as I mentioned in this brief introduction, that so a lot of people maybe know you for that first book that just went out to the moon and back, right? Happy Money, that so many people all over the world have read. And the basis is really there's an elevated consciousness component that is huge in this, isn't there?
Yeah, so I'm so excited to share with you about the concept of happy money. And also when we are just going into a new age, like a new age of consciousness, I think happy money is necessary because money touches every field of life. Unless we have a good relationship with money, we cannot really pursue our career. We cannot really pursue what we love to do. And we cannot really enjoy our time together because we feel guilty when we are working, and then when we are with the family, we feel also guilty for not being in the office. So if you are enjoying happy money and your true life calling, and then I think everything is integrated together.
Yeah, interesting. So agreed. That's when. And this is what elevated consciousness is too. It's coming right down into enjoying, being open-hearted.
Yes.
Even you could call it a loving environment. Let me go. We had a really fantastic conversation about this where you were sharing about the culture of Japan, and you were saying, Steve, we see God in everything. The chair, each other, the earth, and there's this real sense of connectedness. Where we're so, and you said, boy, Japanese people are some of the biggest supporters of things, philanthropic causes all over the world. Why? They feel the connection. They like to support that which they're connected to. They see God in each other. It's like I was saying, Ken, this is when we talk about elevated consciousness or conscious living or even oneness, my gosh, you just defined it. So Japan in some ways is out ahead because a lot of these things are on the ground, so to speak, now, huh?
I think it's embedded in our everyday culture. We call it 8 million gods. So instead of just worshiping one God, like God is into a million pieces. Yeah. So it's not just one God, but just the God is in the carpet, the God is in the air, the God is in yourself. So that's why we tend to respect each other. Not everybody, but I think we tend to be more polite with each other, and then have more respect for nature.
Yeah, which is even, of course, Neale Donald Walsch, Conversations with God, of course, a massive co-founder here of Humanities team, in these books, in that conversation, are just, it's not called the 8 million gods, but it could be called that, because basically what is said is that there is no separation. So you're looking just like Nelson Mandela and Gandhi and Desmond Tutu said, if you don't see God in the next person you meet, they said it's no use in looking further. I would say it a little different. If you don't see God in the next person you meet, then let's do a little work. Yeah. Because God is in the next person you meet. So, and it's not just person, the plant life, the earth, for gosh sakes, where in today's world there's a great concern that we treat our Earth like a refrigerator or warehouse instead of like the sacred soul, based planet, beautiful planet that we live on. So what a beautiful thing, because really our work, where we talk about making conscious living pervasive worldwide by 2040, it is this. It's where the seeing God in everything, and then the sense of connection and community, and then as you bringing in, so that then makes us joyful, open-hearted, in service. These things all naturally happen, don't they?
Yes, and I think it's so easier to see a place like this in Colorado. If you go to New York and Los Angeles, like big cities where people are so rushing and we can really relax. But in a nature like this, you really get to see or fine-tune your vibration with the nature. And I think that one of the treat I experience is the people. When I'm with great people, happy people, I think my vibration gets synced.
Right.
Like iPhones and earpiece.
Right.
We get synced with each other. And then I think we are creating harmony. I think that's what your global summit is all about. It's not just the presenters, but also the viewers on the other end also feel it. So I think we co-create this this space together. That's why I'm very excited about to be part of it. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Well, no, thank you. And of course, the summit is we're focusing on the art and science of this elevated consciousness. Now, as I perceive it, Ken, you've become a world traveler. You're a couple weeks from now, you're over in Portugal, you're back to Japan, you're in LA, all over the place. And you're training people. So even where they're in Tokyo or in LA or in New York or London, and these busy places, you're training people to sort of come into a entrainment with nature, with this elevated self. So even where we do live in these busy places, you're taking people through processes that help them to kind of stay elevated. Is that right?
So wherever I go, I try to find peace. Even in the busiest street in Tokyo or New York, I can be peaceful. And also I can be peaceful in this beautiful environment. So bringing peace to anything is my mission. Especially I do with money. A lot of people have a lot of mixed feelings around money. So my mission and joy is to bring peace to money. So you feel so, you may feel funny or frustrated with money, but after just listening to me for 5 minutes, you begin to think like, oh, maybe money is not so bad. So by transforming your relationship with money or life, you can be more trusting. And the biggest problem is that we cannot trust a good future. What I respect about you and Humanity's team and all the people related with the organization is that you believe in the beautiful future of 2040 or 2050, where we will be living in harmony. And in that space, I think we respect each other and with dignity. And then we are already experiencing that in 2024, already on this planet, in this limited space. So I wonder how we can sort of expand our space to a bigger reach. So that way we don't have to wait till 2040.
Yeah. So let's talk about that, because that's kind of where the rubber hits the road. That's the whole. This is really what your training is, which is what our summit's about, which is what Humanity's team, as you mentioned, is about, which is that we actually can live in this world that we talk about in 2040 today, right now.
Yes.
Right. So, and let's go to you as an example, because I know for me, when I'm traveling a lot, international travel, not just traveling to Kyoto from Tokyo, but you're traveling to Portugal, to Europe, to Asia, to the United States, that can be that can jostle me a little bit. So then, how do you personally stay in this peaceful state? Yes, with money, but you're actually, I think, enclosing your entire life in this. So how do you create that process for yourself?
Physically, it's sometimes tiring, but for me, this is what I have been dreaming to do. But my daughter was small, so I try not to stay away from my family. That's why I bought my retreat center, by the way, in order to be with my family. Instead of me flying out, I have all my clients come in. But we've been doing that for many years. So now everybody's independent, so I get to enjoy my time away from home. And also on my airplane or on the train or on the other things, on my travel, I get inspired. I receive a lot of inspiration, and especially after coming to Boulder, and just spending time with you and just have a little chat about over coffee is so precious. And you have given me so much inspiration, and also not only you, but all the staff members.
Yeah.
I don't need to mention their names, but every one of them I learned something from them. I should tell them what I learned from them before I leave. But all the people I meet have been inspiring me. So I've never thought about this travel tiring. It's almost like an incredible opportunity to learn and enjoy, and not many people can be given this opportunity. So that's why I'm just filming, and then I'm going to put it up on my YouTube so people get to enjoy what I enjoy.
Yeah, well, thank you for those compliments. So I want to go deeper with you because, though, of course, we were spending quality time together over a period of, not quite a week, but a good space of time.
Yes.
And I've noticed, even though you're here in the United States, you've traveled over from Japan. Gosh, sometimes you're having coffee at 10:30. You're writing until 11 or 12. You're up at 4 in the morning. Yeah, and then you're down here with a big smile, and like you say, you're taking pictures and
Yes.
and videotapes and things. I mean, you're really enjoying it, and yet you're in the midst of massive international travel. That is not to remain in this elevated consciousness with a smile on your face, giving
Yes.
of yourself. You don't ever look tired to me. You're walking around like wide awake.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a process here when we talk about elevated consciousness that that you've mastered for yourself. That I want to just go deeper into that. So, in terms of your own. If you want to talk about your own self-practice or sleeping states or diet, or there probably are a lot of different dimensions to this, but just bring in these things that you want to talk about.
Yes. So my friends tease me. I'm the center of typhoon. So I'm the when, I don't know if you ever experienced typhoon, but if you just experience the center, suddenly the wind stops. It's a complete silence. And then if you just go like five miles out of it, it's a big wind. So like wherever I go, there will be a big wind. So I'm a happy panda smiling. Right. So wherever I go, lots of people show up. But I just stay as and humble as and happy panda. So I get to enjoy this. And if this was work, it'd be so hard. But it's almost like for me, writing is having a front row seat in the movie. So it's a premium movie.
Right.
So unless I write, I cannot see the next sequel. So that's how I feel. So I always write 4 books at the same time. And then I finish them every month. So new book keeps popping up because it's almost like taking a walk. If you don't brush your teeth, you feel like, something is wrong. It's like that. Unless I just let it out for the day, I cannot really feel complete. Right. So by being creative and by being the channel for the creativity, I feel so blessed. And also, who would be complaining if I get to sit down with somebody like you, the incredible leader and a generous leader and a thoughtful philosopher who would create a new century. Not many people get to spend super private time with you. So I feel so honored and my heart trembles with excitement. And so, and then after that, I'm going to Europe and meet another beautiful people. So like I have no time to get bored or depressed or just tired. Like, but not necessarily like adrenaline drive, but it's almost like I feel like I'm given by God's happy steroid, like you can stay happy. So like I cannot keep this quiet, but yet super dense energy of excitement. That's what I'm experiencing. It's hard to explain. Yeah. It's very super serene and quiet, but at the same time, it's so dense and intense.
Right. Yeah, this is what in Humanities team we're calling conscious living. And I share, people say, well, what does it feel like and stuff? And I say, well, it feels like I'm floating on a raft, kind of above the whole up and down roller coaster day that when I was a young person I would experience where my emotions would go to, boy, this is a really tough day. This is kind of a bad day. Or something exciting happened. This is a really good day. And now it's more, I would say it's a good day, and that's the raft. And there still are all the challenges, and even more maybe because of the work we're doing, which just means as we're visioning into the future and creating all these plans and programs, that's going to create challenges. But it's okay. I mean, the challenges are just, that's part of what creating is. But I want to go here to what I perceive, just having spent quality time with you, Ken, as in terms of what's maybe creating that for you, is you always bring it back to, you even bring it back to your own 2040. And I see, Steve, I see a future where we're living in a different way on the planet. I'm writing books about that. It's a future where we feel our connection and it's loving, and this God that I talk about, 8 million gods, where we're kind of experiencing that, and where we're just like the Japanese culture, really supporting each other and enjoying it, at a very high level. So the future that you see seems like it's part of what's creating this engine. And the other part is you've created a lot of discipline, it seems, around how you live your life and travel, so that you can keep this, you call it the serenity that's sort of right there. You're that serenity in the storm, so that you can maintain the serenity even while there's all of this activity going on around you. So it feels to me like those are the two things that are massive for you that create that, what I'm calling floating like a raft thing, or that serenity thing as you describe it, which is this elevated consciousness, where you can be, even in the center of a storm, it's real, very quiet, very serene, very peaceful. I mean, am I perceiving these things right?
I don't think anything is right or wrong, but I'm happy I'm experiencing this. And then I think anybody can experience this. In other words, could be like a zone, instead of just zoning in, I try to live in the zone. So so everywhere I can write. In fact, I have 4 computers in my car, on my different studios. When I open my computer, then it gets synced, so I can start writing in the car, in the back of the car. So my creative juice is right here. So it's almost like, the drink bar in a bar, like you just pull the hose, and then when you just push the button, my manuscript comes out. Right. That's how I feel. So I'm always on the go in terms of this creativity and the channel, and I'm so full of vision and also energy that we can live in a totally different way. But yet people don't know, So that's why we struggle with money, and I want all the people to imagine, if you just don't have any money, financial issues, what would you do? So, but a lot of us are so restrained, so stuck with this limiting beliefs that we cannot do anything. And when some of us are feeling so desperate about not being able to come out of the small box. So once you're out, life is full of excitement, and you don't need to get stuck in your own little town or in little world. The world is so full of exciting things. I've been traveling around the world a few times for the past couple of years, and it's so fascinating to speak with an American person, and then South American person, Indian person. Some of it is so similar, but certain things are so different. The way that people relate to money, American people feel so shy about money, but they don't feel shy at all about sexual issues. So even I don't ask anything, but they keep talking about their sexual life, right? But if I ask them about their financial life, suddenly like they're just close on the system. The funny thing is that Japanese people, they openly talk about money issues and work issues, but when you ask them about sexual issues, they feel like, so like we have taboos in different areas.
Right, yeah. Every culture's got its thing. So, well, let's talk. Bring in money, because you are, focusing us on something important. The summit's about elevated consciousness, which is this future that you see, 2040, that we see, that many of us are living into now. But as you mentioned, a huge boulder in our path many times is money. You know, as we're trying to consistently live into this elevated consciousness, where we just feel like there's just not enough. We're kind of in lack. We've got problems that are sort of pushing it away, that are making it challenging to day live and pay the rent and buy our food and entertainment and things. So I know you create week-long programs around this, but can you give us like a little nugget of just some of the things recently that you're really focusing people on to kind of help them move that boulder out of the way?
So, first of all, we are so stuck with money. So we think a lot of things are because of money. Like before COVID, I talked to college students, and he said, Ken, I have no money, but I want to go around the world. I want to see the world before I get a job, but I have literally no money. And I gave him the idea, okay, from now on, don't ever think something cannot be done because of money, because somebody has money. And I told him, so just come up with 30 adults, 30 grown-ups who support you with $100. Just get a pledge from 30 people that they keep sending in $100 for next 10 months. And then a few weeks later, he came back and said, Ken, I got like 40 people. So if you are not traveling expensive places like Switzerland and other countries, because if you're just traveling other countries where things are cheaper, you can go around the world with no money at the beginning. And if you are an entrepreneur, you don't have to worry about money because all the money will be brought in with new customers and new clients. So money is not the issue at all, but we think we need money to grow our business, to grow our consciousness, or grow anything. Because I always talk about this as like role-playing games. Japanese have very good mini games, right? And at the beginning of the game, the main character has nothing. No money, no shield, no weapons or anything. And by meeting a lot of people, by meeting a lot of things, they acquire weapons, they acquire money, they acquire wisdom. That's how life goes. So if you feel like you have no money, and then don't feel depressed because you're going to get the money, you're going to get the wisdom, you're going to get the knowledge. That's how I live my life. And I'm sure, Steve, you didn't have any money when you started, but after starting your company, things got easier because you have more wisdom, more experiences. So if you think that money is a problem, that's so wrong because money is everywhere. Even if you don't have it, somebody with money, if he or she is willing to help you, now you have the money.
Yeah, right. So I go back to as well, like 2,500 years ago, this famous quote that where we think these pure thoughts, that joy follows us like a shadow. So where this open-hearted, what your work, my work is, let's help people, love people. We're a part of these people. There's God in everyone. And where we just kind of let ourselves go, free ourselves to, you've mentioned where you don't feel any heaviness. There's not a job. There's an inspiration. There's a dream. There's these things where we free ourselves like that with these, I'll call it pure thoughts that the Buddha described, or 2,000 years ago. Remember all these quotes of, look at the birds of the air. Look at the lilies. Even Solomon's not dressed like that. Doesn't God love you more than the lilies and the birds of the air? There are these kinds of quotes from these masters over time that seem to capture these things that you're talking about, where it's not a job. And then we go out and we do, apply ourselves and just have honest conversation around reasonable compensation, if we're working for somebody. And usually, we're in a high vibration state. We're working for somebody in high vibration, and it's a nice agreement that we come to. So yeah, I guess I feel we could make it easier on ourselves.
Yes, and the key is the connection. If you're connected with somebody with wisdom, you have the wisdom, you own it. And if you're connected with people with money, now you own it. So whenever people have financial problem, I always ask them to come up with imaginary joint account. Like if you have a imaginary joint account with Warren Buffett, you can withdraw as much as possible. So, that practically speaking, if you have a few friends who have enough money, and then if they give you 100% support, then you have the money. So the reason why I'm not afraid of money is that I have enough friends who support me. Somebody with money, somebody with carrots and rice, and somebody with kindness. So I'll be well fed. So I think creating relationships, cultivating friendship is more important than having money in the bank account. So once you're free from money and free of money, you can really focus on what is the most important thing in your life. That really elevates us. And then if we can just, all of us, like in 15 years or so, if all of us are doing what we are truly excited about and respect each other, there will be no like he's better or like she's better, or he has more, she has more. So I think we'll probably have like a place of no judgment.
Yeah, and a real intrinsic value is kind of what you're going to, because there's no more or less. There's only deep intrinsic value of, well, if God is in the next person, my God, why do we want to be comparing, to look more and less, and etc.
Yes, so I'm always joking that maybe in 15 years or so, people judge you how much money you have or how little you have, like hair. You have long hair, like long hair people, like say if the longer the hair you have, the wealthier you get, for example. Like, well, when you look at the long hair people, like, wow, you have long hair. Probably like in 15 years, like if you bump into somebody with lots of money, oh, you like long hairstyle. Oh, you like short hairstyle.
Right.
So
yeah.
if you have no money, you can say I'm bold style.
Right.
So like I'm okay with short
Yeah.
hair. So if you feel as little stress around money that way, I guess you can really focus on it. But money is really in a way in your psyche, in our heart, and in your mind.
I said we were going to get into a deep and engaging conversation, and a little different because we're bringing in the culture in Japan, money as an obstacle to this whole elevated consciousness thing, and your lifestyle, where you're really put to the test because you're traveling on jets all over the world in all different time zones. But keeping yourself in this place of peace and calm throughout. So what an amazing program this has been, and I want to thank you so much for spending this quality time with us, coming into the 2024 Global Oneness Summit with a whole different angle, really, when we talk about elevated consciousness. We've touched on a lot of things that I know during this summit we won't touch on in other panels. So thank you so much. Really, really a very valuable conversation.
Thank you so much indeed, and I just want to send you and all the viewers lots of blessings and happy money energy, because we need it from now.
Okay, we do. Yeah, we're receiving that, huh? So, hey, viewers, thank you so much for being a part of this panel, the 2024 Global Oneness Summit, and I really enjoyed kind of going in this direction, because when we talk about elevated consciousness, as we know, it's not like just climbing on a magic wand, not using a magic wand, or climbing on a magic raft. But there's the day-to-day that we're dealing with when we talk about living in elevated consciousness, the day-to-day that involves money, that involves challenges, but that where ultimately we can walk, or we can carry this peace and blessing and stillness around with us that Ken exemplifies so well. So thank you for being part of the panel, and we're going right into the next panel right now.
Welcome, everyone, to this panel as part of our this year's Global Oneness Summit, the overall theme of which is the art and science of elevating consciousness. Our panel today will explore the art and science of a unitive narrative and how that can inspire, empower, and thus serve the elevation and evolution of consciousness. Our esteemed panel today comprises Victoria Friedman, who is a visionary and pioneer in the field of collective consciousness and co-founder of Vistar Foundation, dedicated to conscious culture, creativity, and conversations. David Lorimer is a visionary polymath, poet, author, and spiritual activist who is global ambassador and program director of the Scientific and Medical Network, editor of Paradigm Explorer, and chair of the Galileo Commission. And Arabella, a transdisciplinary philosopher studying for a PhD in philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness. Her thesis is on time, beauty, and a new physics of consciousness. And myself, Dr. Jude Currivan, an evolutionary cosmologist, healer, author, futurist, previously a senior international businesswoman and co-founder of Whole World View. Each of us weaves art and science in our work, and we'll be sharing how and why we do so. But to begin, I'd like to clarify what we mean by a unitive narrative. From earliest times, human beings have shared narratives and told stories to try to understand the nature of the world and our place in it. We've sought to embrace and reconcile our inner and outer experiences of life and to imbue them with meaning and purpose. Over time, evolving our narratives as we discovered more of the nature of reality. Earlier narratives that were based on faith and metaphysical traditions, mythology and psychology, have increasingly been peripheralized and superseded by a paradigm based on a secular and science of solely materialistic reality and a worldview of apparent separation. And while such a perception has enabled us to achieve significant technological innovation, including planetary communications as a species, its cosmology describes a universe devoid of life-affirming meaning and bereft of purpose, and suffers a dissociation from our innate humanity and kinship with all life and cultures on Earth. Now, however, the presumptions of the secular science of separation are being found to be fundamentally flawed, and instead, scientific breakthroughs are enabling an understanding of the unified nature of reality and a new and unitive narrative to emerge. To paraphrase the great narrator of human experience, Joseph Campbell, the only narrative that's going to be worth thinking about in the immediate future is one that's talking about the planet and all beings on it. This new narrative will need to be grounded in widespread unitive consciousness, which includes a felt sense of unity with all life, unity with the ineffable source of all being, and unity with the evolutionary flow. This is the unitive narrative whose art and science we'll today explore. So we're going to be asking 3 questions. But before we do, I'd just like to again set the scene of what this unitive narrative itself is essentially underpinned and framed by. And that is a convergence of scientific discoveries at all scales of existence and across numerous fields of research that is itself converging with universal wisdom teachings. And such teachings themselves are shared through art as well as sacred science. So we're now in this incredible moment, potential of convergence. And the unitive science is revealing a cosmology of an essentially meaningful and living, and I would say loving universe that not only meaningfully exists, but purposefully evolves from simplicity to ever greater levels of complexity and individuated self-awareness. It's on this threshold of evolutionary potential that we come together. It's on this threshold of our choice now to wake up from the illusion of separation to the remembering of who we really are that brings us together. Today's panel and this year's Global Oneness Summit, and indeed all the work through the years of the Global Oneness Summit and the work of Humanity's team. So with that in mind, my first question to my panel, our panel, is why and how a unitive worldview and narrative founded on scientific evidence and convergent with universal wisdom teachings, how you feel it can inspire and empower conscious evolution. And we're going to start with Victoria.
Thank you, Jude, and that was so beautiful. That what you said in itself is what makes us hopeful, very hopeful. And the unitive narrative for me, I would say it is very practical. Very practical. It sounds like a lot of very, very highlighted words, but it's extremely practical. And you might wonder why I said that. Well, I would just say, why don't we look at what separation has done for us? Because the unitive narrative is really about we, but it's not really just we. It's a we that is not a combination of all of us. It's a greater we. And the me perspective, well, we all know that it's very difficult. It has us highlighting and looking at what is personally defended by us. We have to defend ourselves all the time. We need to constantly see what it is that's going on in our environment that will enhance this me. It is a lot of work. The mind cannot imagine that perhaps if we took our focus off the individual part that we are and put our interest in the whole, that it would be easier and more practical and also take care of what we think needs taken care of. That we can take care of us. It's like a necklace. You know, we're like a lot of beads floating around. We think we are, as Jude said, apparently we are. We're like beads floating around. And then we put them on a necklace. And we put the necklace around. That necklace is a unitive narrative. Once that necklace is fixed, we do not have to worry about the beads. They will not fall away. So the unitive narrative is a reversal point of view. It's a radical point of view. And I always think, Jude, how long did it take before everybody really agreed that the earth was round? You know, maybe it took, I don't know, I looked that up. The computer could not understand it. So I would say also the unitive narrative is a very discriminating standpoint, perspective, because it really kind of shows us what we're doing, what we're thinking, how we're feeling. And from my experience in making that the premise in my life, from my experience, that has just moves everything into alignment. The actions flow in a more real way, in a more productive way, in a less conflictual way. So I would say that unitive narrative is a verb, and we are unitying, or we are onenessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Arabella, how about you?
Yeah, thank you, Jude, and thank you, Victoria, and good to see you, David. I'm so glad that we're all here and contributing to this unifying movement. Indeed. Well, as you've already alluded to, Jude, the way I respond to this concept of unitive narrative and what excites me the most about it is the notion of synthesizing disciplines. Because as we all know, materialism, as you said already, has allowed us to have these amazing technological advances. However, it's also incurred the atomization of disciplines. and therefore the desacralization of the world, because that is not holistic. It's not looking at the whole. It's looking at individual specialities, and everything's become incredibly atomized. And this didn't used to be the case. The alchemists, the natural sciences. It was a much more holistic enterprise. And I think, what we really need to do if we want to evolve human consciousness, and indeed if we want to take science forward, is to start synthesizing disciplines. This is something I've explored in my work. I've proposed the nomenclature depth cosmology as a potential new field of discipline in the branch of physics, wherein not only are the scientific disciplines synthesized, brought together, but poetry, aesthetics, metaphysics, mythology, astrology, cultural history, many, many, many different arenas and areas of life and study and research are brought together in this grand synthesis that allows us to really see that convergence point. Because if indeed the cosmos is intrinsically conscious, which I think we all here agree that it is, then there will be an apex point wherein everything converges. So as we unify and move towards this, it necessitates that we unify different perspectives. And I'm really coming at it as an academic from a disciplinary perspective. And I think that's very exciting. Imagine being taught mathematics in school and being taught the spiritual nature of it. And I really think this confers, a great deal of excitement and a reinvigoration of what it means to be human.
Wonderful. Thank you. And David?
Yes, thank you all. I'd like to add sort of 3 strands to what we've already covered. The first is that one of the conferences I've been organizing for quite a number of decades is called Mystics and Scientists. And the underlying dynamic, if you like, of that is unity, the search for unity in a spiritual sense, and the search for unity and unifying theories in a scientific sense. And so I think this is an important meeting point. It was very pioneering at the time. And what we're finding is that the people who speak at it are now mostly, like Jude, mystics and scientists together. The second point I'd like to make is really a return to the Platonic unitive narrative. And I think this can feed into our discussion of beauty, goodness, and truth. And so this was a trinity of beauty in the aesthetic, goodness, the moral, and truth, the epistemological or even the ontological. And I think we can use these as guideposts to renew our culture along the lines of the unitive narrative, because you can see, if you think about it, that these principles aren't really being instantiated or embodied by the culture as a whole. Then the third strand I'd like to bring in is the Bulgarian sage Peter Dunov, about whom I've written Prophet for Our Times. And his system, as it were, or his teaching, was based on 5 unitive principles: love, wisdom, truth, justice or equity, and goodness or virtue. And he said that there is one life and one mind, and that the future culture of love, of which he was the prophet, that's how he described himself, was one in which people would be free to serve love, wisdom, and truth. And in that sense, he defined love in a social sense as life for the whole. Life for the whole. Love is life for the whole. And so that is our service, is to the whole.
That's beautiful. And Peter Dunov, I'm so delighted, and many thanks to you, David, for him now being known to many more people, because he was such a pathfinder and pioneer for, I think, all of us in this way. And what you just said reminded me of the traditional teachings also, and what you were saying, Arabella, of the quadrivium, because the quadrivium was a sort of a 4-faceted, holistic teachings that was founded on number being fundamental to the nature of reality. And then the teachings were of cosmology, so a numerate, as it were, universe. And of course, now we're talking about that in the sense of a unitive universe being wholly unified. And for me, that is the most profound way of explaining love, which is why we can say, I think, our universe is a loving universe. And the other two of the quadrivium teachings, of course, was geometry, which was music, which was, number in space, and music, which was number in time. So all the teachings interweave art and science. And that leads us on, I think, to the next question. How do you each feel that art and science can co-weave and synergize a unitive narrative to engage not just minds, but hearts and evolutionary purpose? And I'd like to start with, if I may, Arabella.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad everything you've just said was going to set the scene so beautifully. And I know obviously that music is mathematical and it's a temporal aesthetic medium, but I love the way you said number and time. I just think that's just it's so beautiful. I feel like what we're talking about is beautiful itself, and it's a very it's a sensual, somatic, intuitive experience, isn't it? Beauty. Yeah. And so something I talk about a lot in my teachings, and I feel very deeply, is the fact that this is an intrinsically aesthetic universe. I studied English literature, so that was my sort of prior to my PhD. That's my background. So the way I approach physics is very much through a poetic lens. And David, you've mentioned this already, the epistemological potential of aesthetics, right? Actually opening up new pathways of knowing. If we accept that this is an aesthetic, beautiful cosmos, then it allows us to tune in to that which is beautiful. You don't know something is beautiful because you think it is. It arrests you. Yeah, it is a pre-verbal transformation of consciousness. Yeah, it absorbs you and transforms you. And I do believe that beauty has this incredibly redemptive power. I also agree with David and with Plato and Plotinus that beauty as a governing principle is incredibly powerful. And art and aesthetics and the aesthetic media is the gateway to that. And I think if we can really start to understand the profound intertwinement between science, beauty, and art, and that it's all one. This is a cosmic artwork, a tapestry unfolding itself into being. I love the word text, literary text, because it comes from textere, meaning to weave. We are golden threads in this cosmic tapestry, interwoven and interweaving, and there is an aesthetic whole. There is an aesthetic whole, a pattern that is meaningful and symbolic. And it's really a case of it being unveiled and revealed to us.
Beautiful. Thank you. Victoria.
It is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I have notes here on beauty and truth. I think we're all in the same direction. So to have an example of this, for example, so science and art coming together. So Jude and I collaborated on a book for children called One Brightness. The Unitive Narrative Synergy Circle asked me to write a story on one brightness for children. And it emerged very quickly. Very quickly was one brightness, no problem. And then there were a lot of questions. Oh my God, incredible cosmic questions that came up. So Jude came in the picture. And then I read the story of Gaia. The story of Gaia is a book of art because the story of Gaia brings us to wonder. It brings us to the unitive narrative. It is the unitive narrative. It is something that is radiating out, telling us who we are. And it doesn't tell us that we are a person. It doesn't say that. I didn't see that anywhere. So one thing is children. I wanted to say children up to the age of 7. Now it's a little early, a little later. Really value truth. Value truth. So the book that we did was based on the best truth we had, from science, the best truth that came out of wonder and beauty and love, the best truth. And I ran a spirit club for children for years, and the mission was to discover the wonder of oneness. Do you believe that? For years, for 8 years, we ran this. And I got this information and I meditated on it, how to start this and talk to the children. And there they were in the spirit club, and they were all sitting there, 12 of them. And I said, so listen, I know we all look different, and I know we all have different parents and different hair and different eyes, you know, but, this is spirit club. So, how are we one? What is it? How are we one? And, I was really listening because I knew that they probably were closer than I was. And this one little girl raised her hand, Ava, and she said, they were all sitting down, and she said, we all poopy. So so I want to say, they all fell over. That's the height of comedy, 3 years old. That's the height of comedy. So they fell over. I fell over. And after that, I went back to my guides and I said, okay, tell me what to do now. you know, because I didn't have to tell them anything because, they were so much closer to it. And so that recognition is always with us. It just gets veiled over. And it's the place that really has the most potential for us to survive as a species.
Thank you, Victoria. David.
Yes, thank you. Lovely illustrations. Well, I'm going to read 3 of my poems, and just before that, I just want to say how important Goethe is for me as someone who was both a scientist and a poet. So the first one I wrote last October, and it's called "We Are Here to Love." We are here to love and not to hate, to seek the paths of peace, not war, to forgive and not to avenge, to learn deep life lessons from each other. We are here to learn the laws of love, the laws of wisdom, the laws of truth, the laws of justice, the laws of goodness, the laws of beauty, the laws of freedom. We are here to learn the practice of kindness, the practice of compassion, the practice of empathy, the practice of trust, the practice of reconciliation. We are all here for each other, entwined with the whole of life, with animals, with birds, with insects, plants, and fungi, here for a short time together, here to awaken, here to be, here to act together. Then my next one was inspired by a blackbird singing in the pre-dawn in a very cold morning in early spring. And I thought, what's it like to be a blackbird? And what's the meaning of his song? And I preceded this with a quotation from the mystic Jean-Yves Le Loup, who's a specialist in the Gnostic Gospels. And I'll just read it in French first, and I'll translate it. Le monde ne peut rien contre le printemps. Si nous ne lui offrons plus de jardin, il fleurira dans nos ruines. The world cannot resist, can do nothing against the spring. If we no longer offer spring our gardens, it will flourish in our ruins. Very early on a cold grey morning, a lone blackbird strikes up, sings out, heralding and proclaiming the advent of spring. His eloquent call goes out, resounding far and wide, a call for growth, a call for rebirth, a call for renewal, a commitment to living joy. Can we humans pay heed, hearken to his bold proclamation? Can we respond to life in kind? Listen to his heartful solo song, sounding out in the darkness before dawn, his celebration of light and beauty, his invitation to join the chorus of planetary awakening. Now it's our turn to sing and dance together. And my third poem is called The Radiant Dove. And I've written a number of poems reflecting the turmoil in the world, but the presence of the divine in that turmoil. So the radiant dove. The radiant dove descends, effulgence, its brilliance concealed in dazzling darkness, a cosmic supernova illuminating secret depths in the fathomless abyss of our broken humanity. Breathing over the stricken earth in oh so patient silence, witness of brutal terror, spikes of jagged trauma splinter the wholeness of being. Shattering shards like shrapnel pierce our deeply wounded hearts, clamoring for relief, clamoring for comfort, clamoring for peace. Even now, the tender mercy of thy eternal being suffuses the agony of our time, despite its self-inflicted pain, infusing the sweet presence of love, a healing balm, a restful calm, at last, restored together.
Let's just take a few moments just to really breathe that beauty and that wisdom and that profound sense of belonging into our hearts. Thank you all. Thank you all, because what each of you shared and spoke to was that beautiful co-weaving that didn't just touch our minds and ignite our thoughts, but ignited the love in our hearts. So thank you all for that. And before we go on to the third question today, I'd like to talk a little bit or share a little bit about what Victoria referred to in the as the story of Gaia, because that is my most recent book. And it is the story of our universe. It's the story of our planetary home. And because of that, it's our story too. And one of the things that I absolutely loved, and I felt it wrote me, I didn't write it, was, first of all, going back to what Arabella was saying, that the science, the sacred science of existence, meaningful existence and evolutionary purpose, because, you know, we are fairly young in generational terms of a species who does realize that time is not infinite within our universe. Our universe has not always been there and will not always be here. It's a finite thought in the infinite mind, an eternal mind of the cosmos. But because of that, you know, thanks to Darwin and on since, there's been a realization that there was a beginning to our story, a beginning to our universal narrative. And we now appreciate that it was something like 13.8 billion years ago, and that our universe did begin in its simplest form, almost like a baby, able to evolve from that innate simplicity to ever greater levels of complexity. And what we're now realizing, and this I feel is fundamentally important, that even with that evolutionary understanding, within a paradigm of materialist science, we've been taught that it's driven by random mutations. It's essentially an accident. And we now know that that is not the case, that our universe itself, its appearance, emerges from deeper levels of intelligence and causation and intention. And so its energy, matter, and space-time are the appearance, not its deeper reality. But that appearance is the stage on which our stories and our narrative has been told for nearly 14 billion years. And that journey from that innate simplicity to today and our conversation is an extraordinary story. And it's art, isn't it, Victoria? I know when you read the story of Gaia in your kind words, it's the most gorgeous, true story of beauty. I write in the book how I fell in love with slime molds writing it. They're amazing. They don't have a brain, they don't have a nervous system, and yet they can find food and do so in a network that is as effective as, and the first experiment that showed how effective they are in finding food. They're a single-celled being, many, many different nuclei, but a single cell. But that single cell can send out feelers and to find food, and in experiments has been shown to be more effective at doing so than the supercomputer and the engineers who designed the metro system in Greater Tokyo. Because what they did on the experiments, they showed that slime molds are basically more able to do that. So our entire universe is innately, incredibly intelligent, sentient, and it is the most glorious story of beauty and narrative. And it is our story. The hydrogen in our bodies is only a few moments younger than our entire universe. So writing the story of Guy was in a way, a poem, a scientific poem in that regard. And by the time I think everyone's going to be able to see our panel, there's going to be a new seed point of a film called A Radical Guide to Reality, a 14-minute film that David knows is coming very well. And that, I hope, will reach many folks to invite them into this beauty, the art and science of a unitive narrative, and an invitation into this elevation of consciousness and a sense of belonging that such a story, such a narrative, such an understanding can support and empower. So I'm going to go into our third question today, and goes back, I think, to what you were saying, but we're all saying it. We matter. We now understand the science, the unitive worldview, the unitive science is showing us that in a meaningful and purposeful universe, we matter because it matters. And so why do we matter? How is unitive science revealing that a living and loving universe, which does meaningfully exist, to purposefully evolve, and where we are microcosmic co-creators of its conscious emergence, why do we matter? And I'd add to that question, and why is here and now so pivotal in our understanding, in this understanding, to help elevate our consciousness and help serve our conscious evolution? And really to focus on that why and how everyone matters. Everybody poopies, Victoria, as you said. Everyone matters. So I'd love to go to the personal sense of why we think we're here, each of us, but why we, as unique expressions of that collective, universal meaning and purpose, matter. So, Victoria, back to you, please.
Well, I think we matter because we know we're not matter. I think what everyone is saying here, that beautiful universe, I feel that also it is the individuals on this planet, that's the beautiful universe within. And that beautiful universe is not separate. We're not parts of a whole, in my intuitive understanding, because our mind cannot imagine that there is a whole that is diverse. It's either diversity or oneness. But from the way personally I can only imagine living it, is that the diversity is whole. And that really has a profound effect on everyday living, because there's so much going on that it's really hard to walk around saying, oh, everything is one and everything is beautiful. And that's because what we're thinking of as one, some of us maybe, what we're thinking of as one, a program conditioned sense of what oneness is. We're thinking that way. Like we think of joy as being some elated state. And then we wonder why we're not in joy all the time. But things like joy and oneness, they exist in an essential way. And so that premise of the unitive perspective gives us a place to stand. It gives me a place to stand and look at the world and what's going on. And when I say it depends on who's looking at that world. looking from the unitive perspective, what that does is, number one, I have to say, opinions, the mind's opinions and strong passions of knowing what's right or wrong have definitely mellowed, mellowed. And it's so wonderful not to fight for anything that way, not to fight with that, I'm right and this is the right way. So I just feel that the unitive narrative really is our destiny. It's our heredity. It's who we are. And I know we're sitting here and we all look like different people in these little boxes, but we're all in space. If you took all the buildings away and the rooms and the walls and the books, we're all in the same space. And I like to consider that we are that space. We are that consciousness, that space that it doesn't include everything, it is everything. It's everything and all. And what could be more beautiful? I can't imagine anything more beautiful. That's why a book like Jude's and poetry and art is just a pointer to what we truly are and what we are, what perceives in us, everything.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you.
So yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Beautiful. And that is so important, Arabella. A few years ago, I think it was actually for the Global Oneness Summit several years ago, a little while before, I was really getting that word belong, belong, belong all the time coming through. And I've been doing a lot of work with regard of unity and diversity, because going back to Victoria, what you were saying, sometimes there's a sense of oneness as being undifferentiated, gloop, grey gloop, but unity is not uniformity. It is radical diversity, but it is diversity and differentiation, not separation, as you say. But with a worldview of perceived separation, that is where that sense of, well, first of all, I call it a dis-ease of separation, because, we've walked through this, and without blame or shame, we have collective trauma as a result. And we're now on, I hope, a healing journey as we remember who we really are, that we do matter, and going beyond even unity and diversity to unity and belonging, that is our healing journey as well as our evolutionary journey. So thank you for that. And David, over to you.
Yes, thank you. I want to pick up on this theme of belonging. Belonging to the universe was a wonderful dialogue between David Steindl Rast and Fritjof Capra, which I read a few decades ago, I think. But the sense of belonging, I was reminded this afternoon, I was walking through the maze and I was looking up at the woods beyond. And I was reminded of Pascal when he said that the human being is a reed, but a thinking reed, a roseau pensant. And there am I with a small human body, but my vision, my perception, extends not just, of course, to the landscape around, but at night I can see the galaxy in Orion or the Andromeda galaxy. And talking of lineage, I just wanted to mention how I'm inspired by some members of my family. My great-grandfather was Professor James Lorimer, and he was a jurist and moral philosopher who in 1883 wrote the Institutes of the Law of Nations, calling for a permanent Congress of Nations, quote unquote. And so he was a visionary in his time. And then my great uncle, John Henry Lorimer, was a very well-known painter. He painted about 400 paintings. And my daughter Charlotte arranged the first ever exhibition of his work in Edinburgh at the City Art Gallery in 2021-2022, called The Light and Life of John Henry Lorimer. And so he was someone who was shot through with a sense of beauty, and he conveyed this in very powerfully in his works. And then the third person I want to mention is my grandfather, Sir Robert Lorimer, who was a famous architect in his day, and he was the architect of the Scottish National War Memorial and also of the Thistle Chapel, where the Knights of the Thistle meet. That was in 1911. And this quote I want to read comes from a funeral address given at his funeral in September 1929. By his labors, he has given to our nation many a poem in wood and stone, which will continue to impress on the minds of men the sense of another and greater world which surrounds us, and which will lift the thoughts of generations yet unborn to that house of God not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. The workmen die, the dreamers pass away, but the dreams, the idealism, the vision, and the work remain. The dust must return to the earth, but the spirit shall return to God who gave it, which comes from Ecclesiastes. And what I want to stress here in this context is the workmen die, the dreamers pass away, but the dreams, the idealism, the vision, and the work remain. And I had this very strong sense of following in those footsteps, if you like, in the conversation we've had and in my work in the world, but because the need for clear vision and the vision of how to bring about the new world for which we all long in our hearts. This is the work that we're doing. This is what the Global Oneness Summit is about, and this is a absolutely critical moment for as many people as possible to make this choice and work in this direction.
Thank you. Thank you all. And for me too, I was a very strange child. My family were coal miners. My dad and granddad were coal miners. And I grew up in the Midlands, the north of England, in a coal mining community. And yet, from the age of 4, I was walking between worlds. I was experiencing what the Unitive narrative shares. I was experiencing the unified nature of reality, the multidimensionality of reality. I was having conversations with discarnate guides and angels and divas, and I'd speak with anybody. My mum used to say I'd speak with anybody, and she little knew just the range of beings I was actually having conversations with. So for me, it's a very personal sense of universal belonging to a unitive universe within, as Arabella said, an infinite, eternal, multiversal cosmos. So also my own journey, then I just wanted to understand why what I was experiencing of an innately meaningful, purposeful reality was not what I was being taught in school, was not what I was being taught when I went to study physics at Oxford University. But what came forward there for me was something incredibly important because of all the discarnate guides that were showing me and helping me explore this wondrous world. And my mum that really grounded me in universal values of love and caring was also a mentor. And the mentor at Oxford, my mentor at Oxford was a wonderful teacher called Dennis Sharma. And he was also the mentor of Stephen Hawking. And while I was at Oxford, he took me under his wing and basically throughout that time realized I was never going to become an academic. That was very clear. And he realized it before I did because my ambition was to, get a PhD, go on, become a professor in academia. I would not be here having this conversation if that journey had unfolded in the way that as a 19-year-old I wanted it to. But instead what he saw was the innate curiosity in me. And he saw that I could follow the journey I have followed, that in fact has led to this point. And he gave me one amazing piece of advice as a scientist. And eventually I did have a PhD in archaeology. But that piece of advice was to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And that's what I've tried to do ever since. And that evidence has certainly led me in a very scenic route. But it's been extraordinarily supportive of being able to share today what we are sharing. The Unitive narrative is founded on the Unitive science and the scientific breakthroughs that literally are only the last few years if I had not followed the evidence wherever it led, the story of Gaia would not have been written. The cosmic hologram would not have been written. I wonder about the unitive narrative. I don't know. Somebody would have come along and done it for sure. But it seems that because our universe is indeed innately meaningful and purposeful, the unitive narrative was able to come forward at this time, this momentous time, this time when, David, you wrote your poem, which is both a heartfelt cri de coeur of us to wake up and to know and to remember that we do belong. So all of this convergence is, in my perspective, and I sense for all of us, meaningful and purposeful at this moment in time. And one just final thought for us, because when I wrote the cosmic hologram prior to the story of Gaia, I started describing the first moment of our universe, all those billions of years ago, not as a big bang, which we were taught at school, and we're still being taught, our children are still being taught, with all the connotations. We know it wasn't big, but all the connotations of what a bang is as the beginning of a universe. In other words, a chaotic, meaningless bang that somehow started this process. So I went back to the universal wisdom teachings that I've revered since childhood, because they were showing me this deeper understanding, far better than what I was being taught in school, and especially the Upanishads of ancient India. And they talk about our universe, the nature of reality, as the big breath, a big breath. They didn't say big, but they said a breath, a Brahman, the creator. And so I came forward with this word of big breath rather than big bang. And giving meaning, because that big breath continues. It isn't just a one moment that starts this whole universal journey. It's ongoing, as Arabella, I think you're referring to. In every moment, that big breath continues. And that big breath breathes through us, through our little breaths in every moment. And this is another way, perhaps, by which we can have poems and songs and stories that perhaps share how the vastness of the big breath of the universe becomes very, very intimate, very personal. Because not only going back to your 3-year-olds, Victoria, and what they have in common and what we have in common, we breathe together. That is the simplest commonality that joins us. We all breathe for the time of our wondrous earth walk. So that big breath is breathing through us in every moment. And without it, we couldn't speak, we couldn't sing, we couldn't live. So again, this co-weaving of this wonderful story of our universe and the narrative that it enables us to express also enables us to bring the art and the science of this together to support cultural transformation, evolutionary transformation in the world. And so what I'd like to do, because we're coming to our time of completion in a few minutes at least, is first of all to thank Arabella, David, Victoria, and Russell, our wonderful tech genius who's keeping us all together here, and our wonderful hosts, partners, colleagues, community, friends of the Global Oneness Summit and Humanities team. And I'd like to end with some words from a unitive narrative that was originally drafted by members of the SDG Thought Leaders Circle, a synergy circle of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle, and we can certainly put it in the resources for afterwards. But it's how the unitive narrative ends. And it talks about it being now, here and now. And the words say, to paraphrase philosopher Teilhard de Chardin, someday we shall harness the energies of love, and then for a second time in the history of the world, humanity will have discovered fire. I think all of us would say that that someday is here and now. And as we wake up to the radical reality of a unitive narrative and underpin it a unitive worldview, we will also discover as a species, and perhaps for the first time, who we really and truly are, and who we can evolve to become. So to complete our time together, I'd just like to circle my friends again and ask each of you for any final thoughts for everyone who's joining us today. Victoria, please.
Thank you. Yes, well, I guess I have to go that word belonging because I love that word. And actually, for me, it's a longing to be rather than a belonging to something. It's a longing to be. And that longing sounds like we aren't. But that longing, that kind of longing, is itself what we are. That longing brings us to what we really are, which is being. One thing we all have in common, all humanity, all things everywhere, things and objects and everything, is that we all are. And that existence, that's what I feel so much in everything everybody's saying here. And I'm an artist, and I barely got through physics in high school. In college, they had it for art majors. It was very, my husband Ron had to get me through it. So that sense of being is so simple. And that's where we are, and that's beautiful, and all there is really. And from that comes 10,000 things, comes the most incredible show on earth, as was started at the very beginning, the most incredible show on earth and the most incredible show in the universe. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Victoria. Arabella.
Thank you. That was beautiful, Victoria and Jude. So beautifully articulated. I love that you refer to the Big Bang as a big breath. I think alternatively we could also call it a big birth. It's all of the above.
Exactly.
This nexus point of creation and this dialectical rhythmic movement of evolution. I'm just really, really grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be participating in this momentous time in history. I think my parting comment would be that, this is a time of prophecy. There have been as you know, Jude, because I know of your PhD studying archaeological cosmology. What was it?
It was anthropological archaeology, but I wrote about walking between worlds, and I
Right.
had it in many different levels. Who are we?
Yeah.
Why are we here? Where do we come from? All of those
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah. So as you know, ancient civilizations have foreseen this time that, they were dialed in. And why this time is so momentous is, as we've already kind of gestured towards, it's the unifying and the bringing together of these ancient wisdom traditions with cutting edge science. This is the time of prophecy. This is the moment we've been waiting for. So I'm just incredibly grateful and thank you to all of you and everyone who's listening.
Thank you, Arabella. David.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone, everybody who's listening. I'm reminded of the Greek Delphic oracle, because we live in apocalyptic times, and apocalypse means to reveal, and everything is being revealed, both pluses and minuses, and it needs to be revealed. But the oracle says, "Know thyself." Which level of self is it talking about? I think it's ultimately know thyself, capital S. But that's not enough. Goethe complained that it was not enough just to know thyself. And he quoted the Greek poet Pindar, who said, "Become who you are. Become who you are." Again, who is the who you're becoming? And on the one level, it means be an authentic expression of yourself in this time and place. But at a deeper level, it means become the one, capital One, O-W-O-N-E, one, become the one you are. We are in a process of becoming something that we already are. And this is the paradox, that we arrive at the place, as T.S. Eliot said, and know it for the first time. So becoming one, becoming who we are.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. 2,500 years ago, was the beginning of what's been called the Axial Age. And it was an age that ushered in great spiritual insights from some of the greatest teachers, Lao Tzu, Jesus, the beginnings of Judaism, Muhammad, so many teachers. And yet, we've come through this era, this age, the last 2,500 years. And one of the aspects of that journey has been greater sense of individuation. Yeah. But that journey, as I think we've all shared, has also involved with it the perception of separation rather than differentiation. And so what you're saying, David, we all, I think, wholeheartedly agree with is, who are we? And I think finally, not just as the mystics and not just as spiritual teachers, but every one of us has the potential now, because this is something, it seems to me that this is the evolutionary impulse and flow of the universe flowing through our entire species at this time, here and now. So as we do that, I just have this sense that we are on the threshold, not just of elevating consciousness, but evolving consciousness. And as we do wake up to remember who we really are, to actually perhaps, just as 2,500 years ago, part of our journey to now was what it has been, perhaps we're now on the threshold of a unitive age, an age of remembering, an age of wholeness, but an age of unique individuation. And the joy of this time, it seems to me, is that like every major evolutionary leap in the story of Gaia, our planetary home Gaia's evolutionary journey, when those leaps have happened, they've involved profound cooperation. They've involved profound linking up and lifting up to move forward to that next level of complexity and realization. That is our opportunity, it seems to me. And that's why the art and science of a unitive narrative, co-weaving, co-singing, co-dancing together, is our invitation to that adventure. So thank you all. Thanks to everyone who's been with us. And again, thanks to our wonderful partners and family of the Global Oneness Summit.
Hi, I'm Adam Hall, and I'm excited to be here with you all and to have with us a friend and a special guest, Gregg Braden. Welcome, Gregg. Good to see you again.
Adam, I am thrilled to be with you. You know, I've lost track of the number of years that we have done this for Global Oneness Day. I look forward to it every year. I don't know how many years it's been. We like to do something a little different every year, sometimes on a panel, sometimes it's a one-to-one. I am coming to you as usual from our studio just outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico. And this is unscripted. So neither one of us know exactly where we're going to go with this today. And I'm excited about that.
Well, that sounds like fun to me. And, you know, speaking of how many years, I don't know how many years you've exactly been at doing it, but a big thank you to Humanity's team, who's been doing this event for 15 years.
Wow.
And just want to honor their entire team around the globe, wonderful hearts and souls that are dedicated to up-leveling, improving, sharing the love and the joy and the expansion of our work in the world. And thank you, Gregg, for, gosh, I mean, 3 decades plus of service here. And
so it's 40, this is the 42nd year I've done this work.
Okay.
One form or another.
Yeah, I was reminiscing before our conversation today. You're like the million-mile traveler who's on this extraordinary quest, and wow, good brother. And without any further ado, why don't we just jump a little bit further into our conversation today? And And as I was, reminiscing a little bit about the conversation and your journey, this great quest that you've been on for all these years, I was just curious, is there a couple, maybe 2 or 3 things that just really continuously show up for you in this extraordinary journey that all of us are on in our own unique way? And maybe a couple things come to mind that have been indelible or that will launch you even into the next great part of your future.
I never made a plan to do what I have done and to be where I am now. I was never absolutely certain on how it would unfold. And for me, I think it was probably a little different than it was for some people. Many people know I'm a scientist by degree. I was a problem solver in Fortune 500 companies, consulting in the mid 70s, and then working for those companies full time beginning 1979 until the end of the Cold War. And I found myself in really unexpected places, Adam, and I don't think that it's a mistake where we end up. The question is, do we have the wisdom to recognize what we're being presented with? What has life just brought to our doorstep? So I'm just going to answer this question. Let me share a little story, a story within a story, with your permission. So I, as a scientist, and my primary degree is as a geologist. I'm a structural geologist, earth scientist. And in the 70s, the space program was very active, and in America and in the world. It was the Cold War years between the United States, the former United States, and the former Soviet Union, because neither country is the same as it used to be. And America had sent missions to Mars, for example. We had the Viking mission to Mars. 2 probes went to Mars. One of them landed on the surface, and the other one orbited and took 19,000 images showing us archaeological remnants on the surface of another planet. That's a mind blower, very controversial back then. And I said, well, I want to be part of that. And so I applied to the company that built those craft. And at that time, it was in Denver, Colorado. And it was a company at that time that was called Martin Marietta. That company now has changed. It now is Lockheed Martin. And there were 2 sides of the house. There was the scientific exploration, and because we were in the Cold War, there was the defense side of the house. And I applied for the exploration. They said, you're hired, you've got a job. It'll take about 6 months for your security clearance to come through. They gave me some things to do for 6 months. My clearance came through, and they said, well, we're in the middle of the Cold War. We need you on the defense side of the house, not the exploration side. You can do that later. And it put me through my paces, because I found myself front and center with the most technologically advanced weapon systems, laser systems, a project called Star Wars Defense Initiative, SDI, communication systems. And I learned a lot. I learned how people function in fear. I learned about how people think during wartime. I saw some of the most advanced technology. And part of my job was to teach Air Force cadets the software that we were developing. And I learned how to be with people that weren't sometimes so excited about what they were learning, and to really honor them in that. And it was during that time, Adam, I was struggling with war, with what war means. We had come out of World War II. We didn't want World War III at that time.
Yeah.
And I was really struggling with what I was doing. And I took some time off, 2 weeks, and I went to Egypt. And I'd never been before. And one morning, and I talk about some of the books, I climbed to the top of Mount Sinai at night, and I was there for sunrise in that morning. And when that first few rays shot up over the horizon, there's nothing there. No trees, no water. It's the earth and the sky and you and God, and that's it. And I was alone. I was completely alone on the top of Mount Sinai, and the beauty was so overwhelming, and there was this feeling inside of me And this warmth welled up. And I asked myself a question that I'd never asked. And this is going to be the answer to your question.
Oh.
I said, in the presence of this beauty, I said, if I left this world today, if my life were finished right now and I could never come back, and I look back on everything I'd done up until this moment in time, would I feel complete with my life? And before that question was even finished, in my mind, my heart was screaming, no, I wouldn't feel complete. There's something that I haven't done in this world. And my next question was, what would it take to say yes? What would it take for me to say yes, that I would feel complete? And that feeling became the guidepost upon which I have based every decision that I've made from that moment forward. Part of that decision was when I went back into that corporation, I made the decision to leave that corporation and to put my life energy. You know, we do what we do based on what we know at the time. And working in those corporations, I felt like I was contributing to the world. And the more I discovered about greed, about power, about weapons, and how those things are being applied, the more I felt like there was a better way for me to contribute to a peaceful world. So I left that corporation and I began doing what I'm doing full time right now. And I think the benefit for me is that I have so many opportunities, beautiful opportunities that cross my path. And every one of if I say yes, Adam, they're all interesting, and they're going to lead me to meet some new people and some interesting projects. But here's the thing: how many of them get me closer to my yes?
Yes.
How many of those projects are going to get me at my last breath, my last day on this world that I love so much, and with the people of this world that I love so much? Did I do what I came here to do? And have I shared the fullness of what my heart can offer? And if the answer is yes, I will engage in that project. And if it's not a yes, I'll decline.
You know, you're connected to our Native American friends, the Hopi and the Navajo, and you know they have a word to describe the way they live in the world called hoso, which is to walk the beauty way, meaning to live in peace and to live in harmony. And as you know, the Lakota use this expression, aho meta kuya osan, which loosely means, for all our relations and to be in the interconnectedness, Gregg. And this is what we're talking about here, folks, this journey of living and walking the beauty way and living in interconnectedness. And of course, we never retire from that. And, I just feel so blessed to be sharing this beautiful planet with so many amazing things happening. And yet, Gregg, there's so much conflict, there's chaos. The insanity seems more pervasive than ever before. And living the beauty way and understanding the interconnectedness seems more challenging or more remote or unavailable to many of us. And you've been sharing a little bit about how you see the world, and I'd love to go a little further about that little through line. How can we really step into this greater place of our own journey beyond what we are maybe experiencing to be in the interconnectedness in the beauty way?
Well, you nailed it. There are in northern New Mexico, between the city of Albuquerque, where the big airport is, and the Colorado border, just to my north, there are 11 individual pueblos. They call themselves the Pueblo people, but each community has its own unique signature. And we are steeped in indigenous traditions, Navajo, Apache, up toward the Four Corners area. One of the early, even when I was in the corporations, by day as a senior computer systems designer was that was my job. At night, I was studying some of our most ancient and cherished spiritual traditions, including indigenous traditions of our past. And interestingly, the Navajo were some of the first that I came across. And the role that beauty plays for the Navajo as a scientist was so important for me, because the science of today, modern science, views four forces of nature that they're trying to unify. When you hear people talk about the unified field theory, what they're trying to do is find one beautiful, eloquent equation, a story that weaves all of those forces into one beautiful story, and they've yet to find that. The Navajo say there's a fifth force. So scientists say that we have the electromagnetic force, the force of gravity, the strong and the weak nuclear force. The Navajo say the missing force, the fifth force, is beauty. Beauty is more than an aesthetic that we perceive. It is literally a force. We are changed in the presence of beauty. When we perceive beauty, there are biochemical changes that unfold inside of our bodies. Our immune system becomes more robust in the presence of what we perceive as beauty. Our longevity enzymes awaken. We become more resilient to change in the presence of beauty. So I'd just like to share with our community right now, there's a very lengthy beauty prayer that is done in Navajo ceremonies. It's beyond what we can do well right here. There is a Navajo artist. His name is Shanto Bigay, an amazing Navajo artist who condensed that beauty prayer into 3 phrases that I say to myself at least once on a daily basis, and I have for over 40 years. Beauty plays a powerful role in my life. And those phrases, I'll share them and then what they mean.
Yeah,
The
please.
first phrase is the beauty that I live with, the beauty that I live by, the beauty upon which I base my life. The beauty I live with reminds us that the beauty is already present in all things. May not be apparent, but it's present. Our job is to seek out the beauty in the world around us and in the events of the world. The beauty that I live by is an invitation to allow that beauty to play a deeper role, a powerful role in our lives. The beauty upon which I base my life is an invitation, rather than accepting beauty as this peripheral experience of perception, to bring beauty front and center as the foundation. Expect to see beauty in all things, even the things that sometimes don't appear beautiful at first. We have to look very deeply in our role in the beauty. So the beauty I live with, the beauty I live by, the beauty upon which I base my life. I think it's important now, you're asking about the world in chaos. I think most of our viewers are probably familiar with a scientific system that is called cymatics, C-Y-M-A-T-I-C-S. If speak to my viewers, if you're not, you can just Google it or YouTube it. I think you've probably seen the images, even if you're not familiar with the word. When we pump vibration into a system of stuff, so the stuff can be a liquid, it can be water, it can be mercury, it can be talcum powder, graphite, whatever it is, each tone that we hear with our ears is a vibration that creates a very specific pattern. And then you change the tone, different pattern. Go back to the tone and you go back to that same pattern. It helps us to understand our relationship, our vibratory relationship to the world. But here's why I'm sharing this.
Mhm.
When you look at cymatics and you see these beautiful patterns, and when the vibration is higher and it goes to the next pattern, what you see, that pattern has to completely break down to give way to a higher order. That pattern, the beautiful pattern that was present in one vibration, in the presence of one vibration, that pattern will go into chaos as it reorganizes itself to a more beautiful pattern, a higher level of order in response to a higher vibration. That's how nature creates change, and that's what we're living through right now. That principle applies to this planet. It applies to the financial system. It applies to the conflict that we're seeing in the world. It applies to our own healing in our bodies. It applies to our most intimate relationships. It applies to everything because we're part of nature. So we happen to be, Adam, the generation that is living through that transition as we elevate to, and people say this all the time, we're going to a higher state, a higher frequency, higher consciousness, however you want to frame it. There is a shift in a vibration. There's a geophysical shift. There is a shift cosmologically, incoming higher levels of gamma radiation from the center of our Milky Way that happen every 25,000 years. There's so many ways to look at this. And the beauty is you don't have to know any of it. The bottom line is we are in an evolutionary process moving to a higher order. To go from where we are to that higher order, the unsustainable systems that we have come to know and trust and navigate, that's what we've learned in our lives. Those unsustainable systems are buckling and collapsing because they are unsustainable. And they are reassembling as a higher order, a more beautiful pattern, a more sustainable system. And that is, and it will be to a greater degree, reflected in the world around us. The technology that we choose, the societies that we choose, the healing modalities, the financial systems, all of those things. But here's the thing, Adam, it can't happen on a dime. There is a process, and we happen to be the generation, and it's no surprise, anyone who's studied ancient indigenous traditions, whether you're talking about Mayan cycles or Aztec cycles or Kali Yuga and the Hindu cycles, or you're talking about Chinese cycles or the Hebrew calendar, and what the Torah tells us about cycles of time, Native American. I spent a lot of time in Peru. I spent a lot of time in the Yucatan, the shamans. They all have told us that this lifetime is a lifetime of that transition. So this is our opportunity we're in it. The only way out of it is to go through it. We're in it now. We can't stop. We can't stop what's coming. What we can do is to know ourselves, to love ourselves enough, to know ourselves, the deep truth of what it means to be human, because we're wired for this kind of change, man. We are here. We're made to adapt to this kind of change, to transform our world, to transcend, not just to survive, but to transcend, to become more than the changes that life has brought to our doorstep. And the only way to do that is we must embrace the deep truth of our humanness.
You mentioned that our physiological nature, our biological nature, Gregg, our psychological nature is greatly challenged to really keep up with this great rate of change, which is happening far greater than I think we can really handle, right? So I kind of believe that, the quantum physicist and the quantum scientist in their relationship with the quantum field, and in particular, the four quantum phenomena of duality, entanglement, unknown, and superposition, which is the oneness. I think this offers us maybe some clues about tapping in and unleashing let's just say that quantum nature, that genius nature. And how do you think, Gregg, how can we kind of move beyond this dualistic divide, to entangle ourselves in this unknown field of connection and really discover our interconnectivity?
This is one of those beautiful places where science and spirituality come together in just the right way at just the right time. It may not have made sense 50 years ago to have this conversation because the world was in a different place. But here's what the science is telling us, is beginning in the year 2012, scientists confirmed that there is, in fact, a field that underlies all existence, a field of energy. Now, our community has always talked about that, and we say, of course, everything's connected. But in the scientific world, this is a big deal, because up until 2012, they had theorized it, they'd hypothesized it, they'd done experiments, and they were not able to detect this field as far back as 1888 with the Michelson-Morley experiment. They were trying to detect this field. They said it's not there. Beginning in 2012, the field was validated. Here's what we now know. This field that underlies all existence. There are properties of this field. There You mentioned some of them. The field is entangled. And what that means is that all of the physical particles, while they may be separated in space, they are connected energetically. The field is holographic. We'll talk about that in a moment. The field is fractal. We'll talk about that in a moment. But here's where the science really took a huge leap, because what we know is the average human body is made of about 50 trillion or so cells, whatever average body is. 50 trillion cells. You can't even wrap your mind around 50 trillion. I mean, what's a trillion even look like? Each one of those cells has over 100 trillion atoms inside the cell. And this is where it gets really interesting, Adam, because every one of those atoms is constantly emerging from this field and collapsing back into the field as information, as light.
Like,
So when we talk about the field, I'll go to a scientific conference and there are well-known scientists, and they still do this. They'll stand on the podium and their hand will say, oh yeah, there's a field out there that connects everything. Look at what it's out there. What they're missing is that we are the field. We are literally disturbances in this otherwise homogeneous field. And my disturbance is called the Gregg Show. And my divinity, my consciousness, is holding in place the template within which those atoms, when they emerge from the field, they will fill in the space of this template that is formed through my consciousness. It's the way I think of myself, the way I perceive myself, the story I tell myself about myself and believe. This is the beauty of why healing and spontaneous healing is possible, because we are constantly changing. Those atoms right now are constantly emerging and collapsing into the field as a dance. Our brain averages it out to look like we're solid beings, but we are dynamic, energetic systems. If you want to change in your body, when you change the blueprint, the template that those atoms are falling into, that they're filling, that's how you bring about that change. Well, this is where these principles come together. The principle of entanglement says that my atoms and your atoms aren't really so separate, that we are actually connected on levels that we're only beginning to understand energetically. Hologram, and a true hologram, every piece of the hologram reflects all of the other elements of the hologram. Just a really quick story. Back in the 1980s, when the New Age community was first emerging, you go into these New Age bookstores and they'd have these beautiful shiny bookmarks, foil bookmarks, and they would have three-dimensional images on them. There was one that was like a dolphin jumping over the Great Pyramid, and one was a rose that was in bloom, one was Mother Mary's face. And because they were holographic, they looked like they were floating above your hand, when you'd hold it in the light. Well, here's the deal. With a true hologram, you could take one of those and a pair of scissors and cut it into 1,000,000 pieces and take the smallest piece and put it under a magnifier, and you would see the whole picture in every one of those, because it is holographic. We are holographic to some degree. We reflect all of and what we become in our lives is reflected in the world around us. That is why we hold such potential. Fractal patterns are similar patterns that repeat on different scales. So typically when you think of an atom, you think of a nucleus and things moving around that nucleus. When you think of a solar system, you think of a sun and planets moving around the sun. When you think of a galaxy, you think of the center of the galaxy and solar systems moving around. It's exactly the same pattern on different scales. So we say that an atom is a fractal pattern of the solar system. We are fractal patterns of our humanness. When you put these together, I know this is really fast. When you put these together, what it says is we're very powerful beings.
yeah.
And it says that the choices that we make in our lives are not limited to the boundary of our flesh and blood and where the air touches our skin. Your choice doesn't end there. The good news is that when we choose a healthy way of responding to the chaos in the world, and we live that choice in our lives, our choice becomes the energetic bridge that makes it easier for another person on the other side of the planet or in the room next to us or sitting in the same seat with us. It makes it easier for them to make that choice because we are holographic, because we are fractal, and because we are entangled, we are connected. And what it says to us, I think, Adam, is the bottom line is that we must become in our lives the things that we choose to experience in the world. We want a better world. It's not so much about going out there and doing it. You can, but when we become the peace, the love, the cooperation, the forgiveness in our own lives, then we can expect to see that reflected. And when a society begins to do that, it's interesting because then the technology they choose reflects those principles. The policies that they enact, the laws that they create, the society that they build will reflect those values and those principles because we have become those values and those principles. That's a very different idea than living in a disconnected world of separation and trying to engineer a society of oneness and wholeness from that place of separation and fear and hate. So when our divinity is what gives us the power to transcend the fear and to transcend the hate. When we embrace our own humanness and our human divinity, we can become in our lives the things that we choose to experience in the world. And that's when the world changes in front of our eyes. And we're seeing that happen. We're seeing that happen now. And I think we'll see a cascade effect. We see a relatively few number of people in pockets that have done this, and more people now are waking up, literally waking up and saying, wow, I didn't know these things were possible. And I think that is what this little window of time is all about. You began by honoring humanity's team. And I want to just take an opportunity before we close here to do the same thing. Humanity's team is the product of a vision. Began with Steve Farrell and a vision of a way of thinking and a way of living. It would be a lot easier not to do what he has done because of the work and the risk that is involved, and he's chosen to do it. Now, humanity's team has become a hub of community for a way of thinking and a way of living and a form of consciousness that underlies and forms the foundation for everything we're talking about. I just want to say thank you, humanity's team, for the opportunity to contribute and work together in the ways that we have. And Adam, I'm realizing I did a lot of talking today. I want to thank you just for some insightful questions that led us into this conversation. And do you feel like we covered what you wanted to cover today?
Well, we sure did. Thank you for a lot of talking. We all appreciate it immensely. And I know we could jam and riff a lot on this latter piece and more, but you're right. Our time is short here, but it's been sweet. And most importantly, I do want to invite everybody that wants to just drop a little deeper into what Gregg has been sharing. He has a few wonderful programs on Humanity Stream, so it'll go much further and much more in depth and explore a lot of these topics more. So feel free to check that out. And I want to thank everybody for joining us, for being here with us in this little extraordinary journey that we've been on for the last 45 minutes or so to receive this great invitation to walk the beauty way, to embrace our interconnectedness, however you may take that journey, scientifically, energetically, spiritually, whatever it may be. We're all here together, and it's a great honor to be sharing this amazing planet with all of you. So thank you, and bless you all, and be well, Gregg.
Thank you so much. I look forward to our next. Thank you all for sharing part of your day with us today. We appreciate it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's discussion. Today's panel, Frequency of Afterlife Consciousness. I am your host, Melissa Minnich, founder of the Sacred Soul Alchemy Mystery School. And I am so excited for today's conversation as someone who is a channel and a medium and had 2 near-death experiences. We teach sound and frequency in our mystery school. And today we're going to be diving into those things, how we speak to the afterlife, near-death experiences, and how sound and frequency allow us to connect to this. So I'm going to introduce you now to our incredible experts and leaders that are here with us today. Karen Newell is an innovator in the emerging field of brainwave entertainment audio meditation. Karen empowers others in their journeys of self-discovery using sacred acoustics recordings and other techniques. She teaches how to enter and engage with your inner world to connect to guidance, achieve inspiration, improve wellness, and develop intuition. And she's the one that supported Dr. Eben Alexander in his journey after his near-death experience. So Dr. Eben Alexander, author of Living of Mindful Universe, Proof of Heaven, and the Map of Heaven, was exposed to brainwave entertainment technology as a means to revisit the realms he encountered during his near-death experience in 2008. Dr. Eben Alexander practiced as an academic neurosurgeon for more than 25 years, including 15 years at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, the Children's Hospital, and Harvard Medical School in Boston. Jeralyn Glass is an internationally acclaimed singer, musician, and leader in the field of sound healing who has been sharing the gift of music and medicine with the world for decades. She began her career on Broadway and has sung in operas, concert stages around the globe. She has been using sound as a way to connect with her son that passed, Dylan. So excited to hear about that. Emily is a gifted medium and channel that had a near-death experience in 2015 that opened her to another consciousness. Emily is dedicated to guiding others towards spiritual growth and personal transformation. Her near-death experience in 2015 forged a deep connection with the spirit realm, enabling her to offer meaningful insights and guidance. And Lynne Stukart is a luminary in the realm of sound and spirit, enchanting audiences as an award-winning musician, sound healing therapist, and breathwork and meditation guide who loves to help people tap into their unlimited possibilities. Welcome, everyone.
Great to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I want to start with, I would love just from each of you, just a brief account of your experiences with multidimensional reality, whether it was through an NDE, your mediumship channeling, or messages that you've received from from those who have passed. How did these experiences really influence your understanding of consciousness and the afterlife? So let's start with, I'm just going to go Dr. Eben because.
Okay. Certainly. Okay. Well, to start out, I'd spent 54 years of my life honing a kind of materialist scientific worldview. That's what most of us were trained in the science of the 20th and early 21st century, thinking that the physical world is all that exists, brain creates consciousness. And that's why going deep into coma for a week due to a severe case of meningitis that infected my entire brain in 2008 was an incredible gift. It was an illness I shouldn't have even survived from, but I had a profound spiritual journey. And as you often find in near-death experiences, miraculous healing is all over the place, but it's because of the spiritual nature of the connection of the NDE. And of course, all that tells us is each and every one of us, as a sentient being, as a spiritual being in a spiritual universe, we all have this power. So you don't have to have an NDE at all. And I've kind of expanded on that arm of it through meditation. And that's where my work with Karen Newell, has been just a tremendous gift to me, certainly. But using sacred acoustics, binaural beat brainwave entrainment, I meditate an hour or two a day. I've used that to return to my NDE. But the whole experience, the NDE, and now the 15 years of work with binaural beat brainwave entrainment, studying consciousness, my own consciousness, has led to a tremendous set of revelations. And basically, the whole scientific world is going through a paradigm shift right now, which will end up putting consciousness, a unified consciousness that we share, as something right at the core of the ongoing creation of our reality.
Yeah, so beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on to Karen.
So I think you asked about what is the nature of our own personal multidimensional experiences. So mine came through actual just trial and error, trying different techniques, finding the combination of techniques that worked best for me. And the reason I was driven to do this is I had read all about these amazing experiences that people can have, whether it has to do with telepathy, out of body experiences, precognition, remote viewing. I had been taught through books that everyone potentially could learn how to do these things. And so that's what I set out to do, taking many courses in many different traditions. And it was actually sound was one of the keys. The heart, attention to the heart, and especially sound helped me to get through that barrier when I first was trying to learn to meditate. It just seemed impossible, as many of us Western minds can attest to. It's not so simple to sit down and expect your mind to just empty and suddenly you find this peace. Usually you run into some other things, and that's where the heart comes in. You start running into, emotions you haven't properly processed, fears that you might have that you didn't even know about. And so sound helps us to really, it does so many things, but on the level that I'm talking about, it helps us to find that vibration that really resonates with each of us the most. It's going to be different for each of us. So it's not just one size fits all. It takes that trial and error. And fortunately, Eben found the same tool of sound to help him. When he says return to his NDE, I would say he returns to the vibration of his NDE, that feeling of when he was there. And that then allows him to access more of that multidimensional reality. And he's correct. And I'm sure the other panelists would agree. We all can do this through finding our own kind of way to, get behind that thinking mind, find that sense of who we truly are, that vibrational sense. And that's where we can start to interact with those multi-dimensions.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much. Awesome. Jeralyn, let's move on to you.
Thank you, Melissa. And thank you both for sharing. Agreed. I've been a musician all my professional life, so sound and music I know very well in every cell of me. But it wasn't until my son died, he was 19 years old 9 years ago, that there began this wondrous communication with vibration. And on the night that he died, I live in Southern California. I walked down to the ocean to try to find some kind of solace. And I saw this huge shooting star that seemed to begin over my parents' house and cross the LA basin and land in the mountains behind LA. And I could hear a sound like a whoosh. And then I heard my son's voice, and he was big. He was 6'3" and 230 pounds. He was an athlete. And I could hear him, Mom, it's like we always talked about. I'm home. I'm with God. And it was just, poof. As you can imagine, you're deep in grief and in bewilderment and shock. And there was this sound. And that began this communication that has continued through these last 9 years. And so many miracles of energy, of sound. Even like you said, there is just this look suddenly into the invisible. Karen, as you said, sound like holding a space for stillness. And suddenly you hear vibration. I ended up working with the crystal singing bowls and playing those bowls. It's like the second you hear that sound, your mind drops into a place of stillness, and suddenly you're in your body, you're in your soul, you're in your spirit, you're connected to the beyond. And I would find over these years that when I would drop deep into grief, I couldn't find my son. My energy was very low. My vibrational frequency was very low. And just working with the idea that each of us has our own unique vibrational frequency. We each have our own unique timbre to our voices, our own signature that really can connect us if we land in that and land in the authenticity of who we are and allow our vibrational frequency to become more and more elevated. There's a bridge there. And my son has taught me that. And it's a wondrous gift. And I'm so thrilled to be able to share it and to be in the company of all of you to share this potential that all of us have to reach into the invisible, to have experiences of higher consciousness through sound and through vibration.
Yes, thank you so much. Emily, we'll go to you next.
Thank you for having me. I have always been connected to the spiritual realm. As a young child, I could always see and hear spirits. They were always around me. I was that one that was strange and had those invisible friends. However, I'm an empath, and being an empath, I would always pick up on everybody else's feelings and emotions. And by doing that, I became an overachiever, and I started to live for everyone else. And I pushed aside my spiritual side. I didn't find room in it in this lifetime because everyone around me was not necessarily spiritual. And I worked myself up to basically a complete burnout. I was exhausted. I had nothing to give. I had, at the time, it was 2015, I had two successful businesses, and I had a near-death experience. And in that near-death experience, I experienced wholeness. I experienced unconditional love for myself. In that moment, I felt my love for my loved ones, but I wasn't attached to them like we are down here. So being an empath, being somebody that's always connected to everyone around me, I was all of a sudden I was detached and I was whole. It was an experience that completely shifted the entire trajectory of my life. Going from living up to everyone else's expectations to coming out and knowing there's a purpose, knowing how to navigate my own emotions, my own feelings, and other people's, and not take other people's on as my own. And so in my experience with working with the multidimensional realms is all about unconditional love. It's about just this knowing of wisdom. I literally came out before my NDE. I know I had the NDE for an awakening because I was in such a dark place and I was so off course that when I came out, within a few months, I had closed my businesses. I left a relationship. Everything that I was living for that was not aligned with who I was completely shifted so I could go into my true life purpose, my alignment in this lifetime.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much. And Lynne.
Well, my discoveries in sound have been with me since I was 9. I started playing musical instruments when I was 9 and eventually became classically trained. I have my master's in music performance and history. And it was like Jeralyn, I had an event where I lost a family member. My dad died in 2016. And it was such a huge part of my life, of him being my supporter. And we have a really small family. And what I found is that I was trying to figure out who I was without my dad. And so I started this journey. And at that point, I was just super burnt out with the classical world. I was also working a part-time job in corporate America, trying to make ends meet, just really had reached this profound level of burnout. And then 2 events in my life started to catapult this forward. And that was, I had a terrible hand injury. And as you can imagine, as a flutist, this was, really shook me to my core. And then about a year later, I was diagnosed with a rare autoimmune condition. And now in hindsight, I realize, as some of you have said, I was just so terribly out of alignment with who I was, what my soul purpose was. And so a friend said to me, well, what about sound healing? And I, here I am, I've been around music my whole life and I've studied it my whole life. And I thought, I'll give that a try, and not realizing the gift it would be when I opened the doors to sound healing and the work of vibration and frequency, that it would be like more and more doors would open for me. And now I realize I'm a channel for some ancestors. I'm able to connect with family members that have been, passed on to the other side. And so it closes that gap of here and now, that I don't feel like my dad is gone. He's just in a different form. And it's such a relief to know that he's still here and that I can connect into that pretty frequently. So it really has been an incredible gift. So thank you.
So we are all in agreement here. I think that this multidimensional consciousness, this afterlife consciousness, this unified consciousness is a frequency. It is something that we can all find a way, no matter who you are, where you've been, that we can all tap into. I know that when I had a profound experience on my 40th birthday in 2017, and I had a visceral shift in my life, I could feel the vibrational shift of the world around me. I was in Tanalat in Bali, and I was sitting in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and I felt the vibrations, and everything shifted and moved, and I knew nothing would ever be the same. And before that, I had already had both of my NDEs, and I was getting messages and these things, but I came to it screaming and yelling. I was like, I'm not a medium. I'm not a channel. I don't want any of this stuff. Like I was very much science based. And even at that point, although I had been teaching for years, I wasn't ready to say that I could get these messages, because I didn't want to be seen as that person. But then once I started to really realize that this is a frequency, this is just when we become lighter, when we have the sound, when we have the frequency, we have this ability that allows us to be that channel. So I want to just put this out to anyone and let you guys answer. We'll kind of take this as a conversation. So how has sound and frequency really played a role in your connection to the spiritual realms, and and also to the healing that has come to you through these experiences? And I think we're just going to play off of each other for a little bit here. It could be a great conversation.
I think it was said before that there really is no one size fits all. So we can't give a prescription that says, okay, listen to the key of C, tune to 528 hertz, and you're going to have your opening. I think it's a real personal path. The word wholeness was brought up too. It's how do we land in that space of grounded wholeness, that we're open and available to touch something beyond our thinking mind. And I found that there's different sounds with the crystal bowls. I wouldn't say that it's any one particular thing. Like the first time that I started playing with, it was a selenite bowl. So the alchemy of selenite is about grounded white light. And that's what I was looking for to connect me to my son. And if I tell you it was a G sharp note that technically works with the zeal point chakra, the connection to God, and that it was tuned to 528 hertz, that kind of opened everything up. But since then, it doesn't really matter what bowl and what alchemy and what sounds I use. It has to also do with me being present, me being open to connecting there, and just this eternal energy that I've discovered that is present. As was also said, we just change form, but we truly are made of energy, and that energy is sound, vibration, and light, and it's different for every human being. And it's really the playfulness and the discovery and the creativity that we go through this process of opening to what is a higher elevated version of ourselves, I think.
Well, I'll just add that for me, the particular quality of sound that helped, and again, I'm down with not one size fits all, but I think hearing all of our different examples should encourage people to do their own search of trial and error. But for me, it was sounds like gongs or tuning forks, brass bowls and crystal bowls, and anything that sort of had that wah, wah sort of monotonous sound. And I remember taking a course in healing touch for animals, and they taught us how to use tuning forks. But for animals, they insisted that only two particular tuning forks, because they were so sensitive, only these two particular tuning forks were to be used. And so it happened to be aligned with the throat and the heart chakra of what a human would use. And so we started playing with these tuning forks with horses, and just saw amazing results in the horses, but also in ourselves. And so I found when I would play one tuning fork on one side of the ear and a different tuning fork on the other, you bang them on something and place them there, it would create the same kind of sound as a gong or a crystal bowl. And this is what led me to binaural beats. I eventually learned that crystal bowls are emanating binaural beats, albeit with lots and lots of beautiful overtones. But those sound vibrations that are bouncing against the wall are creating a binaural beat. Now, binaural beats can be created using digital frequencies, and it's not necessarily music. And so we at Sacred Acoustics, where I eventually made these available to the public, we create all of the carrier frequencies using harmonic principles. And our heart frequencies contain 528, but then every other frequency that is harmonic with 528. So we create our own overtones in that way, but we're able to control them in such a way that it actually helps to entrain the brain. In the introduction, you use the word entertainment. It's actually entrainment. So this means that when you're listening to this type of music, it will actually entrain your brain waves to whatever is being played to you. So we like to play, right around 4 hertz between delta and theta, between asleep and awake. That's that hypnagogic space. And so this is the type of sound that really helped me to make my breakthroughs, where allowing me to get into this hypnagogic state and then explore within that expanded awareness. So the sound wasn't doing it to me, but the sound was supporting a state so that I could then use my own intention, attention, and very focused kind of personal goals to kind of make things happen in that world. And it's very important to bring an energy that is hopefully filled with gratitude and love. You mentioned love earlier, very important, even in meditation, just like in NDEs, to enter into these states. I learned to generate a feeling of gratitude, and that helped to sort of attract the kind of energy I was seeking. You mentioned, Jeralyn, about when you're in that deep state of grief. We have many grieving people who come and ask, how can I connect to my loved one? And we help in different ways. But when you're in that state of grief or any kind of deep emotion that's taking you over, very challenging to get into these expanded states. So that's why often it's just clearing that kind of stuff is very often someone's first goal, so that they can then attach to that greater energy that doesn't align so much with anxiety and fear, but definitely aligns very nicely with love, gratitude, and positive types of emotions.
Yeah.
I would love to share. I am a chanter. And so I have chanted for years to put me into a trance state. And I found it super fascinating. When I would start chanting, I would be out of tone. And I would continue to pursue it, even though it sounded awful. But the more I did it, the more that my vibration got into alignment. And then my chanting was actually in alignment and sounded beautiful. And I've done this over the years. And as I've done it, actually Source gave me my own specific chant, my own source tone that I often will go into 30 minutes before I ever do any sort of reading for any of my clients. So I'm completely in alignment, and I've transported myself into the spiritual realm so I can give only what's wholly relevant and true for my clients.
I'd also like to add how so much of our lives are stuck in this fight or flight, this hustle culture of go, 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 go. And for me, even though I do connect sometimes when I'm stuck in that ruminating mind, I would say the vast majority of my connections, my channeling is happening when I'm in these theta states where you're, in this deep relaxation and you're getting out of the monkey mind, right? The limbic mind, and stepping away from that, because as the mind is over chattering and going, it's really hard to make those connections, I feel. A couple weeks ago, I was in the kitchen and I was thinking about something, and my dad and I were very close, and all of a sudden the lights in the kitchen started flashing, and flash, 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 and I stopped, and it was almost as if he was communicating with me to slow down and to get out of my mind. And then I said, Dad, if that's you, can you flick them some more times? And boom, 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 they would go off. And so my dad was a jokester, so it's totally him. And so I think it's, once again, can we get into these brainwave states that allow us to relax and to digest and to go into that parasympathetic state, so we can make those kind of connections to not only ourselves, but in the cosmic world, and also in the spiritual realm as well.
Yeah, and I would love to add and talk about a little bit the two things that Karen was speaking about when she was talking about the tuning forks. One was tuned to the heart, and one was tuned to the throat. And I think that that's really, we know so much, like the heart is a portal and is a connection to the field. And then the throat is the place of manifestation, right? And so it's these two things where when you have that frequency and that vibration, and it allows you to be up in that space, you're really able to connect into into these other frequencies and allow for, some deeper healing. Dr. Eben, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Well, certainly sound was absolutely at the core of my near-death experience. And in fact, my memory of it all is that sound, or what we would call sound, what we hear as music and remember as tones and that kind of thing, was how I was able to navigate that spiritual realm. I could remember musical notes that would enable these light portals to connect me from level to level. So it was very important in the journey, and certainly has been incredibly important in the 15 years since then, especially the 13 years spent meditating with sacred acoustics. And what's going on there, of course, as Karen was talking about a little while ago, is this a very simple phenomenon. It was described in the 1800s, but by putting a pure tone in one ear and then a pure tone in the other ear that is within 25 hertz, enables the brainstem to oscillate in a very powerful way. And so, just like hypnosis is generally using a visual target, that an eye movements, oscillations, things like that. That's all influencing the midbrain, but we're going even lower with the tones of sacred acoustics. But the interesting thing is beyond that point, where you realize that the tones can actually allow you to separate your conscious awareness from the kind of monkey mind of living in these bodies and being in this reality to a much higher state. That's where I think this discussion of frequency becomes especially entertaining and enlightening. And it's not, as a scientist, I think of frequency as something vibrating in time, an oscillation in time. But ultimately, in these kind of spiritual journeys, you're talking about vibrations and resonance and information overlap that is not in any kind of material sense at all. But you can sense it. You can feel that vibration. That's why we can connect with souls of departed loved ones and things like that so effortlessly. That's how come mediums can do this, connect with a proper loved one, even if they're only given a first name. It's because of the power of this resonance of information at this much deeper level of reality. And I think that's what's so fascinating, is we can take this discussion of frequency and how it enables us to liberate conscious awareness from the shackles of the here and now and sense of self. But also, as you enter that spiritual realm, vibration, frequency, information overlap, resonance, these concepts are very powerful indicators of how we're able to follow the information, how we're to connect with souls of loved ones, like when we pass from this world, things like that. It's effortless because of this kind of information overlap and resonance of information.
Yeah, and we know that when we talk about quantum field or the unified field, the divine matrix, any of those, whatever, the God field, whatever you want to call it, that frequency is the frequency of pure love. It's unconditional love. And when you study the ancient mysteries and the ancient wisdom, it says that sound was the first thing. Sound right? The word created, sound created, and everything came from that. And so from the very source of who we are, it is what is creating everything that we are. And so we find those ways to tap into those different frequencies. Not only can we tap into the spiritual consciousness and the afterlife, but it is also a profound way to heal, both through, I know that, we can use mediumship and channeling to heal. We can use sound to heal. And so I'd love to dive into the healing properties of this. Where's the world going, and how I believe that sound is the medicine of the future. I believe it is frequency and sound are the medicines of the future. And I think that this is what's really coming to the forefront right now. And I just got chills. Yeah, thank you. I'd really love to have a conversation of where's this going and how can we support people as we're moving into the new earth and this new consciousness?
I'd like to add to that. I think we know we have epidemic levels of chronic disease. And of course, as Dr. Bruce Lipton speaks a lot about, is that most of the chronic disease is being caused from chronic stress out of 90% of the time. And when I look at my own issues with autoimmunity, and, a regular doctor would say, okay, take these medications, even when I first was diagnosed, I remember saying, well, does food play a role? And they would say, no, just eat whatever. And now I found that that food, everything you ingest, including the products around you and the environment, are playing a huge role in how your body, functions properly. And so for me, sound is this wonderful natural medicine that's been around since ancient Egypt and ancient China. And the ancients knew of its properties, these sound chambers where people would go to relax and heal these conditions. And so for me, sound has taken my autoimmunity and it's completely reversed 99% of it, and including food, including meditation. And so I think, we're seeing now in science how many things we're able to measure with binaural beats and sound healing and meditation and the work of Dr. Joe Dispenza. And it's truly fascinating, and it's also an exciting time to live. And I do feel that as more and more people hit these walls of not getting the answers that they want from allopathic medicine, even though that does have its place, I think people will continue to look for how else can I heal. And from the time inception, the first sense we develop is our sense of sound, being able to hear. And as we are passing on to the next realm at death, that's the last sense that goes as well. So I do feel that it's a wonderful time to be exploring this, and there's more and more people now doing this work, which is really beneficial for.
Awesome. I thought that was great. I wanted to take off on that and point out I'll start here. The Western medical system is very concerned about helping our physical bodies, right? It starts with the physical body. And it's only been in recent years that we've finally started to hear in the media and other professionals talk about how important mental health is. No longer is it a stigma. We're able to talk about that. We see how mental health issues can sometimes be related to physical health issues. And I would go a step beyond that. Eben and I often talk about spiritual health. And what is spiritual health? Well, for us, it's not about belonging to a religion at all. You can be or not, it doesn't matter. But spiritual health is a feeling of feeling connected to something greater than yourself. The idea that you're not alone, whether it's a greater community and eventually, that sense of source that we've been talking about. But it can step up. It doesn't have to be all at once. And a second quality of spiritual health is feeling a sense of meaning in your life, that it matters. The reductive materialist scientific model actually tells us that our emotions and everything else that can't be seen is actually an illusion. But we know these things are very real. They affect us. And so having that sense of meaning and then that overriding sense of purpose. Why am I here? What am I doing? What does it all mean? These are questions children start asking that many of us don't have answers for. But when we find that sense of meaning, purpose, and connection, this is attention to our spiritual health. And sound is that universal language, right? That we all kind of respond to. We don't need to know the words that we're hearing. We feel that vibration. And so bringing that sense of spiritual health to this conversation of vibration really empowers us as individuals, because we can adjust our vibration. We can't necessarily shift our autoimmune disorder, right? Or make that cancer go away, but we can shift our vibration. And this happened to Anita Morjani, who had a very famous near-death experience. She was pretty much on her last hours, minutes in the hospital with lymphoma spread throughout her entire body. She touched that unconditional love on the other side, realized she had been running her life with a fear emotion, switched it to that love emotion, came back to this world, and her physical body responded to that vibration by getting rid of all the tumors. Amazing, all of the doctors. This is a very well-documented medical case. And Eben's case is another one. I don't like to use that example because he's sitting right here, but there's many cases when people touch that spiritual energy and truly embody it into their vibration. They come back to this world and they're healed. And so the question is, how can we do that without having that near-death experience? And this is where I think, as you pointed out, the future is going. If we can figure this out and let everyone have this kind of pure sense of spirituality, know themselves in that way, the rest will just take care of itself. I think we've all seen those examples in our own lives. And so bringing that to other people could really help so many.
I would simply add that I think a lot of the healing involved here in many ways can be facilitated by shifting our sense of our identity. And an example of that is to remind people that in his book, The Untethered Soul, Michael Singer calls that voice in your head your annoying roommate. And that's a great reminder. That is not your consciousness. And in fact, that little ego mind is not even really who you are as kind of a higher soul and a connected soul. It goes way beyond that. And so, for instance, when I use meditation, when I use sacred acoustics, I let my little ego mind ask a question, state an intention, what have you. But then I just ride the tones, and I literally, it's a powerful experience that elevates me completely out of the sense of self here and now into a much kind of higher soul form. And when you remember, especially how important that ego mind is in supporting things like addictions, toxicities that the ego has places unreasonable demands on us and things like that. And 12-step programs are very good at teaching people how to turn it over to a higher power, to not demand that they have to be in charge of making all these things happen, but by letting go, and releasing and allowing for the powers of the universe to bring, the world of our dreams into fruition. I think it can be very powerful. And especially in a world that has so much anxiety, so much angst, lots of toxicity, addiction, not just to substances and alcohol, but addiction to sex, addiction to love, addiction to work, addiction to exercise. But these things can be greatly balanced when we learn to kind of understand ourselves as that higher soul that has far greater kind of power and connection than the little ego mind and its kind of logical faculties. And this is where I have found the vibrations of sacred acoustics as an example to be an incredibly powerful catalyst to help me identify much more with that unified kind of higher soul and sense of primordial mind that really connects us all. And it's a benefit having had an NDE with that extreme exposure to the ultimate power of love, that there's no force in the universe that counters that power of love. And the more we can kind of focus on that and harbor it in our frequencies as we do these kind of exercises of exploring consciousness, the more we can bring that love back to this world. And that love really is invincible. It is a very powerful force, and especially in the current era with warfare and the political polarization, it is high time that we all help bring this in, and every human being can contribute to the sense of oneness, the binding force of love, how we're all in this together, here to help each other, the least, the last, and the lost. And a tremendous amount of it can depend on our notions of frequency, vibration, and resonance.
Oh, so beautifully said. As a young singer, I had a quote that I loved that said, "Music is love in search of a word." And I recognized when I lost my son that there was no pill. The pill that I wanted was the pill that could bring him back, and that didn't exist. And so I recognized that if I didn't find the capability to land in my grief and feel it, I couldn't heal it. And, I was working with a talk therapist, and it was okay. But what I began to recognize is when I integrated sound in my practice of meditation and working with the grief, the sound held a sacred space. And in that sacred space, I could breathe and feel. Sometimes I would play the crystal singing bowls, and the sound would be very shrill, like nails on a chalkboard, which I later came to understand it was only reflecting my grief. And the quartz being an amplifier, transmitter, and a receiver, it was reflecting and helping me to express my grief. And what I recognized also is that when I would work with cancer patients or hospice patients, veterans, children, that what remained always at the end of the sessions is just what you said, Eben. It was love. Like there was such a palpable love present from sound and from this connection and this collaboration that was really changing everything. And I think there's one hospice doctor, Dr. Glenn Komatsu, who's very, very well loved here in Southern California and wherever he is known. But he said that there may not be a cure for everything, but everybody can heal. And I think this is an important thing to understand, that we all have our particular destinies. We all have our particular soul contracts. I understand now that my son and I had a soul contract, and he was going to go before me. But it's such that we can explore, we can expand, we can touch the invisible, but perhaps it is our time to go. And those of you who have described the near-death experiences, and I've had the pleasure and honor of working with Anita Morjani and playing the bowls while she leads meditations. And, she has said to me, those were the sounds that I heard. Those are heavenly sounds. There's been cancer patients that have said, I've been a traditional meditator all my life, but I've meditated in silence. And one woman who had stage 4 cancer said to me, I know now that I am no longer afraid of death because I've heard the sounds of heaven. So, Melissa, as we talk about what is this medicine of now, and what is it that can bring us together when there is so much dissension and so much chaos in our world right now, it's sound and it's vibration. And it's that frequency of love that goes beyond everything else. That is this universal solvent. You all talked about the binaural beats. Melissa, are you okay if I give a short example? Okay. So, and I know what you're all talking about are binaural beats, traditional binaural beats in a laboratory, but take a listen here. So this shimmering sound, understanding that if we were in the laboratory, the sounds would be isolated. But when playing live like that, I find that this sound, which we call beat frequency, can be incredibly effective for people in bringing them to a real state of quickening and focus. And then what I added to that was the musical interval of the perfect fifth. And there's so much history and research about that. But to have this beat frequency plus the perfect fifth on top of it, I find creates a very sacred structure for people to go in and breathe and feel, come deeper within themselves, feel a sense of wholeness, and then connect to the beyond.
It's beautiful.
Nice. Very nice.
That was beautiful.
It's just the shimmering sound for me is it's so elegant. It's something that activates us on the very cellular level. And it creates a structure so that it's not random. There's a musical structure to what we do, at least what I'm doing here with Crystal Cadence and the Sacred Science of Sound, that I find brings an integrity so that people feel safe, and then suddenly they are going exactly where they need
And
to
just
go.
a disclaimer, I think depending on who's listening and what kind of speakers your device or laptop might have, you're probably not hearing the true, like you're hearing it right there sitting in front of them, Jeralyn. So yeah.
Right. And that's another conversation. Like, do you listen through headphones? Mm-hmm. Do you listen through speakers? And because what I've learned, certainly as a musician, is that we don't just hear, we hear with every cell of us.
I would just add there, the main thing when you're listening to binaural beats, if you choose to listen with speakers, you want to make sure you're getting a left-right difference in your speaker system, because modern systems, they combine everything into one speaker, which is quite convenient, but you're not then getting the full power of what those binaural beats can potentially do for you, because you need to have this two separate things in each of your ear. Now, Sacred Acoustics, we add monaural beats to ours so that if you don't listen with headphones, you are still getting some benefit. But it's much more powerful with the headphones, or ensuring that your system is a full, true stereo, left-right differential.
That also makes a difference.
I would love to add one thing, because I have a different perspective of being clairvoyant. I can see in the spiritual realm what's going on. And a lot of times spirit will show me when I'm working with sound frequency, how we are all energy. We're just pure energy. We're light. And they show me this, our different, the different dimensions that we are, the different bodies that we are, not just this physical body. But when there's trauma in our body, it impacts not just our physical body, our mental body, it impacts our energetic body. And there's different little areas in our body, in our energetic body, that are tight. They're holding on to that trauma. And when I work with sound, I go in with the intention to release whatever that trauma is. I don't necessarily need to know. And the sound will go in and penetrate that energetic body first. And it will melt away that taut energy and allow that to loosen. And as it loosens, spirit will show me how it works all the way into the actual physical body. It's really fascinating to see how sound actually alchemizes our energy.
Wow, that's very cool that you can see it like that. And I think all of us would love to see it like that. But, we're not all going to see it. And but knowing that that's going on just gives me so much validation.
You can certainly feel the effect.
Absolutely. And that's why I wanted to share that, because it's like, it's validation that it's actually working in our bodies.
The spiritual part of our body.
There's been scientific studies that have shown that cancer shows up in your energy field before it shows up in your body. Like, we know this. We know that everything starts in your energy field, and then the physical experience of it. When you finally have something that has a physical dis-ease, it is because it has been in your energy field for so long that it's basically the 2x4 saying, hey, wake up, I'm here. Like, pay attention to me. I've been stuck in your energy field for a really long time. So, it just shows the power of that. And underneath both, sound and these beautiful, whether it's binaural beats or on recording or listening to the crystal bowls or tuning forks, underneath all of that is the frequency, right? And like everything, Lynne was even talking about food. Food has a frequency. Vitamins have a frequency. Like, I take all my vitamins now by frequency instead of by mouth. Like, I have a device that now frequencies my stuff to me, so there's literally the way that we're working, and it's like everything comes from this pure energy. And then these set different frequencies can heal our energy field, which then heals our physical body. Such a beautiful process. Awesome.
What I had mentioned about going to therapy and trying to speak through grief, what I really found was what we're all talking about is that place of the ineffable. And that's where music, sound, frequency, vibration can take us, where our words, no matter how we try to speak it, they can't really guide us there.
I would just add to that, we had a pilot study performed using our recordings by a psychiatrist in Manhattan, busy New York City. And this was just before the pandemic. It was actually published in February 2020, right before the pandemic started. But what it showed was listening to a certain set of recordings, and the patient was allowed to do this, on their own. They were empowered to listen at home when it was most convenient for them. And after 2 weeks of listening, using the state trait anxiety inventory, she found people had reduced their anxiety by 26% in just 2 weeks. Now, her control group were the people who were only getting talk therapy, their normal therapy. And they saw a reduction of 7% anxiety during that time. But that's a rather large difference, 19% more. And so it speaks to the combination of the techniques, which I think someone mentioned earlier, that sound helps you so far, but then it's your kind of energy that needs to intermix. And I think that's where the chanting comes in. We often recommend that many of our recordings begin with these Om frequencies. And so we recommend they chant Om, not to be harmonic with the music or in pace with the music, but to activate their own vibrational system. And when you activate your own vibrations and you feel them in your body, then hearing the sound, you can sort of see how they're mixing together like this. And boy, the potential is just amazing, because we've heard many different applications just here in this conversation between us, binaural beats, the voice, the crystal bowls, the frequency of food. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And science is who tells us that we're just vibration. We're just made up of vibration. So that really speaks to that sound was the first and the last thing, as part of our human existence that we experience. And so science does support this. And not all scientists understand how to put it all together, but the scientific concepts, I'm very confident from Eben that the scientific concepts of resonance and all of these things we've been talking about are quite solid. So it's just a matter of catching up and changing how you view the world. Not that we're only physical bodies and everything else is the illusion, but actually consciousness. That's what's real. And consciousness actually affects and creates our unfolding reality. I mean, just the way you were describing disease, it starts in the energy body, then moves to the physical. So the more that we can learn to manage our energy bodies, or our spiritual health is this kind of the same thing, then we start to affect our physical health, or we never have any physical health problems to begin with. Eben and I often talk about if children were conceived in this loving energy, every child on earth was conceived knowing that it was loved, growing up saying, I am loved, and feeling that energy. Not that they're weak. Of course, they're still strong, learning all the skills they need, but bringing that love right from the start into our energy, that's what would change this world. Not always easy to see how that might work out. Not every child is conceived in that way, but it is a beautiful ideal that we often speak of, especially because I'm having grandchildren right now. And so it's
it is a beautiful ideal, and hopefully we'll find a way to do that. And I want to go back to what we were talking about, the voice. And we are talking about these other sound in these ways, but for those of you that are like, well, I don't maybe even have access to any of that yet, using your own voice, your own sound is a powerful way to do that. We get lie detector tests. You can tell through someone's voice whether they're telling the truth or lying. You can detect disease or wellness in a person. As a person's body heals from trauma, their voices change. As someone who had lots of trauma as a child, my voice was very different, and it has changed drastically from healing. And so just the power of being able to hum and use our own vibrations and our own voice and sing mantra or whatever that is such a powerful experience. And so moving on, as we're starting to wrap up today, I'd love to turn the conversation to any messages from the beyond, the channeling, the afterlife, anything like that we want to share with our audiences today. As what, as we're moving into this new consciousness and this new earth, that we can share with everyone.
I could simply start by saying that I think the entire near-death experience community has been the tip of the spear to awakening the modern scientific and kind of general global community to the reality of the spiritual realm. And the more the science gets into studying this, and that begins with quantum physics a century ago, because quantum physics has been screaming at us the whole time that basically we're sharing one mind, that it's all about consciousness. And yet, they couldn't put it all together back in the early 20th century, Einstein and Bohr and those guys. But it's taken a very serious investigation in the modern era, not only of near-death experiences, but of many kind of related experiences, like past life memories in children suggestive of reincarnation, like that work out of University of Virginia. But, as Karen and I discussed in our book, Living the Mindful Universe, this is all a very scientific revolution that is pointing to the reality of one mind. And that one mind is something we all share, all sentient beings throughout the universe share. And we're really kind of sharing the dream of that one mind. And it's by this kind of sense of separation. Karen and I often use the analogy, it's like a diamond with facets. So the one mind is the diamond, but each facet is the sentient being and their kind of contribution. And it's all the different contributions that allow that one mind to grow. But ultimately, as proven through the NDE community, and through so many others who have meditated and this long history of kind of spiritual traditions, love is at the core of it. The binding force of love is ultimately the answer. And it's a complete rebuttal of the modern kind of the false sense of separation that comes from conventional materialist thought, to moving much more towards this binding force of love and the one mind we share. And the ways that we recognize that are really through principles of resonance and information overlap. And that's how any of us can come to sense it in our own lives, in our meditations, in our existence, just kind of living our lives and interacting with others. Every bit of it is a beautiful example for that oneness of mind and the binding force of love to really rise to the surface. And that's what truly brings wholeness and healing, not only to the individual who practices, but to civilization at large.
As an educator, I'd like to add too, I work with I have individual clients and I work with a lot of youth, and most students are trying to find their voice. And what I find working with adults as well is like, who am I? What's my voice? And not being afraid to use that. And so what I love about sound is that we all have a voice. We can all speak and sing, whether somebody might deem it not as good as another, is to the easiest thing you can do for in sound healing in that world is to sing, as somebody said earlier too, is to hum and say om. One, it activates the vagal nerve, which helps bring us into rest and digest, gets us out of the limbic mind. And the other is to go to sound baths and embrace the practice of sound healing, because, and I also like to say too, is that you don't have to be a musician to appreciate this art form and also what it offers. So wanted to throw that in there, is like just sing and maybe explore a new instrument. Being a classically trained musician, I see people all the time learning how to play the Native American flute, because it doesn't require the same kind of years and years and years of training just to make a sound. So I just encourage people to explore and not to be held back by the confines of feeling like you have to be good enough, because we're all able to enjoy and participate in that, like a drum circle too. So.
Any other messages that we want to share with the community around?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would love to share. I'm getting a message that based on what Dr. Eben is talking about is love. It's a love frequency that heals. But what I'm hearing is love comes from within. We have to learn how to love ourselves first. So taking the time to go to sound baths, to schedule, even if it's a few minutes a day, just to listen to different frequencies or chant, whatever it is, to help bring yourself back into alignment is vital right now at this pivotal and this polarizing time that we're living in. The other thing I'm getting here is like, there's a lot of like divisive thoughts out there towards ourselves and towards other people, and people having them towards to us. When you know somebody has a decisive or ill will thought for you, in that moment, you have the ability to alchemize that energy and turn it to love. So Spirit is saying, turn on your binaural beats or whatever it is to help you alchemize that energy and send it back as love to that individual that may be sending ill will thoughts to you. By doing that is going to help not only yourself, but those that are in deep, 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 deep pain.
As above, so below, connecting the body with source, bringing them both in together within our bodies. Thank you all so very much for this incredible panel today. Thank you for your magic, your miracles, your wisdom, and your sounds. Bye, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Welcome. I'm Ariel Patricia, founder of Sacred Stories Publishing, and your moderator for today's panel, Our Common Sentience, Elevating Consciousness Through the Natural World. Today, we have the great pleasure of diving into this important topic with 4 esteemed and beloved spiritual teachers, Anodea Judith, Oscar Miro-Quesada, Ana Maria Vasquez, and Freddy Silva, all authors in the Common Sentience book series. And if you're not familiar with Common Sentience, it is a groundbreaking book series that reveals beyond any doubt that we share an intelligence, a common sentience, with an expanded and loving consciousness. So let me start by introducing our authors. First, we have Anodea Judith. She is the founder and director of the Sacred Centers Academy. She's a globally recognized teacher and author of several best-selling books on chakras, psychology, yoga, social change, women's leadership, and her latest book is Goddess, Blessed Reunions with the Feminine Face of the Divine. Next, we have Oscar Miro-Quesada. He's an internationally acclaimed shamanic teacher and healer, earth-honoring ceremonialist, founder of the Heart of the Healer Shamanic Mystery School, and originator of the Pachacuti Mesa tradition, cross-cultural shamanism. And Oscar is the author, or Don Oscar, is the author of Shamanism, Personal Quests of Communion with Nature and Creation. Ana Maria Vasquez is a multisensory animal and nature intuitive, faculty at the Academy for the Soul, and the author of the best-selling book, Nature, Divine Experiences with Plants, Trees, Stones, and Landscapes. And finally, Freddy Silva is a leading researcher of ancient civilizations, restricted history, sacred sites, and their interaction with consciousness, and he is a leading expert on crop circles. Freddy has published 9 books, produced 15 documentaries, and his latest book is Portals, Energetic Doorways to Mystical Experiences Between Worlds. All of the books mentioned are part of the Common Sentience book series, which currently has 16 books, including these 4, and these spiritual teachings and experiences are the underpinning of our conversation today. So the premise of our panel is that through our common sentience, or our shared intelligence, we are all part of a greater oneness, and we can elevate our consciousness and contribute to elevating the collective consciousness by the awareness that everything is alive, communicating, sentient, and part of a greater whole, including us. So we're going to get started. We're going to start with Anodea Judith. So Anodea, in your book, Goddess, tell us who the goddess is, and how does honoring and communicating with her help one elevate their consciousness and bring greater healing to our world?
Well, as in the subtitle of my book, the goddess is the feminine face of the divine. But that doesn't mean she's Jehovah with lipstick or God in drag. She is a wholly different entity. She is the life force itself, the creative emanation of everything that we find in nature. And acknowledging her brings balance to our world, because there is no balance between masculine and feminine divine in the world right now. If you look at the number of goddess temples versus churches, synagogues, and mosques, it's wholly out of balance. And the goddess has been so plowed down and forgotten that we barely mention her name. So it's very important to bring this alive again, because it connects us to Mother Earth, Pachamama, the world that we live in, the environment that we are destroying, and it brings balance to that attitude that allows that destruction. And it deepens us down into the earth, down into the body, and down into the deepest truth of who we are.
And when we make that connection or we honor the goddess, we receive healing, personal healing, would you say? And how does that impact the greater world around us?
Well, I think when we acknowledge the goddess and all that she stands for, which is a kind of reverence and celebration and joy and love and interconnection with the sacredness of nature, when we honor that, we heal something in ourselves. We heal our own nature. It doesn't say we have to suppress who we are. Men don't have to suppress their feminine. Women can glorify their feminine.
we can return to our own nature, which is also returning to the nature of the world.
Thanks, Anodea. A beautiful opening, a great way to start our conversation. And so now we're going to go to Oscar. And Oscar, in your book, Shamanism, you share by embracing the shamanic experience and fostering a deep, loving relationship with Mother Nature. It is not just healing for the individual, but also for the planet. So explain this relationship and how it helps expand our compassion for ourselves, each other, and all sentient beings.
So, shamanism is a nature venerating life call, a labor of love. It originated with the first human impulse to care for something as much as oneself, or sometimes even more than oneself. And that drive, that yearning to reach out and connect and become an interdependent part, not only of our human family, but of our cosmic reality, is at the foundation of all shamanic practice. We have a saying in Quechua, in Runasimi, the mouth of the people, that is, Ruwaikuna pakarishka, munaimanta, yuyaimanta, yachaimanta, hunyunakung. And that means right action born of compassionate spiritual wisdom unites. So therefore, the shamanic path is one in which every thought, word, and action, every experience, whether internal or external, is an offering, a gift, an expression of gratitude which fuels our generosity and opens to grace. Therefore, walking the shamanic path will always elicit a sense of belongingness, a sense of unity, and a sense of cooperation among the interspecies families of which we are. Therefore, I feel it's a pivotal and vital approach to elevating global human consciousness through reverence for the natural world and ourselves as beings of light and love born of great spirit's dancing ways.
Oscar, in your book, Shamanism, everything you wrote was just so beautifully poetic and deeply touching. But one of the phrases that you shared that sticks with me to this day is "Today for you, tomorrow for me." Can you talk a little bit about that?
Certainly, that's a principle of aini, or sacred reciprocity, of a mutual exchange that is in balance between ourselves, the natural world, our human community, and the unseen dimensions of what our human consciousness is able to connect with. Because shamanism is very visionary in that sense. We have allies and relationships throughout the multiverse, some that are perceivable with our five senses and some which can only be dreamt of. Yet, today for me, tomorrow for you is a principle that we practice in the Andes, the coast, and the Amazon region of Peru, which means if I need help, you're there to support me. And when you need help, I will be there to support you. But it's non-transactional, it's non-obligatory. It's a sense of ethos, an experience of identity, that everything you do will have a repercussion, a consequence within the great web of life. And therefore we must remain always mindful and compassionate in our interpersonal and transpersonal relationships with all of our relatives, all our relations. So today for me, tomorrow for you is a principle of human living that without we shall face disaster, and living it we shall face flourishing and evolutionary beauty.
Today for you, tomorrow for me. Just to clarify.
Correct. Well, it can be either way. We don't want to become too rigid in our establishment of these truths or axioms, or else it becomes dogma, right? So, as you wish.
Good point. Good point. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, on to Anna Maria. Anna Maria, in your book, Nature, you say, "Come outside, the natural world beckons." Please share your understanding of the sentience of the natural world and how communicating with it, we can gain a better understanding of the oneness of all life.
Well, that's exactly it. It's about that oneness. It feels like any one of us here and our books really speak to that. And that's what I love about this series. But this aspect with the trees and the plants and the animals have told me over the years is they're waiting for us as the humans to remember this connection and this inherent wiring that we have. It only seems like magic until we understand the formula and we have that well-worn path into that communion, into that connection. And all of nature, all of the natural realm is really acting as a mirror back to us, reflecting back what's going on. And as we all can see, just take a quick scroll through your phone and you're going to see the state of the planet. And what it's really pointing to is the state of the humans and in our disconnect, because when we remember, it becomes, I am that, right? There is no separation between me and that tree and me and that mountain and me and that lake. And we walk very differently on the earth and through our life when we have that remembrance.
Absolutely. It changed my life, communicating with the animals and with nature. It opened my entire spiritual journey and changed my life.
Because you realize there's more going on than meets the eye, and that these senses that we have, these physical senses, they're so muted down to what's really going on, to the connections that we really have and the ability to transcend what's happening at the 3D level.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. And Freddy, in your book, Portals, you detail, now we're going to the energy currents and the hot spots in the land. And you say that interacting with these portals can expand our consciousness. Please explain what portals are and why an understanding and working with this energy can give us a better understanding of who we are and our connection with the earth and greater cosmos.
I would love to hold up a copy of my book, but I lent it and they refused to give it back. That's how it is these days, no sense of mindfulness. Essentially, a portal is a difference in the way that the laws of physics, as we presently understand them, behaves a little bit different on the landscape. So basically, the foundation of everything that we see and touch is based on electromagnetism, the way that atoms and molecules go around each other. And there are some places on the land where these rules are a little bit different. And when we walk across these hotspots, something happens if you have your antenna extended and you realize that you've stepped into something akin to entering the next radio station along the dial. And the ancients had a wonderful phrase to describe how things happen when you incarnate, which is we go for this concept of spiritual blindness. We kind of forget where we come from, which is paradoxically part of the journey of being here on Earth. We have to sort of go to podcasts and read books and go to lectures to remember why the soul came down here to do what it came here to do. But there are some places on the land which have been known to the most ancient of people on the planet that behave in a certain way that allows you to intersect on your own behalf, to connect with this astral reference library where you can, under the right conditions, download information or go into the other world and for a few minutes or even for 3 days, or in one case in Persia for 7 days, you can leave the body, return, completely cognizant of where you've been, what you've learned, who you've talked to, and then apply that information in your daily life. So back in the day, which could be anywhere between 50,000 years to 6,000 years ago, people were much more connected to the way of things. We understood the subtle ways of nature. We knew that to distract ourselves from our connection to the natural world was sheer lunacy, because we rely on that connection in order to survive and to progress through life. But as we get closer to the 20th century, we got those wonderful distractions called television and cell phones and all kinds of other little things that really don't add much value to your life. And we become so disconnected from all of these sources that we now need to find these hotspots on the land to help us discover that ability that we're given with in the first place. And this is essentially the concept why our predecessors went on a big temple building binge around the world, because people often ask, Why are there so many temples around the world? Why are there so many sacred sites? Millions of standing stones, dolmens, giants' graves. Well, because they were put there as an insurance policy by people who could foresee into the future and say, well, wait a minute, there's going to be a certain time in our evolution where we would lose the plot totally. I mean, we've lost a plot throughout history in small bits, but not to the point where we are right now. We are so distracted from the source of things, and we're all eagerly trying to find that. So these people, on our behalf, put all of these places all around the world which mark these hotspots of energy, where if you step into them for any moment of time, you come back pretty altered. And I watch people that I take on tours with me to Egypt and throughout the world arrive on Monday with all the baggage from the airplane and the baggage that they're carrying on their shoulders. And in 10 days later, I look at them, they're completely different people. And all I did was point them in a certain direction, let them play with these hot spots. And when they leave, they're very different. And I observe them go about their daily lives and receive communications from them a year later. And they found that their lives are completely changed. They're much more anchored, they're much more connected, and they're much more sure of the purpose of their soul. So it's a wonderful insurance policy to understand where your local portal is. And if that's not good enough for you, then if you don't have the money or the inclination to get on the plane and spend thousands of dollars, which is not cheap to travel these days, you can take your consciousness to a certain location, because the physical world isn't the end all and be all of everything. I can be here right now and project my consciousness to a favorite site on Lake Titicaca, and there I am. My soul is there, and I can extract that essence of energy and bring it back into my consciousness. And that's how I basically stand upright every day. In fact, it's something I do very regularly. And believe me, it saves you a lot of money, a lot of anxiety at airports.
So, Freddy, I mean, I've read your book, Portals, of course, and you talk about how your experience with portals changed your life. You know, I mean, literally changed your life. Connect that with the consciousness, the elevated consciousness. Do you see how that can help people? As Anna Maria says, walk more gently in the world, or Oscar says, be in more right relationship, or Anodea said, bring more balance to the world. Do you see the connection, and have you felt the connection through the energy hotspots yourself?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm talking from experience for someone who didn't know what any of this was back in the day. And I entered into my time in industry, and I wanted to be a rock star at one point. I didn't realize that I had a different type of rock in mind. And slowly, as teachers come out and, guide me in the right direction, I'm learning by falling flat on my face and making an idiot of myself. And then you get up. You don't make a habit of falling down. You get better at it as you go. So I speak from a lot of experience, and I still don't know it all. It's not possible to know everything in one lifetime, and that's part of the fun. But I do see how by interacting with these places where the subtle energy field takes you on a different level of reality, you integrate that into your daily practice and you become a better person, or not. It's a choice. But hopefully you become a better person by understanding the nature of who you are and accentuating those parts of your soul that you brought with you into this lifetime to make sure that you spend the every waking hour making the best of your time and not wasting it by sleeping on the couch all day long, drinking beer, which is kind of fun for some people. If that's your bag, that's fantastic. I came here to do something very different. So I find that it becomes a sense of self-empowerment. And I think that speaks for everybody on this panel as well. These are all tools that you can use, whether it's shamanism, animal communication, it doesn't really matter. These are all parts of the same puzzle and the same toolbox that we use to connect with a bigger picture that's greater than ourselves and to which we are intimately connected. Yet we keep forgetting about it. We seem to think that the creative force is out there somewhere, or the divine feminine is out there. No, it's all in here to begin with. There's an inner temple that exists within us, and we tend to forget this. So the interaction is to help you remember who you are and to use those tools to basically further your endeavor to make this moment in your life, in this particular incarnation, the best that it can be.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Oscar, if we take what Freddy said and what everybody said so far as the experience, right? And shamanism is a way of life. It's a practice. It's an ongoing practice, right? And again, you speak about the soul animating experience through shamanism. Another just beautiful phrase that I think captures, energetically what we're talking about. So speak, if you could, about shamanism and the practice of shamanism and how important practice is on our spiritual paths.
Gladly. And the most important thing about shamanism, as well as being a path that honors all of our relationships, seen and unseen, is that it's an initiation, a rite of passage, a moment in which you are able to realize that you're in a process of apotheosis, of transmuting yourself from a mere mortal human into a shining one, into a luminous being. And that's at a much more universal level, which we're speaking. And that's where the element of soul comes in. In the shamanic lineages that I've had the honor of apprenticing in, we understand soul to be consciousness, to be awareness, to be an experience of wholeness and sacred reciprocity, of relationships between ourselves as a physical embodiment of this three-dimensional plane we call Gaia Pachamama, as well as a multidimensional realm of awareness. So therefore, soul and consciousness is something that is a priori. There's a primacy to it. It exists before the material universe in the shamanic worldview. So we have these 5 axioms in Peruvian shamanism, which is consciousness begets matter. And by begets, we mean is generative of, gives birth, fashions and informs the material world. So whatever realm of consciousness you are able to cultivate through your personal practice, it is manifesting in the material plane in the ways that are most going to serve the evolution and maturation of your own soul. The second axiom is that language begets reality. The words that we use construct the view and interpretation of life, of reality. The third is ritual begets relationship. Everything in the natural world, everything within the sphere of common sentience is in sacred relationship with each other. So, and it's all ritualized. Look anywhere and you'll see ritual behaviors, patterns, pulses, tonalities, rhythms, cycles that permeate and structure the reality in which we live. The fourth axiom is that nature begets purpose. Just observe the natural world in its ways and you will find direction and guidance in your life. And the most important, the fifth axiom, is love begets life. And by love, we mean true presence, being fully available here and now in the fullness of your own soul's beautification and sanctification call to become a shining one, a being of light.
I hope everybody's enjoying this as much as me, because I absolutely just adore each one of you. And these conversations, they light my soul up. They really do. And speaking of joy, we're going to go to the goddess and Anodea, because one of the things, Anodea, that you really bring to the conversation with the goddess is that the goddess is joy, that the goddess is beauty, that she's creativity, right? And speak to that. Speak to how important it is to carry the energy of joy and the practice of joy today.
Oscar just spoke about Oscar just spoke about ritual, and that ritual to me is a spiritual language. That the spirit doesn't necessarily speak English or Spanish or Quechua or whatever. Maybe it does speak Quechua, but that ritual is a spiritual language through which we poetically dance with the divine. And nature is a dance. You look outside, everything is teeming with life. It is not abstract and still and nothing happening and detached. It is full of creativity. It is full of emanation. And so the rituals of the goddess were joyful celebrations of the wonder of nature, of the sacredness that we shared as family, as one world, without a separation between humans and the plants and the animals. It was all one thing that we celebrated. And I think in the patriarchal religions, what's happened is we've lost a lot of that joy. It's been about detachment and asceticism. And while those have their place, and, I'm a meditator, have been for 50 years, I go into my quiet place each day, but I also go out in the yard. I also go out into nature each day. And that gives me a reset as much as meditation does, or to go for a walk, or to go backpacking in the wilderness where I really connect. And so this joy is the natural world. It's connecting with that. It's not being apart from it. It's not pushing ourselves against it. And we have lost that. In my communities that have been about the goddess, when people come and find us over and over again, they say, I feel like I'm coming home. I feel like this is what I have always been, but I never found the people to do it with, the words to describe it, the theology, and that's theology with an A, that is, instead of theology, it's about the goddess, that describes it. And then suddenly they found a framework that expressed who they naturally were. So I think being natural and being in nature and returning to our own nature is returning to that joyful life force of celebration, magic, and mystery. Let's not forget mystery, that it is entering the mystery of the goddess who beckons us with just a little thread, said, come here, come a little deeper, come a little deeper. And we follow this, path of breadcrumbs, if you will, into a mystery that is ever unfolding and can never be completely fathomed. But that's the beauty of it.
That's the beauty, and when we're in the joy and when we're in the magic, I would say that our energy is elevated, right? Our consciousness is expanded naturally, right, through nature. Anodea, share what home means in the goddess practice. You shared in your book, but share what home means in the goddess practice.
Yeah, well, home is the spiritual tradition that I come from, and it stands for Holy Order of Mother Earth. And it implies that within nature, there is a holy order. It is older than we are. It is wiser than we are. It has worked everything out long before we got here. And it is, humans' job to become aware of the wonder and the incredible brilliance and intelligence in nature. She has full employment, full recycling. I mean, everything is connected to everything else. And so returning to the holy order of Mother Earth is returning to that order as an organizing principle for society. And it also means coming home to the goddess, coming home to our bodies, coming home to the earth, coming home to the heart, coming home to each other. Home is something that we know deeply inside. And we feel estranged when we're not there. We have this era of homelessness in the world. And I think it's because we've been taken out of our intrinsic home in ourselves and on the earth. So returning to that Holy Mother, and that is what Demeter, the grain goddess, asked us to do. Build me a temple and restore my rights, and then I will restore the balance of nature. And her rights were the Holy Order of Mother Earth.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Anodea, in your book, Nature, you share so many beautiful yet very simple practices as far as how to connect more deeply with nature. So Freddy, Oscar, and Anodea have really set you up, right? In the sense that they've explained what this is and why it's so important. And if I could ask you maybe to share one of your simple practices that people can do, let's bring it into the tangible now, to connect more deeply.
Right, absolutely. And again, what I love about this Common Sentience series is each person follows the nudges. Is it the goddess? Is it shamanism? Is it portals? Is it animals? Is it nature that lights you up, that draws you in? And even just as simple, right? That first line in the book about come outside. That is the most simple practice that I can offer anybody. Go outside, step away from your screen, get out of that synthetic environment and just breathe. Take some full, deep breaths. But to even turbocharge that some more, stand under a tree, right? When you're under that drip line of a tree, you're within that tree's auric field. You have merged. There is an amplification of what's going on. So at that point, we want to become mindful because those thoughts are energy. And we want to be conscious about what those signals are that we're putting out there. What I like to say is, which drum are you beating? Are you beating the drum of what you want or what you don't want? Because at some point it becomes a basic math problem of which drum you're beating more of. So just the simple act of being outside, connecting with nature. I want to give a shout out to Freddy in his book, Portals. He talks about the diameter of the auric field, essentially, of a rock is about 4 times the size of the diameter. And so go sit on your favorite stone and you will literally be enveloped in that auric field, in that electromagnetic pulse that's happening. So again, there's so much more going on than meets the eye. And all we got to do is step outside. There's no, requirements to purchase anything or sign up for something. Just go outside, become mindful, breathe, be present, and realize this interconnection that's there. And you will realize, I used to think, my gosh, I'm so brilliant when I go out in the woods. And it's not so much me as the channeling from that life force energy that is flowing through every living thing in the natural realm. And we remember, it reminds us. So go outside.
Yeah, I love that. And I love the simplicity of it. I feel like one of the luckiest people in the world because not only do I get to work with all of you, I get to, read all the books in the Common Sentience series. And each one is so incredibly special, honestly. And when you were speaking of going outside and standing under a tree, it reminded me of animals in Stephen Farmer's book. What Stephen speaks to many times, just to go sit with a tree and just put your back against it and breathe with the tree. Like he talks about breathing with the tree. And it's so simple that I remember that. And when I'm outside, that's what I do. I consciously will breathe with trees. And it couldn't be simpler, but it's so incredibly powerful, right? That simple practice. So thank you. Thank you, Anna Maria. Oscar, shamanism is a lifetime of practice, right? Can I ask you to share one of your favorite practices to help, what is a simple practice that you do or that others can do to connect more deeply with the natural world and thereby elevate our consciousness?
Well, I believe we are all speaking about the same innate necessity for the human soul to seek solitude, to be bathed in silence, which allows us a deep listening to the sphere, to the music of the spheres, to the wisdom that permeates every fiber of our being, both as part of and separate from creation's dreaming. Silence is the voice of nature that speaks to us. I believe that is something that Einstein spoke about. And to paraphrase Thomas Berry, only the grandeur of the natural world can save our souls. So if we understand that our sense of awe and reverence for the majesty of the natural world, when perceived in a state of open, receptive willingness and surrender into the flow of life, with our back to a tree, laying with our hearts to the earth, and resonating in heartbeat with the mother's heartbeat, to feel ourselves connected at that visceral level is the key to shamanic ritual. All shamanic ritual that leads to a state or a wholeness of interconnectivity and interdependence, not only in mind, but in our offering of self as a body, as we grow corn and potatoes with our thoughts, our words, and our actions. For in the Andes, we understand that if you cannot yield corn and potatoes with your mind, with your feelings, and with your gestures, it's really not worth much to our 7 generations. So, by entering into communion with the majesty of the natural world and its grandeur in a state of silence and deep listening, is the key to all shamanic practices that elicit either healing of others or an expansion of one's own consciousness as a participant in the evolutionary dance we know as life.
Thank you. Thank you. Freddy, I'm coming to you now because in your book Portals, and I'm holding it up because you don't have your copy.
Oh, you found one.
I have your copy. You have 7 steps that you talk about. I'm not going to ask you to talk about all 7, but there are 2 that I'm interested in expanding on a little bit today. 7 parts of a practice before you interact with portals or sacred sites or sacred energies. And the 2 that really stuck out for me and that I was so happy that you included, and I'd like you to, expand on them, is the idea of respect, that you show up, in reverence and respect, but also that you don't just dump your problems, right? At these portals, right? Because these are sentient, this energy is alive, and I'm going to pause there and let you expand. But if you could speak to that a little bit, as far as, again, that practice and tips for people as they're going out and finding their local portal or tree or, stone or any way that they're interacting. Speak to that, please.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people want to go to a sacred site and dump all their problems there. And the site is going, I am not your agony aunt. It's like, leave me alone. And one of the things that makes a lot of sense is that these ancient architects went to a huge trouble when we're speaking of design temples, for example, they went for a huge trouble to make these places look perfect. And they look perfect for a certain reason. That is to engage your vision, first of all, to entrance you into this beautiful place, which is a mimic of nature. And nature is already perfect. So we're going to extract the perfection of nature and we're going to make it out of rock. So it's a complete imitation of the natural world. So we've gone through all of these things to create this aura around the temple. And you can measure it now. We have the equipment now to measure the energy field of these sites and realize that there's something that exists outside and it doesn't exist inside. The atmosphere inside these places is very, very different. And when you take yourself in there, in this incredibly perfect environment, you do not want to take your problems in there, because each one of those little problems is a little packet of electromagnetic energy. And that envelope is going to go straight to the altar, which is there's a reason why it's called the altar, because it alters you, and you're going to pollute it. Well, that's not a good idea. And I've found that in many places, and the ones that are particularly active, which are in Egypt and one in Saqqara, it's a unique passageway of reeds where, if you're very mindful, you're walking down this passageway, and if the guards aren't watching, or you can pay them off, which is very easy, and they'll look the other way, because we are in an Islamic country. You have to respect their particular point of view, and that's fair enough. So you're walking down this passageway of reeds, and you're being pushed from left to right, and you think, hello, what's going on here? If I was in France, I would be walking in a labyrinth. Oh, that's what's happening. So your body literally has been shoved from left to right because someone put these frequencies into the alcoves and into the reeds. It's a very simple process, by the way. Anybody could do it. But there's this positive and negative polarity going on as you're walking forward. And the idea is that it's making you remember yourself in a physical form. And it's saying, wait a minute, you're still carrying the problems of, I need to pay my rent. My girlfriend left me. I haven't got a boyfriend. Someone scratched my car. And you're going, wait a minute. I need to put these things and dump them in the dustbin, the metaphoric dustbin, at the entrance to the temple. Because the entrance is called the entrance for a reason. It's entrancing you. So you're dumping all of that negativity outside the temple, and you're walking into the courtyard of the gods, which is a mirror of perfection. in a complete state of balance and grace. So that's one thing that they did as an insurance policy to make sure that you leave your troubles outside. And one of the things that I always tell people is to don't come with any expectation, because what you're going to get out of the temple, whether it's immediately as a vision or as someone speaking in your ear, which does happen, or the fairies come out of the woodwork and they start interacting you, which also happens, or you go back to the hotel and you get these incredible dream states, well, that will come from you. If you go there without any expectation and just say, what is this all about? And just go for a walk, be quiet, hear the silence, as you said, hear the silence, and then be pleasantly surprised by what comes back. That's the truth of what the temple and the spirit of the land is hitting back with you. And if you're still doubtful as to how all of this works, then how to become much more sensitive to the world around you, because we're all very sensitive beings. I mean, you don't have to be taught this. You can actually remember that back in when you were between the time you were born and you were 7, you were still talking to invisible people, and your parents come along and whack you on the back of the head and say, stop talking to invisible people, it's not going to do you well when you grow up. But Dad, I'm only 5. I'm still a child. I still have this imagination. I'm still stuck in the other world. And it's absolutely true. You have one foot still in the parallel reality, and you can still see. The point is to remember that you can still do this whether you're 5 or 55. It doesn't really matter. And I play this wonderful trick on people. And we're approaching some sacred site, and I'll go, name 10 sounds that you heard in the last 15 minutes. And they'll go, car, door closing, and that's it. There's a complete silence in the entire group. Okay, now go back out, go for a walk, come back 15 minutes later, and pay attention to every single thing that you hear. And you'd be amazed that 15 minutes later, people come back and I'll ask the same question, and you can't shut them up. They can hear the grass growing. You can hear the wheat sprouting. You can hear someone putting the washing out, 500 yards away, because suddenly you've expanded that energy field that you carry, that business card that surrounds you, and it's going out onto every crevice of the landscape, and it's picking up every subtlety. And at that moment, you become sensitive. You are now psychic. You keep doing that again and again every single day for 15 minutes. And you'd be surprised, and again, I'm talking from experience, that you'll be able to see the telluric currents running through the landscape. You can see their polarity. You can figure out what color they are. You can actually start reading through people, which you have to be very careful of, by the way. It's a bit of a blessing and a curse to read through people. But the point is that you become sensitive to your environment. And at that point, the aura of the environment starts interacting with you. It's a bit like the old Venn diagram at school, 2 circles, and they interact. And the common point is the little vesica piscis in between. That's the point where you have to be. That's where the information is. And that's where you start interacting with the invisible universe. And it loves talking, by the way. It wants to talk to you. It's very keen to get in communication. And that's when you start picking up the information. So those are just a couple of the principles that I learned over the years, is become much more connected with the landscape and forget about your physical stuff. Leave it somewhere else. It has its place in society, but not right now, because the temple was built. The portal was built to help you remember who you are and to connect you with this astral reference library. And there's no end of learning that it will give you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we've talked about the wisdom, or we've touched on the wisdom because the wisdom is vast. We've talked about the practice and spiritual practice and some simple practices to help us connect more deeply. And now I'd like to talk about the stories, because in each Common Sentience book, there's the 3 parts. There's the wisdom, there's the practice, and then there's the true stories. And Anodea, I'm going to go to you, because in your book, Goddess, not only do we have true stories from people from around the world that have had beautiful experiences with the goddess, mystical experiences with the goddess, but you also share the mythology of the goddess. You share mythic stories from probably a dozen goddesses through from the ancient times. So talk to us about the importance of story. Talk to us about the importance of mythology, but then also bring that to today and the importance of our stories and telling of our stories today.
Well, I think one thing that we are suffering from in the world today is the lack of an inspiring myth of who we are, why we're here, and what we are here to do on this planet at this time. And into that, we're falling into disinformation and conspiracy theories and all kinds of things because people are hungry for a story. It is said that the world is not made of atoms, but is made of stories. So the stories we tell us bind ourselves together in something that has meaning, something that gives moral fiber, something that explains why we're here and what we're here to do. And the mythologies were about archetypes. They were about the gods and goddesses that are archetypes of different aspects, whether it was the goddess of love, who is the archetype of love, or the goddess of compassion, or the goddess of regeneration, or the crone goddess of death. Each of these represented facets of our lives. And by personifying them, we could relate to them. We have relationships with each other through persons. We relate to our animals and plants as well. But when you can personify the abstract, you have a real relationship with it. And so the stories help us find a real relationship. And they get, they, in this modern world that we pushed away against myth, even to the point where the word myth is equated with the word lie. Oh, that's just a myth, meaning it's a lie, it's untrue. But myth was a truth on a different level. And we took a giant step forward with science. There's no doubt about it. So you can imagine we stepped forward on our right leg and we abolished some things that were crazy. We didn't have to burn the witches anymore because now we knew they weren't destroying the crops. It put an end to some barbaric things, and it brought us many of the wonders we have in the world today. But we're stuck on our right leg. We can't take another step forward without stepping onto our left leg, and that is the whole realm of mythology and story. Science tells us how, it tells us how something works, it tells us what something is. It does not tell us why. The myths and the stories give us our why, and our why gives our meaning. And meaning is what I think will unite the world when we have a meaning. And to me, the new myth is that we are the divine child of the divine father and the divine mother. And of course, we can't get to that without a divine mother. The divine father by himself is also standing on a right leg without a left leg and is about to fall, really, unless it has a left leg of partnership. But out of the union of the mother and the father comes the child. The divine child is our future. We are the divine child. And in mythology, the divine child carries characteristics and powers and wonders that neither of the parents have, that are a surprise. And I think that when we really embody both the masculine and the feminine within ourselves and realize we are the divine child, we are then carrying the torch of the future.
I like how you explain that the mythic stories are archetypal energies. And, I've always loved or resonated with Athena, just a little personal tell right there. I just loved Athena. I don't know. There was just an energy about Athena that just always drew me. Do you have a favorite goddess story of yours? Just curious.
Oh, I'm very fond of Demeter, or Demeter, as the Greek would say it, because I served in her rituals for a decade, where we recreated the Eleusinian mysteries of ancient Greece, and we did them in a cave in a national park. And it was an all-night ritual where people had to, go through a mock death and go down to the underworld, to Hades and Persephone, and figure out why they wanted to live before they were allowed back up. And mind you, this was a half a mile down in a cave. When they got down to the bottom, their light was taken away. So unless they could convince Hades and Persephone, the people who were playing those roles, that they had a reason to live, they were not given their light back. They would never have found their way back through the cave. So they had to convince them, this is what I'm living for. This is what I'm going to make my life count for. So Demeter, those mysteries came from the Homeric hymns to Demeter. And she was the grain goddess who had the daughter Persephone, that we know Persephone is the underworld, who was originally called Kore, spring maiden. And Demeter knew that in the cycle of things, she would get old, her daughter would grow up to take her place as the grain mother, and she would have a daughter and the cycle would continue. But when Zeus and Hades had the underworld, realized that there were no souls being reborn from the underworld because there was no woman down there to give birth to them. And it was getting very crowded and uncomfortable there. And he went to Zeus and said, what do I do? And Zeus says, well, take my daughter, marry her, bring her to the underworld. Didn't ask the daughter, didn't ask the mother. She was abducted into the underworld as his queen. And Demeter, when she found out what happened, she went into such grief. And of course, as the goddess of agriculture, things didn't grow. The animals didn't thrive. There wasn't enough food. The situation was getting dangerous. And it was sort of like, you think Zeus is so powerful? Well, I'm the goddess of all that grows. Look what happens when I don't let things grow. So finally, she struck a deal, as we know, that Persephone would come up half the year, be in the underworld half the year. That gives us our spring and fall, or some people say underworld 3 months. And that gives us our cycle of the seasons. But the thing that I mentioned earlier, when Demeter needs to be appeased for all this wrongdoing, and people say, well, what do we do to come back into your favor? She says, build me a temple and reestablish my rights. And by reestablishing the rights, we realign with the Holy Order of Mother Earth, and we make things right again. The temple that was built was the Telesterion in Greece, in the town of Eleusis, and the Eleusinian mysteries were practiced for 2,000 years. Every Greek citizen, be they slave or merchant or king, would go and experience these mysteries, and none would tell the deepest mystery of what happened because they were sworn to silence, but also because those mysteries can't be explained. But each one came out holding a sheaf of wheat and saying, I have seen the goddess and the end of life and its goddess sent beginning. I am immortal. I will not fade away. Evoe kore. And that was what each of them came out, having seen the eternity of life.
You know, that really speaks to the power of the experience, right? So not only the telling of the stories and the wisdom that comes with the telling of the stories, but as we experience these stories and then experience our own stories, how it's life-changing.
And the experience was enhanced. I mean, granted, people walked from Athens to Eleusis, which is 9 miles. They fasted for 9 days. They drank the kikion, which is a barley brew that some say may have had ergot on it, which is a hallucinogen. And so they had an experience that really couldn't be described. And it was an experience. It was like a revelation. It wasn't something that could be described or written down.
Thank you. Oscar, I'm coming back to you because shamans are storytellers, right? They're storytelling people. Speak to us about the importance of storytelling, your understanding of the importance of us telling our stories today as well.
Well, shamanic storytelling is integral to the transmission of wisdom, to the passing forward of a lineage, and to the practice of something that is timeless. We understand storytelling to deliteralize consciousness. It's not the words in the story, but the images that hearing and listening to the story evoke and allow to surface into consciousness that truly provides the guiding light that we need at challenging and thwarting moments in our own soul's evolution. So in the shamanic arts that I practice, Kamasca curanderismo, or folk healing of the northern coast of Peru, and the Pacocuna tradition, or earth-honoring shamanic arts of the southeast highlands of Peru, merged together, we find a very simple and powerful truth, is that the stories tell us more than we tell the story. That by entering into a storytelling level of awareness, you are communing with a soul-laden cosmos that is the source of our true originating mystery, as Anodea has said, that must remain a mystery, that the power of that mysterium, of that place of, or cloud of unknowing, as Kierkegaard, as Meister Eckhart would say, is a key to that passing through of initiation into a new life. The many rites that we have in the Amazonian and highland and coastal regions of Peru all speak to storytelling as a cuenta. So, for instance, if you have a shamanic power object, before you are allowed to use it, you need to get to know its cuenta, which in Spanish translates as its count, which is its history, its story, its narrative. So there are specific ceremonial practices in which you enter into communion with that medicine piece in three-dimensional form that floods you with clairsentience, clairvoyance, and clairaudience, that enhances your capacity to perceive beyond the five sensory apperception that we've been gifted as physical beings, and thrust into the beginning of that first moment that a human voice was given expression, that created a narrative for the well-being of the community of that people. Therefore, without our creation stories, our myths of origin, our own tribal narratives, we become lost. We become totally estranged from the sacred dimensions of life. And the return of storytelling in a sanctified circle, in a hoop, in a place of support and nurturance and safety is fundamental to the survival of the human species as a whole. So therefore, shamanic storytelling is par excellence when it comes to the practices that we honor in the South American or Heart Island traditions of medicine work that I practice.
Mm-hmm. And I will just say, the stories in all of the Common Sentience books are absolutely incredible, including the stories in shamanism. There are some phenomenal stories, mystical stories from people from around the world in shamanism. And in each of these books, the authors, including Anodea and Freddy and Oscar and Ana Maria, share two of their own stories. And in shamanism, I'll just do a little shout out because there's a story about Oscar and his cloak of invisibility. So I'll just leave it there, but it's a pretty powerful story. And I'm just so happy that you've shared it because it's a little mind expanding and it's incredibly inspiring.
It may be incredulous to some people, yet it is my story, my experience, and most importantly, I'd like to say is that storytelling is myth incarnate. Thank you.
May quote you on that, my friend. We're coming to the end of our panel, which is incredible. So I'm going to just hold up nature because I'm going to Ana Maria first on this last question. I have a power question for each of you, and this is in one sentence. One sentence. I'm going to ask each of you, starting with Ana Maria, to tie together your message of how deepening our relationship with the natural world can elevate our consciousness and ultimately help transform our world.
Well, that's a fabulous question. And the very first thing that comes to mind is it helps us remember who we truly be, right? We've got all this static, all these distractions of things that cause us to be in the forgetfulness, to fall asleep. And so by just going outside, right, there are physiological things, there are energetic things, there are all the other dimensional things happening that are bringing that awareness back, that remembrance of who we be and why we're here and what's really important despite everything else pulling on us. So that was more than a sentence.
It's okay. It's okay. It was important to be said. Freddy, one sentence.
Oh God. I would say it's important to connect with the natural world because you're born of the natural world and the memory of your ancestors, your genetic memory is in the land. And so when you forget who you are and why you came here, get on the land, go and connect with the spirit of place, and it'll remind you pretty quickly of those responsibilities and that journey that you came here to do, which you forgot when you come out of your mother's womb. So there's nothing like it. There is absolutely no substitute for anything that exists outside of nature. You have to get back and get your shoes off, go and touch the stones, lick the plants, do whatever it needs to do. Just get out there and smell it and hear it, and it will respond.
Thank you. One sentence, Oscar.
One sentence? Really? Oh my Lord. Okay.
I keep reminding and reiterating because you're also brilliant and you have so much to share, but do it for me in one sentence.
Through the simple act of being still in body, calm in mind, and peaceful in breath, graceful surrender to the blessings of perfection within the present moment nurtures our soul and shapes who we are as an integral thread in the sacred web of life. Voila.
Beautiful.
That's professional.
And to the goddess, well, the goddess is bringing us home now. So Anodea, bring us home with one sentence, please.
Well, our culture, Western civilization, is living in a broken home, a father with no mother, and we all carry that wound inside our souls. And when we come home to the goddess and realize there always was a mother, and that she loves us, and she wants our love in return, that we come home to that joy, that is profoundly healing to the person and to the culture, to bring that balance. We cannot go forward without both a mother and a father.
Thank you. Thank you. So I hope, well, first I want to thank all of you for being here today, and I want to thank our audience. And I hope that we've proved our premise, that we've shown through our wisdom, the practice, and our stories, that through our common sentience or our shared intelligence with the natural world, that we can elevate our consciousness and ultimately help bring unity, compassion, and healing to our world. So I'd like to say thank you and good night. Goodbye.
Hidaya!
Thank you for sharing this roundtable with all of you.
It's been a true honor. Thank you all. Great to meet you, even if it's virtually.
Welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the art and science of living consciously. I'm Carissa Sims, live event host with Humanities Team. And today I have the pleasure of speaking with Christy Whitman, Deborah Poneman, and Janet Atwood. Welcome, all of you abundant goddesses.
Yeah,
I'm just thrilled to be here with Janet and Carissa and Deb. This is going to be so cool. I'm just excited for a conversation to unfold. So
wonderful. And where are you connecting from today, Christy?
I'm in Scottsdale, Arizona. Mm-hmm. So it's middle summer and very, very hot.
and Deborah and Janet, where are y'all connecting from?
Deborah and I are in the same house, my house. And I always say it's your favorite vacation spot, Fairfield, Iowa.
Well, our topic today is elevating our vibration for abundance and flow. And I want to share a little background for each of these incredible guests. Christy Whitman has been a transformational leader, celebrity coach, and law of attraction expert for the last 23 years, as well as a 2-time New York Times bestselling author of The Art of Having It All, Taming Your Alpha Bitch, and international bestsellers, The Desire Factor and Quantum Success. She is also the founder of Quantum Success Coaching Academy, an online law of attraction coach certification program. Now to Deborah Poneman. For over 4 decades, Deborah, best-selling author, award-winning speaker, and founder of Yes to Success and Ageless seminars, which I have attended and enjoyed, has shared her system used by hundreds and thousands of people around the world to live not only success and abundance, but deep happiness, profound inner fulfillment, and ageless radiance. Janet Atwood is the co-founder of the New York Times bestseller, The Passion Test, the effortless path to discovering your life purpose and your hidden riches, unleashing the power of ritual to create a life of meaning and purpose. Those are 2 books and both incredible. She is also the co-author of 10 other best-selling books. Janet is a co-founder of the Passion Test certification program, which has over 5,000 plus certified facilitators in over 65 countries. Welcome. I'm so excited to speak with you all today.
It's great to be with you,
Thanks for
Carissa.
having
Thank
us.
you. You make us sound so good.
Oh,
Now to
stop.
tell you the truth.
Okay. And
well, Janet and Deb, I mean, you two are legends, so I'm just happy to be here in your presence. So thank
Yeah,
you.
Debbie, you're 4 decades.
That's right.
Okay,
And you
we're
are a
not going to
legend
add to
too.
that. No one, yeah, it's fine. You're ageless, right? So it's wonderful. And so I just love the joy that all of you have brewed together. It's like this synergy. So Christy, how did you and Deborah meet?
We met, sometimes we get asked that question, and I know we met way before TLC. I think it was just we're in the same, and I interviewed you for The Art of Having It All. I really wanted to, with that book, I wanted to bring in a lot of voices, not just mine, that you can have it all. And so that was my big thing. I wanted a collective, and I even interviewed Janet at the time too. And I think that was one of our first connections where I wanted a lot of voices. So we had this big wave of understanding that we don't have to limit ourselves. We can have it all. We get to decide what that it and all is. And, we craft it and we design it as each of us teach in our own different ways. So I believe that's how I met, unless Deb or Janet has a different story.
I
No,
can't
I remember that we bonded when we were at a meeting of TLC, which is the Transformational Leadership Council founded by Jack Canfield. And we were at I don't know where we were.
We were in Costa Rica.
And we just bonded. We walked together and we became BFFs. And then when Humanities Team invited me to do a program, A New Kind of Power, they said, who would you like to teach with? And I said, I know exactly, Christy Whitman. Janny, you were busy at the time, darling.
Don't be offended.
No, it was such a great honor, and I love that program that we did together. It's absolutely amazing. You know what I remember, Deb? I got to tell you, we were walking through an area, and the ants, the size of the ants in Costa Rica. I think that's why I turned around and I was like, that thing could pick me up. I mean, they were so big, and the leaves that they were carrying, right? So we got into this discussion it was over an ant.
Ant. We bonded over ants.
There you go.
Well, I can understand. So
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about The Art of Having It All? When you interviewed Deborah and Janet, did you get some insight, and can you share it with the audience?
Yeah. So for me, it was something that, all my books come through me. And I was talking to a person in the press that was saying, well, women can't have it all. And, we need to stop, kidding ourselves, and you either choose. And I was like, what, and she's like, do you know anybody that has it all? And I was like, well, I do. And my clients do. And I know a lot of people that teach this. Yeah. And so I'm like, the book came through and I was like, I know exactly what I need to do. And so that's what was fun, is that I asked all of them the same 4 questions. How do you define having it all? Because it's different for every person. And every person answered that differently. And every person had a different process, to allow themselves to feel into abundance, an abundant way of thinking. And so it was a really great collective, experience of a lot of different voices in the industry that were saying, yes, every single one of them, yes, you can have it all. And that we need more people saying that, stop your limitations and don't believe in the lack and change the perspective. And, so I appreciate, both of them and all of the 163 people I interviewed over a year that came forth in, people that are past, like Bob Proctor and wonderful just luminaries that all said, yes, we can have it all. And it's not the 2.2 with the picket fence. Having it all looks different for every single person. I talk about my best friend in there. She knew it as a young kid. She never wanted to get married, never wanted to have kids. And she has a career. She's very comfortable. She's been in a relationship for 30 years with the same man. She's content. She has it all. It looks different for every single person. But for anybody to say, well, you know what, you should really focus on your career, not have kids. Or, well, no, now that you have, and I have people say that, well, now that you have, 2 kids, Oprah says you can have it all, just not all at the same time. And I'm like, God bless Oprah. I love Oprah, but Oprah doesn't know what I want. Nobody can limit me. Anything about Oprah. Like, love Oprah.
Mm-hmm.
But who is anybody to say what I can or cannot do, or what I have, or what I can feel, or what I can create? And to have a collective voice that says, yeah, you can create your reality. You do create your reality.
Yeah. And what do you think about that, Deborah?
Well, I think that I agree with everything Christy said. I've never actually thought about this question. I was going to think about elevating consciousness today. But the truth is that the world that I come from, consciousness comes first, because consciousness is the basis. Because if you don't have that inner silence, it's kind of like trying to build a building without a foundation. But once you've established that inner silence, then you could build the highest. When you have a strong foundation to a building, you could build a skyscraper. When you have a silent foundation inside of yourself, you can build a life. And even if it crumbles, you don't crumble, because you have that silence inside of yourself. The great hugging saint, Amaji, she said, now is the time to cling to your spiritual practices so that when the world shakes, you become unshakable. And even when you have it all on the outside, the most important thing when the world shakes, which it is shaking right now, and it might shake a little bit more, but you remain unshakable. So I think that having it all is all of those things and unshakable silence.
Love
that.
That is so beautiful. And I'm so glad that you brought that in, because that is the topic of this conference. And we do want to elevate our consciousness to feel that grounded energy, unshakable confidence and clarity. And Janet, what do you think about that, integrating consciousness into having it all, or prioritizing that?
Well, it's interesting because when I have 2 major programs right now, the Passion Test certification and Mastery of Self-Love certification. And in each program are different exercises and tools for people to align with their passion, and for people to, undo their limiting beliefs, undo their inner critic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I always tell them the number one, if you only had one tool, if God or nature, higher power, whatever name you put to that energy that's greater than yourself, came down and said, okay, Janet, you can only keep one thing, it would be my practice of transcendental meditation. I've been doing TM for over, I don't even want to say, because then you're going to say 6 decades, but yeah.
Deb's like selling you out. 50 years, Janet.
Because truly, Clarissa, when you really think about it, if you have peace of mind, you have it all. It doesn't, everything else is like gravy, it's like icing on the cake. But if you have peace of mind, then, And I'm talking about inner. Everything is created from within, and we've all heard that. And that's what meditation enables us to all do, is to really know who we are from the deepest level of ourself. In TM, specifically, we say we transcend, we go beyond the thinking process. And by transcending, we experience a very deep state of a very, very profound state of rest. And from that profound state of rest, then one is able to be able to expand their consciousness. We all come from this place when we come into this world, it's like, yay. But then as life happens, we have certain stress that happens. And after a while, we start to put kind of like protective veils around us. And what meditation does, and all of those listening, any meditation, any form of meditation where you transcend or go beyond that thinking process to experience deep rest, you all know what I'm talking about. And what that rest enables us to do, get rid of these stresses and experience a more profound state of consciousness. And as we expand our consciousness, our world becomes bigger. And with our world becoming bigger, we're able to have more choices. We're able to see the world more clearly. And I love this saying by my master, Maharishi. He said, the world is as you are. The world is as you are. So the more consciousness, the more conscious you are, the more love you can give to others. And in my Mastery of Self-Love program, one of the things that I always say is that you can only love others as much as you love yourself. So number one practice for loving yourself is, I found for me, meditation, deep meditation.
Beautiful, Janet.
That's so beautiful. And Christy, what do you think the role of meditation is in elevating your vibration for abundance and flow?
I'm with Janet. It's the tool that changed my life. It's the tool that I still use to this day. And I've got lots of tools in my tool shed, thank goodness now, and grateful for the, fact that there is so much consciousness and teachers that have come forth with different processes and different ways of tapping in. For me, it's that tapping into the quietness within me, but then also realizing that, and that's the form of meditation that I do with the council, is bringing in those frequencies that we want to be a container for. So, bringing in that energy of compassion to neutralize us from judgments or criticisms or things that we're struggling with. I'm not saying don't process the emotions. That's not what I'm saying at all. Process it, but then also choose. And when you're in a state of meditation, we're always active. We're always doing something. And even in that stillness, because what Janet is talking about is that super, super stillness, and it's essential. Yet we also have these minds that are thinking all the time and these emotions that are going on. So when you're working and collaborating with this energy, with this light, with the substance in the universe, God itself, however you want to look at that, when you're allowing yourself to partner with and be a container for that light, even in just a moment, like Janet was saying, that is self-love, to be present and just be that, like honoring the divine within yourself, and that which is breathing you, that which is beating your heart, and letting every cell in your body just turn up the volume. That to me is, okay, now I'm charged. It's like a cell phone. If I don't, that meditation, being quiet, just even bringing in energy, it's like charging up my cell phone. Or another way of saying it is, the data that's on my computer, it's all great, but it's when I hook into the internet, then I'm like, I got access to a whole different team and strategies and information and entertainment and all that. So it's like, it's me hooking up to all that is. And then I get to utilize that in my day-to-day life, in service, in joy and fun, and, in the daily things like parenting and all those things. So yeah, essential.
Wonderful. And Deborah, you've been a meditation teacher for a long time, and just for you, what is the role of meditation in creating that flow and abundance and having it all?
Well, I am not embarrassed to say that I have been a meditation teacher for 52 years. And
Wow.
I started doing TM in 1970. So I actually just had my 52nd year anniversary of being a meditation teacher. And I've taught thousands of people. And one of the things that people ask me is, what are the difference between different forms of meditation? I'm just going to talk about it really quickly and then say why I love the transcending type of meditation and how it helps me be in the flow. Because as I said earlier, trying to create a successful life, a full life without a foundation of inner silence is like trying to build a building without a foundation. And I recommend these transcending types of meditation mainly because the scientific research is indisputable, and I'm a science kind of a girl. When you do a transcending type of meditation, you reach a state of unbounded silence, that pure silence. And then every time you meditate, you come out and you bring that silence into your daily life. And not all categories of meditation produce all the benefits of transcending types of meditation. Like one form of meditation is guided meditation. Really nice. You put your attention on your heart, you imagine you're unbounded as the sky. It gives you a good feeling, and it's one type of meditation. Then there's ones that call on you to concentrate, to hold your attention, for example, on a candle flame. But some people say that this breaks down the mind-body coordination because it goes against the natural tendency of the mind to seek a field of greater pleasure and not hold the mind in one place. Mindfulness belongs to a category of meditation. It's actually called open monitoring, where you're instructed to monitor one aspect of the world, like put your attention on your thoughts flowing through your mind, or put your attention on bodily sensations, or put your attention on your breath without judgment, which is great. But for me, I find it difficult because, okay, let me put my attention on my breath while we're talking. Well, I kind of don't want to. I want to listen to what Christy's saying, what Janet is saying. So it's okay for a moment, but and that brings me to self-transcending meditation like TM. And the reason why I enjoy this type of meditation is because it utilizes the natural tendency of the mind to settle into its source when it's given the opportunity to do so. And that source is a field of energy, clarity, fulfillment, beyond our thoughts, to that simple, pure awareness or consciousness, which is what this whole event is about. In a place where awareness is aware of itself, where we effortlessly experience the field of profound and nourishing stillness, which is what Christy was referring to. And when you come out, you bring that stillness into your life. And it's called self-transcending because you transcend the chatter of the mind. And it's a place where the silence is so delicious. And again, as Christy said and Janet said, and you come out and your life is delicious. And with regular practice, that silence remains with you, even in the midst of stressful situations. And we need that right now. And we don't have to remind ourselves, like Christy and Janet will agree with me, we don't have to say, oh, be calm, you're a meditator. When you contact that field of infinite silence and you come out, which, by the way, when I'm with the council, with Christy in the council, I feel that infinite silence. And every time I do my meditation twice a day, I feel that infinite silence. And then my nervous system is used to being peaceful. So no matter what the outer circumstances, I feel peaceful. You know, something that throws other people off their center doesn't happen to me anymore. And it doesn't take 50 years. I mean, people have that experience within, a few months of learning a meditation where you really experience pure silence and bring it out into your daily life.
It's because of teachers like you that teach that and shorten the learning curve. And all of us doing that so that more and more people have access to it. And it you know, the bumps and the difficulties that you might have gone through, you know, made it easier for me to go through. And thank you for that. And Janet for that too. And it makes it easier for, or at least, you know, more accessible and understandable. And we have more awareness of it with the next generation. And so that's why I'm always grateful for all those that, you know, started way before I did and, you know, made it even a possible in my own consciousness. So thank you.
Well, that's so beautiful. And I think the other thing that's so important right now, and then we'll actually let Janet talk, what's actually really important right now is that the more people who experience that silence, the ripple goes out to the whole world. And that's what we need right now. That's why we can't skip our meditation, because it's not just for us anymore. It's for the world. Correct, Janet Atwood?
Right.
Deborah was plugging me because she knows what I'm doing. My passion right now is I'm co-creating a documentary on what is known as the Maharishi effect. We have done all this research by getting large populations of meditators together. I think it's 9,000 for the world, when 9,000 practitioner of advanced meditation are transcending together. What science has proven is that they actually raise the level of consciousness for the whole world when they are together doing this deep meditation practice together. I just came back, excuse me, I just came back from India some months back, where we did this research in consciousness, where we had 12,000 advanced meditators from all over the world coming together to meditate together at the same place. And crime rate goes down, hospital admissions are decreased, the happiness level goes up. I mean, all of this research that is found. I did it in Washington, D.C., this study. Debbie, were you there in Washington, D.C.? Years and years back, where same thing. And we worked with the police department to, you know, with our researchers to monitor the effects of these large groups of meditators coming together. And, you know, the purpose of this is so important because, you know, all of us want to be happy. All of us want to live in an abundant world. All of us. And all of us want to have enough food to eat, enough water to drink. Right now, there are so many problems in the world. What Maharishi would talk about is that, you know, it's kind of analogous to a dam that has all these holes in it, and there are too many holes in the dam. Too many problems right now. Not enough time to fill up all those holes. What would be the answer is when you raise the consciousness of the world, which is to just take 1% of the square root of 1% of the population, then what happens is even the people not meditating, and this is what's so cool, even the people not meditating benefit, and everyone starts thinking clearer and start coming up with solutions to world problems. And it's not just the ones that are sitting there doing their meditation, it's anyone in the whole world. So I love that you brought that up, Debbie, so that I could share this is my number one passion, you guys. This is it, because I'm, as Deborah said, you know, you'd have to be crazy. You'd have to have your head in the sand to not know that the world is shaking right now. And if you're into Vedic astrology at all, which I found is very exact, it's very scientific. The Vedic astrologers are like, oh no, oh no, oh no. You know, the future, unless we all start to raise the consciousness. And, you know, meditation's one way, but we're talking about the most profound way, but everything matters. Every single moment matters in our life. You know, I love this saying from the Vedas: through will, meditation, prayer, and yagya, one can change the force of time. Through will is your thinking. You know, what are you thinking? You're either creating the world you choose to create or creating the world you don't choose to create. And that's a choice. But many of us aren't aware of all of our limiting beliefs that are going on all day long, because it's like we've been wearing those clothes for so long, we don't know that they're dirty, you know. And what meditation does is it helps us be more conscious about what we're thinking and how we're thinking, and how we can be a samurai with our mind. through will meditation. We're talking about meditation, prayer. And when they say prayer, talking about scientific prayer, not please give me this gift, I want this one. It's more that prayer of gratitude. Thank you for the opportunity to breathe today. Thank you for the opportunity to be with my sisters today. And yagya is just rituals. Rituals are those things that you do on a regular basis that bring more meaning and purpose to one's life. So a ritual, it would be being in gratitude. Every day I get in the shower and I'm like, thank you for my life. Thank you for Deborah being here. Thank you that I have enough food. Thank you that I live in an incredible community. I think every single thing matters. What are you eating? What are you breathing? What are you doing in your life? There's not one moment. I love what Sue Morter said. Dr. Sue Morter, she said, you can't have one breath without the next one. You can't miss a breath. Well, that's why every single moment matters. So it's our job to give thanks for the opportunity to be a human, to really strip ourselves down and take a really deep look. How am I adding to the consciousness of the world, and how am I not? Through my speech, I know every time I swear, I go, oh my God, it went down a notch. Anyway, you get what I'm talking about, right? You can tell.
Well, yeah.
Meditate for an hour.
Can I just say something about that? Because, you're so funny. Just this week, I had a client, I was talking about the Abundance Principle coaching program that I created years ago. And she was like, yeah, I'm taking that, because she was in my coaching academy. And she's like, and it's really hard. And I said, well, what's hard about it? And she goes, coming up with gratitudes every day. And because you have to pick something different, right? And it's part of the process, because it's changing the neurochemistry. It's changing what you're looking for. It's changing the point of attraction. It's changing so much is happening when you are bringing in a focus of gratitude instead of what I learned. Oh, please, God, like the victim, like, please, can I have some more? It's like, please, that's the way I was raised. And when that relationship with the divine completely changed, it's not like Santa Claus sitting on a cloud. Oh, it was bad, so I'm probably going to get coal. That kind of feeling of, at least for me, that something's going to strike down, or I should be afraid, or that there's only enough for so many and I kind of screwed up and maybe I shouldn't, and all the stuff that goes along with that. Gratitude, like you were saying, brings you into that present moment. And the more you not just list out the things you're grateful for, but feel the gratitude. The practice that I recommend, and if you're, talking about refocusing on gratitude, instead of listing 5 things to be grateful for, think about one thing you're grateful for and why you're grateful for it. Because I could list out, I'm grateful for my dog, my husband, my son, the house I live in. It's still very mental. I'm listing something out. But the minute I go, grateful for my husband, just the love that exudes out of that man. Like, I really believe I'm amazing just because of the reflection that he gives me, right? That whole, that's one thing, because the way his heart is. I haven't done 4 more and I'm already in that. So it's that practice, that looking for one thing and 5 reasons why, or just even one reason why, that's going to help connect you to that essence, that feeling. And like Janet says, it's not just I'm grateful for that, and she's here, and da-da-da. It's embodied.
Well, and even for people, Christy, when you say that, if maybe some people right now are listening that can hardly get out of bed in the morning. So you gotta, I don't know. I always tell everybody, you be you. No one can do you better. And you might feel like, yeah, this is great for all of you guys. You all look really happy. You all have all this money and blah, 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 blah. But for those of you that are struggling and are having a really hard time, then, lay in bed and just look around you. Oh, thank you that I can know when to go to the bathroom, if you can. Thank you for the light bulb above me. And you just start very simply. I used to know this man named Wahe. Well, I know this man named Wahe. I used to, but he passed named Wahei Takeda in Japan, and he was the most successful small investor of small investors in Japan, most successful guy. And he had a ton of money, but his whole thing was called Maro Up, seeing the good in all things. And he was 84 when he passed away, and he had more energy than anybody I'd met in ages, always happy. And he said, Janet, I am grateful 1,000 times a day. So all of you, if you're having a hard time digging yourself out, this is free. And only you can do your inner work. And it can be so simple, but you'll notice, like, look at Debbie and look at Christy and look at Clarissa, because I know they practice this, that when you're in gratitude, what it does is it raises your vibration. And notice that when you start to do it on a regular basis and you really are grateful and you just look at each thing, that it's impossible to think a negative when you're grateful. Huh, Deb?
Well, and I wanted to add something, but I just want to say, Christy, I will not tell your boys and your husband that you said that you're grateful for your dog first. I
understand.
Not in any particular order.
Not in any particular order. Okay. All right. But I'm just going to add a little bit of a twist on the gratitude thing. And I would say, always say thank you to the God of your understanding when something good is happening and when something not so good is happening. When you get what you want and if you don't get what you want, because we all know that everything is perfect. And that rejection, you've heard this expression, rejection is God's protection. I say when you ask the God of your understanding for something, you're only going to get one of three answers. Yes, here it is. Not yet, be patient. Or I love you too much to give this to you. If I gave it to you, it wouldn't be good. There's something better on its way. So every time you express gratitude, it also decreases the resistance and it increases the flow. When you don't get something like, oh, why did this not happen? You close yourself off. When you don't get something, you go, thank you, God, because you know something better is on its way. You open up that energy for the more to come to you. And there's this concept called escape velocity. I know we were going to talk about flow. I don't know, do any of you know what escape velocity is? Mm-hmm. I learned it from a Yes to Success participant. It's how rocket ships work. He said in the world of rocket science, there's this thing called escape velocity, which is the speed and momentum a spacecraft has to reach to escape the pull of Earth's gravity. Okay? And once it does, then it just floats in the wide open expanse of outer space. And the analogy is escape velocity in our own life is when we do these practices, when we are grateful, when we do say, thank you, God, even when something not so great comes and we make the list, when we deliciously say, oh, and I love my husband for all of these yummy reasons. The more we do those things, we begin gaining more and more and more momentum. And then instead of wallowing in negativity, oh, why did my husband not pick up his socks? And he this, and we blame and we shame and, and we don't take responsibility for our life and we make excuses and we tell out stories. Instead, at every moment, choosing gratitude, or as they say in Access Consciousness, which is another great body of knowledge, when something great doesn't happen, you say, how does it get any better than this? And then you build momentum and eventually you reach escape velocity beyond the gravitational pull of doubt and negativity, which holds you back. Instead, you're just flowing and your life is flowing.
Amen, sister.
That's so beautiful. Yay. I love that analogy. Janet, I wanted to bring up your body of work, the passion test. So how can finding our passion raise our vibration to success, flow, and abundance?
That is such a funny question. How can it not? I mean, I used
to bring in the humor.
It's actually always going on, but I'm trying to censor most of them. But anyway, I used to own a job placement agency. And I mean, you think about it, you don't go as an owner of a job placement agency and you're getting you're getting a job for a company and it's the president of the company and you're not thinking, Debbie, we were talking about this the other day. Yeah, the person I want to hire I want them to be really super depressed. I want them to not be happy. I want them to really be, the naysayer of the group, the one that brings everybody down. Yeah. Okay. We know that's not true, right? You're always looking for who's the one that's grooving and happy and filled with energy and just loving their life. They're a yes person, right? They're just yeah, and they can turn on a dime because they're flexible. Well, think about this, that, what are the statistics? 70% of the world's population are not living a passionate life. 70%. I mean, no wonder our world is going, oh my God, right? And I know it's worse than that. Those statistics are way lower in third world countries. And when you're living your passion, and when I say living your passion, those things that get you out of bed in the morning, that you love, that that you're not looking at a clock because you're so excited, you love what you do so much, then that raises your energy, right? That expands your abundance because you're abundant from living your passion. And by the way, sidebar, it's not just, and I was talking to someone today when I go and meditate, Debbie and I go and meditate in these golden domes on the campus of Maharishi University. And I was coming out today and I was actually sharing this with someone that I had, I've been recently writing music. I love music. I'll sing to all of you if you want. But anyway, but I wouldn't ask me if I were you. But anyway, I said, yeah, I'm so passionate about it. I said, and she looks at me like, really, you're going to try to make a living at your age on that one? And I said, well, all your passions don't have to be ones that are your career, but they affect your abundance in every way. Because I think about me. And Debbie, am I lit when I'm writing a song? I am because I love music so much. It's a really big passion of mine. And when I'm writing music, I feel like Lady Gaga. Now, a lot of people would say not, I mean, a lot. And even if I had a dog, it would say not, but I don't. But anyway, but what it does do is when I'm out and about doing what I'm doing right now, because I've been really living my passions, I think people can feel it. I mean, happy for no reason, as Marcy Shimoff would say, right? I mean, I just feel happy. I'm filled with this joy, and that's abundant. That's abundance. And there's this beautiful saying from the Vedas, from abundance comes abundance, and abundance remains. So living your passion is so important, because actually living your passion, in the passion test, we have this great quote. It's great because it's mine. What you love, what you love in God's will for you is one and the same. And what that means is that truly living your passion isn't something far away from you. It's that voice that's always trying to talk to you, saying, do this. This is what you love. This is what you love. But so many of us are like, no, I gotta fill up my schedule with things where I'm going to monetize, all these things that we really aren't that passionate about. And it doesn't happen because nature will always smack us and try to get us back into alignment. Because why? Because what you love in God's will for you is one and the same. And each and every one of us are part and parcel of what science calls the unified field. And what that means is each of us have a specific role to play on this planet. And it's our job. It's our job as our give back to humanity for having the ability to be here and breathe, to get really quiet, get really in touch with what is my gift? What am I here to gift others with? And that's when life becomes so full, because it's not so much living your passion, it's the overflow of what happens from living your passionate life. You become so full, and look at these girls here. You become so full that the only thing you want to do is give, because you're overflowing. And it's in the giving. It's in the giving. Now, Christy, I know you're that way. You and I haven't hung that much. I'm just going to talk about Deb for a minute. Deb is just a giver, give. But she's also one of the happiest people I know. And And that's the result of truly aligning with the things that you're most passionate about and really wanting just in your life, how can I help you? What can I do for you? How can I give more? So I feel like that's the importance of living your passion, because that's the road to happy, being able to give. Am I right? I mean,
love that.
Yeah.
Love
I
that.
know
And
you are like
Christy.
these faces, you are.
And you brought up Marcy. I just, love Marcy Shamrock.
Mars.
I know she's just,
Love her.
I was thinking about her right before you brought her in, and just love, her body of work too. It's, happy for no reason. And just we have so much available to us now. It's amazing because teachers like Deb and Marcy and Janet, step forward to put themselves out there, and myself, and many others that
Put you in there.
put me in there. I'm in there too. That follow their passion. And it's interesting because it gets to a place where it's like you attract more things that you're passionate about when you live in that state of being,
I'm going to say something about Christy. I remember when Christy started bringing in the council, and people were like, what? All of a sudden you're bringing in this energy. And there were naysayers. Actually, it gets me emotional because I saw the naysayers, but Christy was so true to herself because she knew what her passion was and she knew what her experience was. And my life has been so touched by, the thing where every time I do something, I see that stadium full of light. Just cheering me on. And I didn't see the stadium full of light until the council told me to see the stadium full of light of angelic beings cheering me on. And that was because you followed your passion and you didn't let those naysayers deter you from what you knew was right for you and how you could contribute to the world.
Thank you, Deb. Yep. Now I just embrace. I'm crazy, Christy.
Yeah, I'm there too.
I'm having fun. So
I remember when your aunt or your uncle said, "Why is Christy talking in that weird way?"
My uncle calls me Mary Poppins because he says I have a British. So we'll be at a family dinner, and he's like, "What do you think about that, Mary Poppins?" So
because when the council comes through, there's a little bit of an English accent. So.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, how has following your passion served you in abundance and flow in your life, Christy?
It's everything. I remember I was back seems like a whole nother lifetime ago. I was a pharmaceutical sales rep. And I remember, God, if you even just know me at all, that disconnected that is, right? And I felt that back then where I would I've got to get it on my sales stuff, and I'm going to knock the day. And I would get to the second appointment and I would feel like the soul, like just coming out of my body. And then I would go back in my car and I'd meditate. I'd pump myself back up. And it was all day long. It was just this. So I remember feeling like, okay, what do I know about law of attraction? What I've created thus far in my life? I'd already written my first book. And it was like, I'm missing passion and purpose. Mm. And I did not know in the physical world what that even looked like. I had no idea this would ever be a possibility back then, or channeling the council or any of that. But I did know that I was devoid of it because I saw Terry Cole Whitaker come to the, Reading Church of Religious Science, and she was up there, and I was thinking, holy man, this woman's got passion.
Yeah.
Like she's got conviction. And I don't have that. I felt really like, I have to motivate myself every day to get up. I don't have that inspiration. People are like, how much caffeine do you drink every day, Christy? Now, and I'm like, none. It's infused. Like it's natural. But back then, and so for me, I started cultivating that feeling of what would passion feel like? What would being in such alignment of what I'm doing in the world, still have no idea what that is, but I would practice and, like they were talking about, transcend what I thought was possible, transcend my current reality, and let myself just feel the energy of it and connect with the energy of it. And then that's when everything just started to open up. And every single, I became a coach when, I always say like Barbara Mandrell, I became a coach when coaching was not cool and nobody got it and understood it. I felt like, that guy was at the Saturday Night Live skit. I live in a van down by the river. It's like coaches weren't making money back then and didn't have businesses and, that kind of thing. And it's very few anyway. But I just kept leaning into what kept calling me, that passion, that guidance, that
Chris
flow.
Farley. I remembered him. Yeah.
Chris Farley. Yeah.
Okay.
I live down by the river. Yeah. So that feeling of, could I actually be, I didn't have any at that time. I didn't know Deb and I certainly didn't know Janet at that time. Could I be a coach and still make money? And I didn't worry about that. I didn't think about that. I was still doing my pharmaceutical gig because it wasn't time yet, but I was transcending what was happening. I was in a place of feeling content, and I would work my mind, find the positive aspects of this now, and then get excited for what was happening. And I've just done that as I've evolved. And here it was like, now coaching is getting more mainstream. And it's like, boom, you're opening up to an energy healer. I'm like, seriously? Okay, I'm following that passion because that's weird and wicked. So people are going to think I'm now, a witch, but okay, if that's where I'm being called. And then energy healing starts getting all common. And it's like, boom, now you're going to channel and you're going to sound British and people are going to think. So I'm like, hey, whatever it's called to do, I'm in. I've said I'm in pure service because that passion to play and connect with light and be a transmission of light in whatever form. Sometimes it's a book, sometimes it's a coaching academy, sometimes it's a conversation like this in an interview or a panel. I show up and light forms through me and I get to be that container and I get to benefit from all that energy coming through me now. If Terry Cole Whitaker could see me now.
Oh, that's so amazing. It's inspiring, all of you ladies. And Deborah, what about you? How do you let your passions guide you when you started Yes to Success seminars?
I knew that you were going to ask me that. So and I was trying to think, what is my answer? And I think that my answer is that at every moment we have a choice and we could choose what makes us happy and we could choose what is a struggle. And it doesn't mean that there aren't times in our lives where we do have to struggle, but I would say that, well, this is what's coming to me, so I'm going to just share it. People think that their choices are limited, but they're actually not. Even in the Bible, God the Father, not that I'm some biblical scholar, but God the Father says, all that I have is yours. God the Father doesn't say, some of what I have is yours.
Yeah, I get to choose what I give you, and right.
Right. But, and I know that we are going to talk about abundance, so maybe that's why this is coming up. But there are things that we do to prevent that abundance, which is ours, from flowing to us. Janet said that, we have that whisper in our ear, Deborah, go teach success seminars. Oh, who am I to teach success seminars? Well, guess what? If that's what whispers in your ear, it didn't get whispered in my ear to channel the counsel. It didn't get whispered in my ear to teach people about self-love. It didn't get whispered. No, it got whispered in my ear to teach success. And I believe that, God the Father, that force, not only with that giving you that idea, gives you everything that you need to fulfill that idea. God isn't a trickster and doesn't say, well, here's what I want you to do, but I'm not going to give you the ability to do it.
God's not a man. I'm sorry, men. I love men. No, but women too. You don't have to crystal ball it. Sorry, go ahead, Deb.
No, so that's it. And but we can only attract what we vibrate, what's harmonious with our vibration. So when we vibrate lack and doubt, or our ability to have it all, or our ability to live our passion, then we are going to push it away. It's like a tuning fork that vibrates an F sharp, and F sharp comes towards it, and it accelerates. If you're vibrating at an F sharp and a B flat comes towards you, you push it away. If you're vibrating with, oh, I'm never going to be successful, I can't live my passions because of X, Y, or Z, and then your passion comes towards you, you're going to push it away. So I say the first thing to do is change your mindset. First thing to do is remember what God the Father says, all that I have is yours. It's just your choice where you want to put your attention. It's just your choice how you want to vibrate. I mean, people say, oh, I'll never be financially successful. I grew up with nothing. My parents had nothing. Fine, knock yourself out. Keep vibrating with that story. There are millions of people, probably hundreds of millions, who grew up in poverty and went on to be millionaires and billionaires. Or, oh, it's the economy. It's impossible for millennials to buy homes. Keep vibrating with that and you'll never have a home. So what I say is that I had the idea to start a company called Yes to Success, and I was studying success principles and people like Napoleon Hill and Wallace Wattles and Florence Scovel Shinn, and they all said that idea comes to you because you're the one who's supposed to manifest it, and don't doubt. And that's what I did. And here I am 40 years later, still teaching Yes to Success.
That's amazing. And I also wanted to say is sometimes it's that contrast. You know, you hear a lot of these rags to riches stories of people coming from nothing. It's almost like it gave them an extra drive and motivation. Anyway, I mean, I know some people will stick in that rut, but some people will take that and just thrive and change their vibration, like you said.
Well, you know, what you just said, Clarissa, is so profound. That is so profound because truly the healing of any limiting belief. So, you know, maybe a limiting belief would be, I'm not good enough. And you had things happen in your life where you had a teacher who said, you know, you'll never amount to anything. And the healing of that inner critic, aside from working it with your mind, is to really look at that and reframe. You know, do a reframe on anything that has ever happened to you where you feel like, this has been terrible. This has like really blocked me. I really hate this. This has been just one of the worst things in my life. Because when you reframe, what that means is you have to find the good. You have to find the good in that thing. And when this is an exercise that I do in my Mastery of Self-Love program, which I started after having 5,000 passion test trainers all over the world, because I realized, you know, why aren't all 5,000 of them going all over the world and burning it up? And it was exactly what Deborah was talking about. I call it, and she calls it too, I know, limiting beliefs. And, you know, and what reframing can help you do is really see the truth of why that is there for you in your life. Like none of us, and I think both Christy and Deborah said this today, you know, we're never given more than we can handle. You know, we're never given anything that isn't a gift. I love what Byron Kady is, my great mentor. God is good, God is everything, and there are no mistakes in the universe. There are no mistakes in the universe. And everything happens for me, not to me. Everything happens for me, not to me. So our job, if that's truth, and which I believe is true, I absolutely know that that's true because I've reframed my life around, because I had a lot of stuff to reframe: sexual abuse, strung out on drugs, and I can go on and on and on, is to take whatever thing you felt happened to you and then look for, how is it serving you now? How does it serve you now? And I'll use my big one, which was sexual abuse. How does it serve me now? Well, are you kidding me? Would I ever have that not happen? No. Not one moment in my life I would never have not happen because and let's take the sexual abuse. If any woman comes to me and she has that going on, I know how to turn that around for her. What does that do when I can see that I can be the conduit to helping her to be back to open, which Deborah and both Deborah and Christy were talking about, is that the gifts are always there. It's just if you're contracted, and that's what trauma does, and that's what these things that we think that we call our tragedies have us do. We can't see the gifts that are always happening because we're in that fetal position. Oops, Deborah would correct me on that, so I decided to do it first. But but you know what I'm talking about. When you're open, what you're doing is you're able to see, oh my God, there's a gift, there's a gift, there's a gift. And so our job is, and anyone can do this, just write it down and then really take the time, strip it down without your shame, blame, your justification, your, yeah, but oh my God, yeah, but they really did do that. I mean, when we hold on to what we call our tragedy and we use it to get attention, weird kind of attention that we get from others, for them to feel sorry for us, it's not working. And if anyone here does that, you're here to hear this because it's time to turn that trauma or that moment in your life that has been blocking you and find where is the gift. And what you'll always find, and I'm telling you, I've seen it every time, is that the way that you really heal that is by helping others, is by supporting others. And you can only do that after you've reframed it to see the good. So
100%. My biggest tragedy in my life is my sister committing suicide. And I've had others.
Oh, yeah, I bet it was.
And that was a moment of having her on the other side and opening up to non-physical and seeing the partnership and the sisterhood and seeing that she's still there. I mean, and I didn't lose her, but yet the human part of me had to go through that grieving process and process the thoughts and process the, refocus on why, and I wrote my second book, Why Did She Choose Suicide, which is no longer in print. But it's like, if I was to focus on why did she do it and what was she thinking and what could I have done? I'm stuck in my life. So the reframe of, I'll never know, but what could I do now? So someone like my sister that's thinking about committing suicide because their life and their situation or relationship, they feel they have no way out. How can I, like you both, shed a light on, wait, you have a choice. Just even focusing on, okay, I'm breathing. There's life in me. Finding the stillness, all the things that we've talked about here today. Being able to then reframe, change the picture, change the perspective, invite light in, all of these different wonderful prayer to then just have that crack of light. That's all you need, is that crack of hope to then start letting that in. Because that's what it was, like that momentum, that escape velocity that Deb was talking about. It's like that momentum that then starts to shift things. And my thing was, you know what, if I can help one person, well, first I got to help me, because I don't want to end up like her. I don't want to do that. So how do I heal me so I don't do that and I don't end up like that? Heal me first. And then it was like, wow, I got to share this. I gotta talk to other people that get this stuff.
It's been such a pleasure. I was going to ask your final thoughts, Deborah, but just so much love to all of you. And I love diving deep into it. It really went deep at the end. I felt like we could go a lot longer and just elevating our vibration for abundance and flow. Thank you, Christy, Deborah, Janet, for being with me today on the Global Oneness Summit. Have a blessed day.
Welcome to the panel, The Frequency of Sacredness and Oneness Alignment, as part of this year's Global Oneness Summit, the theme of which is the art and science of elevating consciousness. I'm Connie Baxter Marlowe, and I will be facilitating this panel with this family of friends the vibration of oneness has brought together today. I'm an author, photographer, filmmaker, and futurist who has spent decades in association with visionary elders and have seen through their vision, prophecies, heart, and spirit, as well as my own knowing, that peace, unlimited abundance, and true sovereignty is in the process of coming on Earth as humanity aligns action with the vibratory level where the oneness with all of creation is evident, and separation, fear, and scarcity, and the resultant systems and behaviors become a thing of the past. I believe we are in the process of accessing this state as the vibration of Earth increases and new information becomes available to us, enabling us to choose to express in our daily actions the love, compassion, empathy, and kindness that live in our hearts as everyone and everything becomes sacred. Sacredness has a vibration. Can you feel it as I speak of it? We have some panelists with us who are connected with this frequency in unique ways, as is everyone who's ever incarnated on the planet. Dr. Jude Currivan, who is coming to us from near Avery, England, and Greg Campbell in Australia, and Andrew Cameron Bailey over in Studio B here at Sunrise Ranch, and Hereditary Chief Phil Lane Jr., who is currently in Thailand. I'm going to cleanse our field with some sage in the Native American tradition to open our hearts and clear our minds and raise our vibration. So please take a moment and feel this energy. We are one. This energy flows throughout the universe. This smoke of cleansing. We will be exploring the indigenous perspective through Hereditary Chief Phil Lane Jr. of the Lakota, actually he's Yankton, Dakota, and Chickasaw Nations, and founder of Four Worlds International Institute. Phil is dedicated to uniting the human family through the fourth way for walking the red road, and works internationally for healing and responding to our divine calling. We have been in relationship since 1992, over 30 years, and it's just a thrill to have Phil with us tonight. Representing the Indigenous perspective will also be Greg Campbell from Broome, Australia, who authored the book Total Reset at the behest of First Nations people of Australia, with whom he spent 30 years. Greg will speak of humanity aligning with First Law, also known as Unity Law. We met recently in Australia. Greg, you were called to the First Nations people in the 90s, just as I came in contact with the Native Americans. And it seems to have truly informed both our lives. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you, Connie.
And we have Dr. Jude Currivan, evolutionary cosmologist, healer, author, futurist, and co-founder of Whole World View. And she will bring evidence-based science of unitive evolutionary consciousness and its application to the emergence of unitive economics as we transform from the inside out and bring new systems of kinship, reciprocity, and reverence for all life on earth and beyond, embodying the complementarity of feminine and masculine attributes, all of which lie at the foundation of indigenous ways and cosmology. Jude has traveled to nearly 80 countries and worked with wisdom keepers from many traditions and has resonated to this frequency from childhood. We've known each other and resonated for a few years now. Welcome, Jude.
Thank you, Connie. It's wonderful to be together.
And Andrew Cameron Bailey, my darling husband and co-author with me of The Trust Frequency, 10 Assumptions for a New Paradigm, which is informed by indigenous cosmology and leading edge science, will share his view of shifting core assumptions about the nature of the universe for accessing the vibration frequency we are discussing through absolute trust in a conscious, loving universe. Andrew was working with the San of the Kalahari in the 90s. The 90s were a powerful time of realization and access to indigenous and other enlightening ways. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned the San Bushman, because all of us, it's remarkable what we were doing in the early to mid 90s is totally relevant to this beautiful panel. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Boy, that interconnectedness is what keeps me going, that knowing of the divine orchestration of this journey humanity's on. Each panelist will briefly introduce themselves and then speak on their perspective for 5 minutes. We will then have 30 minutes for a discussion amongst the panelists in response to questions I will ask, with a 5-minute wrap-up. We will proceed in this order: Phil, Gregg, Jude, and Andrew. So, Phil, tell us what you have to bring to this conversation.
Mitakiapi, my very, very, very beloved members of our human family. I want to extend a very warm and loving handshake to each and every one of you as we gather here to explore how we may become so illumined we will enlighten the world. My name was passed on from my father and my great-grandfather and so forth is the name Philip, lover of horses, Lane Jr. And I received the honor as well as carrying a hereditary lineage here some years ago. So there's that. And then in terms of my Dakota names, given at 12 by Walter Stronghart, Shante Washte, Stronghart, when I was 12, and then my grandfather, Frank White Buffalo Man, when I began to begin my spiritual journey. One is I am a leader of warriors who takes the enemy as best horses, and I am a sacred black pipe born of thunder, lightning, and rain. And I stand fully responsible before the Creator for my words and my actions. I believe the foundation of this whole understanding is the fact that when we're conceived, at that moment, even photographs show light flashes. At that point, each of us is conceived as sovereignty, ancient and perishable and everlasting. And that is something we need to look deeply at as who we are. We are that. No matter what happens after we're conceived, we continue to be this divine soul. And I want to say this about our souls. We get this out of the way here. From my perspective, the soul has no gender, no ethnicity, no race, no class. Our soul is a reflection of the oneness of our Creator, which makes all forms of prejudice whatsoever completely unacceptable. We are not our earth suits. Our earth suits are simply the vehicle by which we go through this physical world of time and space. That's all. Just like our womb suit was what we made it through in the womb of our mother. And beyond that, what are we doing here? We ran our womb suit. Our point was to grow our physical arms and legs and eyes and ears. That's what it was about. This world's about growing our spiritual arms and legs and eyes and ears. Become more loving, more compassionate, more forgiving, more generous, more brave, courage to be ourselves, who we are. That's what our purpose is here. Why? Because this short life, as we all know, the elders sitting here, it's like Prophet said, life's like the breath of a buffalo on a cold day, or a firefly on a warm summer night, or the shadows vanishing before the setting sun. That's life. It's that quick. And how many times I look in the mirror lately and say, how in the world this happened? Seems like just boom, you're there. But that's because we live in an eternal world. We think we're defined in here in this physical world of time and space. Really, it's a shadow. Shadow. You know, we have to go beyond the world of names in the mirror of syllables and sounds. We got to go beyond the space between the thoughts. That's leading into our divinity, our holy, sacred divinity. And when we touch that, we realize we're one human family. And the hurt of one is the hurt of all. And the honor, the healing, the upliftment of one is the honor and healing, upliftment of all. And this timeless space we're in, even though we seem like we're so far and distant away, thankfully this technology we're a little bit closer. Like Black Elk said, the center of the universe is everywhere, everywhere, right inside each of us. And this illusion we're in right now, that's part of our journey, is to free ourselves from this illusion. And I'm sure you know that we have tremendous scientists here. Jude is one, can tell us about the real reality of what it is that we're living in. This little thing that we think that we begin looking down, and what do we have? Practically nothingness, right to that place of nothingness. And yet we in this journey, we can see today, begin to see today, the great prophecies of our indigenous people promise that after this long spiritual wintertime, we would awaken to our true reality. From infancy to childhood to adolescence, finally, we're coming to our spiritual adulthood, not only this Mother Earth. But remember, these spirit electron studies they've done, that means you can go infinitely. And one electron turns, the other one turns. That means there's a connection beyond, way beyond the speed of light. So when we begin just simply grasping this universe by the speed of light, how many light years from here to there, we're completely missing the picture here in terms of really getting down to the basic, hardcore, fundamental deal. We're interconnected with all life. From the farthest galaxy that has no end, we are part of that. And what's really great, what I understand about the soul, beyond just the fact that we have no gender, race, ethnicity, etc., except in this world right here, where those dualities, in a way, help form and help develop us spiritually. Because this is a world of choice, a world where we choose different things. We choose one path that may be in flow with the divine order. If we flow this way, it might be out of balance. We learn that way. We learn. And one of those fundamental things we learn, first of all, the foundation is justice. Justice is the founding principle, because justice is what has to be at the foundation of oneness. Justice towards all things. Justice. And that's what the new global civilization being built on is justice. And that justice is what unfolds oneness. And when we realize oneness, how in the world can you not understand that the eagle has two wings? One is man, one is woman. So both wings of the eagle have equal power, respect, and honor. The eagle of humanity will never fly as high as, and we are that eagle ourselves. We have all those spiritual qualities. Some cultures call them this feminine, some call it masculine. The fact is we have them all. They're infinite. We have to develop them all. As men, we have really done our part to bring us to this point. We've also brought ourselves to the brink of total destruction. So we have to embrace this feminine, divine nature of ourselves. Just as we've got to be able to balance these two, because becoming who we are doesn't mean, but when this spectrum of quote unquote masculine, feminine, doesn't mean in order for the way society shows it, that somebody has to all become masculine, whoever they are, male, female, in order to have some kind of meaning. No, we have to become balanced human beings, balanced in all qualities, to be very kind, gentle, very sensitive. And that's why I really know without question, women know men way more than we know ourselves. Way more than we know ourselves. They just don't let you know. They talk all the time. Because same as indigenous people, we had to deal with this oppression for so long. We know the oppressor. We know. We don't tell the oppressor because whatever the oppressor knows, he'll use it against us. But that's changing. We're coming out, just like women are coming out, other oppressed people are coming out, and we're really finding that, the last thing I want to say, that only hurt people hurt people. Only abused people abuse people. Only colonized people colonize people. We're not born that way. Now, there might be some that have, you might say genetic issues, probably to let us know what happens if we don't develop ourselves in this physical world, what can happen to us in the spiritual world. If we don't develop ourselves, if we think we're going to be focused completely on money and materialism in our physical bodies, and then all of a sudden we step into a world where none of that has any relationship whatsoever, then we're in trouble. Aho.
Thank you, Phil. I'm so glad you're here and brought all that wisdom to us. So let's hear from Gregg.
Thanks, Connie. Wonderful, Phil. Speaking straight from the heart, from that space. Real wisdom and truth in what you have just said. Much appreciated. Always a wonderful feeling to sit in the company of wise elders. I had the great good fortune in 1991, thanks to the grace of my mother, of meeting such a being in the far north of Western Australia in the remote Kimberley region. His name was Paddy Rowe. Everyone called him Lulu. Lulu was 78 when I met him and 89 when he passed away. A few weeks after meeting him, he turned to me one day and said, Gregg, he said, what about you think about living on country with us out here? And we work together, you and me and our mob, and we write one book. And I said to him, well, Lulu, I'm not a writer and you fellas are not literate, so why on earth would you want to write a book? And he said, well, yeah, you fellas write books. That's what you fellas do. And he said, us fellas, we're holding the original knowledge from day one, from when the first humans appeared on Earth. And he said, we're in big, big trouble right now on this planet. And he said, unless we bring that knowledge back to the surface, the whole thing's going to go down. So I said, we've got to write this book. And I thought about it, and I thought, well, that's a wonderful thing to do. And he's very respected. He's senior keeper of the law, a very powerful medicine man, shaman, black elk type of character, really. Very, very strong, tough as steel and as soft as a marshmallow. Beautiful heart, just like Phil was saying, very generous, kind, compassionate, totally non-judgmental. Everyone was treated like a god. Everyone was treated like they were sacred, including murderers as well as politicians, the whole gamut. So it was that kind of person who I thought, yeah, well, I'll devote 2 or 3 years of my life to that. I can afford to do that. I had no idea it was going to be 31 years. But they're very powerful, and country's very powerful. And country didn't want me to go, and nor did he. So I stayed there and I worked off all my white fella shit to a very large degree, and finally started to become a real human being, a true man, proper man, a person of integrity, of dignity, a self-regulating man, as joyful as with women, men, children, no matter, animals, trees, kangaroos, magpies, cockatoos, all family together. When I asked Lulu, what's this book about? He said, well, yeah, we're going to share a lot of deep knowledge. There's stuff we can't share because you'd have to be properly initiated deep inside our business to get that. Otherwise, can misuse it. But there's a lot we can share now. And he said, main thing, Bubba, is that people got to return to the ground at the bottom of everything. We've got to sit on the ground at the bottom of everything. Now, at first, I didn't understand what he was talking about. I'm very familiar with the Asian philosophies and so on, and the sacred and the Christian tradition and so on. But I didn't realise he was referring to that ground which is beyond space-time and form and phenomena. The Aboriginal world is called the dreaming. In the Vedic tradition of India, called the Dharma, Sanatan Dharma. So that ground at the bottom of everything is the essence of our being. It is not a material reality. The material reality manifests within it. So the entire universe is really like one little bubble of a vast consciousness which has many bubbles in it. Now, for Lulu, the reason it was so important that people return to the ground at the bottom of everything is because there they will see the law, what Aboriginals call first law. First law is not made by humans. First law is a part of the creative power within which this universe is manifesting every instant, resonating, materializing in a non-stop creative process. Nothing stops. Everything keeps moving and changing, except for consciousness, except for that, except for the Great Spirit or the Great Mystery. That remains ever unchanged and unaffected by all that's going on within itself, within its play. It can burp, but it doesn't get sick. So Lulu said, so we're going to do this book. We're going to give people a new set of lenses through which they can look at the world. Actually, it's a very old set of lenses, oldest set of all. But for most people, it's a new set of lenses. We look at that world with the whole picture before us, then we'll understand how to go about changing the trajectory that we're currently on. So that whole picture includes, of course, physical reality. It includes the nature of the connections between the forms and phenomena of physical reality. But it also includes the connection with the sources of physical reality, the creative energies or powers that are not visible, they're not physical, and they can be experienced every instant as true feeling, is what the old man Lulu called it. True feeling, deep feeling, before the mind kicks in. Always before the mind kicks in, that voice of the one speaks within. Now, all we have to do is shift the ego out of the way so we can hear what it's saying. Yeah? And that's, a very big problem for a lot of people if they don't have solid initiation processes when they're around puberty time. Because that's the time, particularly with men, when they can start to run wild, when they need to be reined in and initiated into the direct experience of the other reality. So I think American Indigenous people might do things like Vision Quest, and I don't know what your initiation practices are, Phil, but I'm sure they're many and varied and wide and powerful, and people have actual experiences of that. And then, of course, the more the ego gets out of the picture and becomes a servant of that rather than the master of the show, the more those spiritual powers can operate through us. So we might think, oh, they're my powers, but they're never our powers. They're the powers of that, and they operate all the time, and they can come through anyone at any time in any way. Extraordinary things. Yeah, I mean, I saw the old man bring someone back. Well, I didn't see it. The old man brought someone back from the dead, for example. That wasn't considered to be freaky or unusual. That was considered just a part of the normal thing of being a true human being. Yeah, thanks, Connie.
Yes, thank you so much, Gregg. There's so much commonality here. Let's hear from Jude, and so we can get on with our discussions as after everyone is finished. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Well, I'll just sort of take the talking stick from my brothers, Phil and Gregg, with gratitude. And I won't go into a lot of the science stuff today because there are other ways to come to this. But I was asked to speak today as to how a unitive perspective might actually serve our transformation of our economic system. And so, to begin with, the current dysfunction of the global economic system is based on a worldview of materialism and separation. And as Gregg just referred to, human egonomics rather than planetary economics. And it's drastically debased its healthy functions, qualities, and purpose. And originally, the word was attributed to the Greek philosopher Aristotle as being the wise management of households nested within a wider community. And this understanding and exaltation now needs to be expanded, as indeed the indigenous wisdom always has done, to the interdependent whole being, of humanity and our planetary home Gaia. So unitive economics is underpinned and framed by a unitive narrative, and itself founded on emergent and evidence-based unitive cosmology, as Phil referred to, which describes the essential wholeness of our living, loving, evolutionary and non-locally unified universe, and where mind and consciousness, universal mind and consciousness, aren't something we have, but what we and the whole world fundamentally are. I mean, Gregg referred to a bubble. I talk about our universe being a great thought of the infinite and eternal mind of the cosmos, a great spirit. For the realization of a unitive economics, its unitive paradigm or worldview, that unity is not an aspiration, it's our existential reality, is vitally required to be embedded in unitive values and principles and consequential institutional structures, policies, standards, legislations, behaviors and metrics. This is the first law, essentially, that Gregg is referring to. Its achievement, however, recognizes that the development to this understanding requires a progression of reset and reform, transition to be regenerative, and transformed to be authentically unitive, and with a similarly transformed monetary and financial system to manifest its healthy flows and processes of exchange. Humans are fundamentally cooperative and social, with our greatest satisfaction achieved in helping others. Our current economic system based itself on the illusion of separation, as Phil referred to, confounds and subverts this profound truth. So crucially, economic transformation is possible and consistent with our deepest human nature and the unitive nature of reality. The realization of this universal unity and its expression in radical diversity consequently invites a range of unitive-based values, principles, and behaviors that are love-centered and inclusive, in contrast with the current separation and scarcity-based, fear-centered and divisive economic model and system. These are the same values that the most profound of spiritually based traditions teach, and what indigenous wisdom and healthy communal behaviors are based on. They call for us to recognize that we're naturally part of a universal web of life rather than separate from it. These include reverence for all life, as both Phil and Gregg have talked to, embracing, honoring, and respecting not only people and other biological organisms, but also those who Native American traditions and teachings refer to as all our relations, including the body of our planetary home Gaia, our sun and moon, our ancestral lineages, and spiritual and unseen realms. Another is a deep and felt sense of what's fair and just that sociologists appreciate is embodied in us and naturally expressed from early childhood, and as Gregg referred to, through the rites of passage throughout our lives, emphasizes that, helps us to continue to live in such a way. Reciprocity is another value, which ensures the mutuality and balance of give and take. All of these values are based on an experiential kinship and participation in a world where there is differentiation and complexity and diversity, but which is essentially whole and its constituent parts inseparable, as embodied in the principle of Ubuntu, a Nguni Bantu term that can be translated as I am because you are. Unitive awareness and unitive economics also vitally embody, as again Phil and Gregg have said, the complementarity of feminine and masculine attributes, and recognize the benefits of including and balancing their perspectives and contributions within and between us. For we truly are spiritual beings, divine souls, having this earth walk, the privilege of this earth walk. So this surely is the time to remember who we really are, the sacredness of this earth walk, and bringing through from a unitive worldview and unitive narrative, the unitive everything, from economics to education to justice, to all that we are and do in this world together. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful, Jude, bringing it all into practical economics. Thank you so much. So, Andrew, tell us about the trust frequency.
Thank you, Jude and Brother Phil and Gregg. This beautiful, what should we say, emanation of wisdom coming from so many different perspectives and so many different cultures all over our beautiful planet. I grew up in South Africa, so I'm also from down under, the other side of the Indian Ocean from Gregg, and had the really wonderful experience of being a little boy born in England, but transplanted at the age of 3 and growing up among the monkeys and the Zulus and eventually meeting the Sand Bushmen of the Kalahari. And all of that adding up to, and then my personal scientific studies at the university, my comparative religion studies at the university. And then when I came to America, getting together with Native Americans and Sufis and all of the extraordinary spiritual teachers that I spent time with here, all added up to something. And then I met this extraordinary person, Connie Baxter Marlowe, which was, I had the extraordinary privilege of falling in love with each other and getting married very recently and going on honeymoon to Australia and meeting Gregg and the Mungo people and just on and on. What an experience. But what all of that has in common, each of us here on this panel, and I would say that each human being on this planet, is that we each have what I would call an operating system. So what is the operating system of the human being, individually and collectively? Our operating system is our beliefs, our assumptions about the nature of reality. For example, I grew up in the world of reductionist science. I'm trained in physics and chemistry and mathematics. And the fundamental assumption about the nature of the universe at that point, which is now shifting finally, thank heaven, is that the universe is more like a huge clockwork machine than it is a living biological macro entity. I believe the latter. I believe we live in a conscious universe. I believe we live in a living universe. I believe we live in a loving universe. That is not the common belief among certainly Western educated people, and that includes the Japanese and the Chinese and the Indians who've all taken that on, thanks to Newton and those wonderful English philosophers and scientists and Europeans who brought so much, and yet at the same time we lost so much. What we need, I believe, is an operating system upgrade, which actually requires us individually and collectively to examine our beliefs, our worldview, our mindset. And if we don't do that, every piece of wisdom we hear is filtered through our pre-installed operating system, that which we came to believe to be true without question as little children. And in order to change that, I'm not saying it's easy, but I am saying it's essential. If we do not change our beliefs about the nature of reality, starting with the fact that we live in a conscious, loving universe, and one of the principal assumptions we have to abandon and escape from is the assumption of separation, that I am different from you, that I am separate from you, that your culture is separate from my culture. We are all humans. We all share the same consciousness. We all have a closely related job to do on this planet, part of which is to restore Mother Earth, because the decisions we have made necessarily based on false, erroneous, outdated assumptions have put us in the world we are experiencing today. And it's a very dangerous world. And from my perspective, and the perspective of the trust frequency, life in a higher vibratory state, is if we can get in and change those fundamental beliefs, our frequency goes up and we find ourselves living in what I'd be happy to call, and Connie would be happy to call, heaven on earth. We can do that. But if we don't change our fundamental beliefs, our operating system, we're in big trouble. And I do believe we can do that together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. So now we have a few minutes. I don't know how long we have, but let's have a bit of a conversation, because we've all brought to the table a fundamental understanding of our innate human nature, our innate connection to all that is. And it's been expressed through different lenses here. And I would just like to throw out a question to everyone, and just answer as you will. I'd like to know what your thought is on how it can go to scale that we will connect with that humanity inside of us and transform our behaviors. We will access a higher frequency where the laws are expanded. It's a whole different ballgame. What each of you are talking about is a different way of being. And it's been modeled to us by Jesus, with his miracles of healing, of unlimited abundance, with the loaves and the fishes, etc. So it's definitely possible in this meat suit, as Phil has called it. We can do this thing. We just have to shift our frequency. So what are your thoughts on how people can go there in their daily lives?
One simple way, many, many ways. Actually, as many ways as there are people, but one simple way is to reconnect with country, with the natural world, as family. Is to go to the place for some reason, of all the places one could go to in one's region. When you go to that particular place, something grabs you. You feel really good, really at home there. So the spirit of that place is pulling you in, accepting you. To spend even a weekend in such a place, camped out 2 nights, letting the feeling of country enter you, walking around with bare feet so that the energy of the earth can flow in through the body. Just being with country can be extraordinarily transformative. Now, there's many other ways, and one simple one that comes to mind is this: right now, where we're sitting, we are seeing and hearing. We have sensory input. Can we have the experience of being with the inputs coming in without labeling anything? When we were 3 months old, 6 months old, whatever, we experienced life moment by moment, but we didn't label anything. We experienced being present in the here and now, and it doesn't require labels or the mind's intervention. It requires a true feeling. And that true feeling, as we see with the little one, is full of joy, full of delight, full of unbridled love or trust or for everyone. They're right in that frequency that you talk about, Andrew, the oneness frequency.
So I want to reflect as we discuss this on just a verse, a thought that was shared to me some years ago, and I really have been thinking about it deeply, especially lately. It says this: that which you're seeking is that which you're seeking. That is as wonderful as the natural world is. And my father used to say, that the natural world is a place of the spirit. The city is a place of the body. So certainly to make the journey that this phrase is suggesting, the more natural, the better. But the real journey is not out here. I mean, that which you're seeking is that which you're seeking. It's right here, right here, right here. And we can see I'm here in the wonderful, beautiful, incredible lands of Lord Buddha, and the Thai people have never, ever been colonized. Materialistically, we're all getting colonized right now, but in terms of all the trauma, intergenerational trauma and things we have in the West, it's not there. And when we think about the life of Lord Buddha, he leaves this life of being a king with everything he needs, and he goes through asceticism, no food and water, all these different ways back and forth until finally, he simply sits under a tree in quiet, and boom, enlightenment comes, because it's right here. And while outdoor settings and so forth can certainly ground us so we can make the journey and have us feel safe, the journey's here. Same time as my father used to say to me, he said, son, you're never, ever going to solve all the issues before you solely through the intellect. Because it's the nature and the gift of the intellect. For every problem it solves, it creates 10 more. That's what the intellect does. That's how we have credible science. It's only when the heart opens and the tears flow. As my father always said to me, son, you're never going to solve all the issues before you only through the intellect. Because for every problem the intellect solves, it creates 10 more. That's the nature, the gift of the intellect. The gift of the great scientists. Keep boom, 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 door after door after door, and they're still doing it. But it's only when the heart opens and the tears flow and that's connections made, which, he said the longest journey in the world is from here to here. Even how we think, from being inductive thinkers, which is here, from being deductive thinkers, which is seeing the whole to the parts. So deductive thinking is how many indigenous languages they see the world as a motion picture. So they see that. At the same time, inductive thinkers see the parts of the whole. They don't see the impact of things. But we have to become both. I remember when I first saw that research project back in the late 1960s, I said to myself, wow. So indigenous people are deductive thinkers, and the Europeans are inductive thinkers. I want it all. We have to have all of it. How me Chante.
Absolutely, Phil. Absolutely. Does anyone else have something to say? Yes, Jude.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you, Gregg and Phil, for that wisdom. And I just want to echo transformation's an inside job. And so in that regard, it is the inner transformation that leads to the outer transformation. And yet they can both play together. I had a really good conversation a while ago around unitive economics and how if we can move our worldview into this perspective of wholeness, then everything flows in a different way because we see reality through a different lens. But if we can start to make other steps in economics or whatever we're talking about, then that benefit feeds back into our worldview too. So my sense is it's a dance. So how do we scale this up? It's both the inner being and the outer doing of what I think is already in flow. What we're talking about, all of us, is not just a living and loving universe, it's an evolutionary universe. And it has an innate evolutionary impulse. And it seems to me that that evolutionary impulse is in full flow through us at the moment. So as we attune and align to it, which just having this conversation is part of that, then that's already serving the field of potential and possibility and emergence. So that seems to me, we can do so many things, but transforming, as Andrew talks to, of the trust frequency by increasing or raising our frequency from a sort of a fear-based, separate-based perspective to a loving, inclusive perspective, that of itself begins to scale up because we are inseparable. And whether we're aware of it or not, our thoughts, our emotions, our words, our actions affect everything in this world. It is truly interdependent and inseparable. So that's how we already are scaling it up. So it seems to me that whatever we can do together to link up and lift up, as this Global Oneness Summit is doing, and so much else of what we're all involved with is doing, every day we're taking this inner being of love and our knowing that we are whole and inseparable into all that we then serve in the world. And the more we can do that, the more we can ripple out and grow and scale what is this emergent, incredible invitation, it seems to me, from our universe to wake up, to grow up, to clean up, to show up, and now to link up and lift up. It's happening.
So, how do we scale this up? I'm looking here at a screen with 6 wonderful, wise elders, and I'm including you there, Garth, although I can't see you right now. And my point is this: we are elders, and we have a, what should we say, a mission, a project, which is to remember who we are, to remember what we came here for, what it means to be a human being. And the answer to that is multifaceted, and each of us is bringing a facet of that answer. One of those Gregg brought in, the word country, the beautiful, beautiful country with a capital C, meaning nature, meaning Mother Nature. Now, I'm sitting here in Colorado, and I can walk out of my door here, and I find myself on 450 acres of paradisical beauty, and there's a bench I can go and sit on and gaze across a valley, and that's very helpful to me in my process of remembering. The Sufi path, the Zikr of the Sufis, is about remembering who we are, and that nothing is real except the real with a capital R, like nothing is country except country with a capital C. Buddha had this extraordinary experience of discovering a certain tree that we call the Bodhi tree. And if you look at that from the perspective of country, here is Buddha sitting in country in connection with the wisest of elders, the Bodhi tree, who spoke to Buddha, and this transformation occurred. The challenge is this: we have roughly 8 billion people on this planet, and each and every one of us has to wake up, grow up, and that beautiful Ken Wilber list that Jude just shared with us there. We have to do all of those things. And how on earth can we possibly do that? It's an individual undertaking as well as a collective undertaking. I would just say this: we live in a new world. Teilhard de Chardin's concept of the noosphere, think about that in the context of the internet. All of a sudden, here we are, totally connected in real time on this planet through something that you could say is a technological synthesis of the human potential that is now being enhanced by this technology that allows us to reach potentially billions of people at the same time. So somehow there's a technology component in this. There's an inner component, this inner transformation. It's an inside job. Yes, Jude, it is indeed. How do we spread the word? How do we reach? We are elders. How do we reach the youngers? How do I reach my kids? I mean, I have conscious, intelligent children who are yoga teachers and so on. But they're not exactly tracking what I'm doing and what I'm doing with Connie. They're so engaged in their lives. How do we reach the younger generations and pass on the wisdom that we've had the privilege of accumulating? So there's some big questions here, but it has to do with we are all one. We are actually, if the unitive narrative, for example, Jude, could reach every 13-year-old during their initiation ceremonies, we might get somewhere. Enough from me.
Yeah, if we had initiation ceremonies. Yes, go on, Jude.
I just love that, Andrew. And just to say that in the next month, there's a film coming out called A Radical Guide to Reality, which is a 14-minute film aimed for 13-year-olds. But it's aimed for everybody because, CEOs of big organizations have the sort of science of a 13-year-old. So basically, one way that we're hoping can help the scaling up is to release that globally. It's in 15 languages already, and it's free. It's going to go online, it's going to go on YouTube, and we've got an educational wraparound, which actually wholly reflects all that Gregg and Phil and Andrew and Connie and I have been saying. And I think more and more of these, it really is as many voices in as many ways. And the technology we're working with also is actually, it's Unitive AI, So everything in the database, everything in the language base, everything in the knowledge base is based on this unitive perspective. And it's also able to help us re-language the unitive narrative for 6-year-olds, for 9-year-olds, for 13-year-olds. For, as a friend of mine, John Fullerton, who I'm working with Unitive Economics, is saying, how to speak this to a 65-year-old Harvard-trained banker, which he's been trying to explain it to for 20 odd years. You know, so this technology can help us in taking these human-led and heart-centered unitive perspectives and scale them up.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, AI. And I know that Phil has a whole digital backbone program with his Fourth Way that is going to transform us into our sovereignty. And I mean, it's going to just transform everything. We're running out of time right now. And I just wanted to conclude with something that came to me in 2000 from Professor Donald Fischiko, a native elder. And I from his article, I took these ways of a comparison and things that we can do to shift. And here they are: sharing versus hoarding or saving. Big deal. Just let it go. The giveaway. Concern for the common good versus individualism at the expense of the common good. Cooperation versus competition. Concern for the future impacts of present action versus instant gratification. Respect and reverence for all of life versus dominance of concern for profit. Trust in the love of a higher power manifested in all action versus fear and doubt. Living in balance with the rhythms of life versus being driven by a man-made concept of time. Understanding the interrelatedness of all things and all actions versus separation. Understanding and trusting abundance versus fear of scarcity. An understanding of the co-creative power of thought versus random coincidence. Equality between all aspects of life versus human dominance. Incorporation of the metaphysical into physical reality versus bound to the limits of physical reality. So I feel those are action points for people. They can really take those in and say, okay, how am I doing with that shift, that change? Any further thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to reinforce something Phil said, because it's what I learned from my teachers as well. And that is that everything we seek is already there inside. In fact, the whole universe is inside. Not really inside, outside, but for language purposes, the whole universe is inside. And you can see it as a tiny little blue pearl, like the size of a grain of rice. You can see it with eyes closed in meditation. You can see it sometimes with eyes open. It pops out and stands in front of you, and the whole universe is inside it. Now, all the powers of the universe are in every living or everything, in everything. The humans who have free will, that can be an awesome power if used in an intelligent, loving and wise way, or contrary, as we're sort of seeing at the moment. I feel spot on.
Any other thoughts?
I'd just like to add to that, Greg, that was beautiful. All of those wonderful lists, that wonderful list, Connie, that you read out, they're such wise guidelines, but there's a long list there. And all of them are important and relevant. But I suppose at their fundamental base, this is what Gregg said about this is the ground that we stand on, is love. So I would say choose love. Choose loving thoughts, choose loving words, choose loving action. because that then, and our universe is loving. And for me, it's far, and for all of us, it's far beyond the human sentimentality. This is a universe of love because it's a universe that is inseparable. And we're part of it. We're its microcosmic co-creators. We're potentially its co-evolutionary partners in these amazing moments. So let's choose love, because when we choose love, we literally enable the universe to fully flow through us.
Well, you exemplify it, Jude, beautifully. You're full of love. You can feel it streaming out of you. It's wonderful. And when it comes through a brilliant, refined intellect, wow, that's a gift.
And it's my understanding that all of creation is awaiting the opening of the human heart and the release of the love therein. We're going to shift it all in this process of transmuting those energies of fear, separation, and scarcity, which has been our job. So no shame, no blame. No. Andrew, do you have any further final comments?
Love. You see, I think we have to understand when we talk about a conscious, loving universe, we're using a capital C and a capital L, and there's a difference in our perspective between human love, which is I adore you, I love my grandchild, I love Connie, I love each and every one of you, I love myself to the best of my ability. There's something so far beyond that, and I'm going to make a bold big statement here. The universe consists entirely of love. Love is the fundamental energy of the universe, to the point there's this equation, probably some of us have heard it. It is E equals mc squared. I would propose we could change that to L equals mc squared, and we're speaking of the same thing. It is that most fundamental of energies that is alive, that is conscious, that is absolutely everything, that is manifesting all of these manifestations, including ourselves.
Yes, indeed. And we have to understand that love is unconditional. It gives us everything we ask for. And what are our requests? Well, it's physics, it's vibration, it's where we put our attention, it's what our assumptions are, and all those things that we have free will control over. And basically, ultimately, what our actions are. So that puts us in that frequency when we understand that we are so loved by the conscious loving universe and that everything happens for us, not to us. And we get out of victim perpetrator and we go forward into that high vibration. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. It's been such a wonderful conversation, and I'm just so happy to have brought you all together here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you for inviting us, and thanks to everybody who's with us through the Global Oneness Summit.
Welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the Art and Science of Living Consciously. I'm Carissa Sims, live event host with Humanities Team. And today I have the pleasure of speaking with Natalie. Namaste. And our topic is manifesting principles to co-create your life. Natalie is psychic, holistic intuitive healer, and Reiki master teacher. And I'll just share a little bit more about her. Natalie has been transforming lives worldwide through channeling universal energy and wisdom. Since 1999, Natalie has been working with clients through intuitive one-on-one sessions, Reiki workshops, retreats, and courses. She is a UC certified Reiki master and teacher, yoga teacher, and natural clairvoyant. Since she first realized her gifts, she has healed thousands, including celebrities, royalty, and even the skeptics. Natalie provides many offerings, including workshops and retreats, various channel treatments, yoga courses, Reiki coursework, special ceremonies, blessings, and vow renewals. Natalie is a dedicated, compassionate healer and teacher, and she loves to share and remind everyone that these gifts are all within us. She is here to help you find your inner light, truth, and happiness. Her course, Manifesting from Within, is available now on Stream Plus. How are you today, Natalie?
Oh, I feel so wonderful to be here in this energy that we are bringing and creating together.
Well, I'm happy to be with you here today, and it's just always calming and peaceful to be in your presence. You just have this energy about you that makes me want to be around you more and more. I'll say that.
Oh, I can feel it. It's so wonderful.
Thank you. Well, can we start off with an exercise to help us become powerful manifestors?
Yes, I love it. What we're going to do is meditation, and I'm going to channel, and we're going to see what the universe brings through. I'm opening up to the angels and the universe so that you all here can receive exactly what your soul has brought you here to receive. So I invite you to get comfortable, close your eyes, grow tall in your spine, and become aware of your breath. This sacred divine dance of your soul is your breath. It is moving and flowing without you having to think about it. And so as you observe it, you flow with your soul, watching your natural breath as it enters into your whole body, lighting up every single one of the trillions of cells inside of you. And as you breathe out, that light expands outwards into your energetic field. Every breath in, you are filling with the light that you are, feeling brighter and brighter and brighter from within. And every breath out, there's a sense of expansion and letting go. Just let go. Whatever it is that's been on your mind, or if emotions have been coming up strongly for you, whatever it is that you would like to let go of, use your out breath to release, to let go. Every breath out, as you release and you let go, you are creating more space for the light of your soul to enter through the in-breath. Breathing in a little bit deeper now, breathing into your belly, and your belly expands outwards like a balloon. As you breathe out, send the breath down your legs, down your feet, down your energetic roots, from your feet, down your roots, into the earth, deep down through all of the layers of the earth. You are releasing, letting go with the out breath, releasing, letting go into the earth. And you are expanding with the light with every in-breath. Just notice how you are feeling. As you are making space for more and more light to enter, as you are releasing old patterns, old habits, old beliefs that no longer serve you, just letting it go. It dissolves in the earth, and more light enters, more light entering from all directions, through the pores of your skin, into your beautiful temple, your body. Every single cell in your body is vibrating with the high frequency light of your soul. Just notice any vibration or sensations that you might be feeling inside your body. Paying attention to your whole body means that you are present with the infinite light that you are. Just observe how you feel from deep inside. Continuing to breathe in and out. Breathing in the light and breathing down, grounding down, connecting to the earth through your roots. And you start to feel the loving support of Mother Earth. You can feel her nourishing you, feeding you whatever it is that you need right now. She is giving you a gift and you receive it. Maybe you hear what you are receiving, or maybe you sense it or see it or feel it. Receive your gift from Mother Earth now. Feeling a deep connection to the earth. Know that you are grounded and supported with every single step that you take. Your frequency has increased. You are holding so much light in your body that you see yourself floating up, up, up into the universe, floating amongst the stars. You are light and you are bright. You are one of those stars. High frequency being of love and light. Shine your light, beautiful soul. Be the light that you are in amongst the universe. Your frequency is so light, so pure. You feel deeply held by the universe. And you float through all the stars in the sky. And there you see the earth, the sacred planet, and you float back through the universe, back into the earth's atmosphere, bringing all of this brilliant light and energy with you. As you enter into the earth's atmosphere, you immediately feel a welcoming presence. She loves you and she thanks you for being alive, for incarnating on earth. And you float through the blue sky, whizzing and dancing, feeling free and light, feeling so connected to the light that you are, seeing and feeling you, the soul that you are, the magnificent soul that you are. And you whiz and you fly and you dance through the sky all the way back to your neighborhood, back to your home or wherever it is that you are currently, right here, right now. And you enter in through the roof, back into the room, landing back through your crown chakra, the top of your head, into your body. All the light that you are is embodied here, present, all the way down to your feet, down your roots into the earth. You are here in a high vibrational state of being. And a blue ball of light wraps around you. creating a sacred protected bubble. You are in the center of the blue ball of protection. It feels so good. You feel safe, loved, and held in your blue ball of protection. And you are grounded and present and connected to the fullness of the light that you are. Become aware of your breath and take 3 deep breaths in and out, noticing how you feel now, noticing the energy vibrating deep inside of you. And then you can start to wiggle your fingers and your toes. Maybe have a big yawn, a stretch. And then when you are ready, you can flutter your eyelids open, coming fully back into your room, into the space. And just take a moment to notice how everything looks around you. It might be a bit brighter, lighter. You are vibrating with a high frequency. This is the current that you use to manifest, to create. This is the current and light of your soul.
Wow, thank you for that experience, Natalie. That kind of blew me away. It felt like we were traveling. Was that astro travel?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. And it felt like you were getting us to remember that we are that light. We are from that light, and to become that light in this world.
Exactly this. That we are the light and we're never without it. You know, sometimes we have moments where we feel low or sad or frustrated with all different emotions. And even in those moments, in challenge, we are the light. We're never, ever without it.
Beautiful. And there was a part of the meditation where you asked Mother Earth to gift us something. So I immediately felt the soles of my feet were tingling. So she had already started to give her energy to me, and it felt so good. And then the word that came to me was grounded. So that was part of the gift, was the feeling, and then also being grounded. And then you said it, you said that right after. So I thought that was really amazing.
Because we are all interconnected. We're all one. We come from source. And so with these channeled meditations, our souls become one again. And what I see and feel, you see and feel, it just reminds us of the oneness, the unity, the truth of life.
What a gift Natalie has given us today for this powerful meditation to get into the vibration of being co-creators and manifestors. So, how can we co-create with the universe now that we have this power and this new light and vibration that you've gifted us with today?
We create or co-create by remembering that we are the creators. Because sometimes we could go into a loop of feeling that the universe is doing things to us or life is happening to us, and we can lose our power to the things that are happening in our life. It's very empowering to remember that we are the creator. We are creating through our thoughts, our feelings, our beliefs. And when we align those 3 together, a powerful magnetic electric force happens. And when we believe in our power as a creator, we bring in passion and joy and love. And it's that frequency, that energy that then gets things going and magnetizes in that what's in our heart, what our soul desires to experience here on earth. So to be the powerful co-creator that you are, all you need to do is remember that you are. By remembering, you are bringing all of your light and energy into the present moment, and you are empowered, and so you create.
That makes sense. And it is easy to forget that. And it does seem like life is so big, and that how could we as one person, one human, be creating it? And if negative things happen, why would I create that? And so that might be a pattern that is showing up and we're just unconscious. Is that why maybe negative things happen, or is it happening to wake us up?
Yes, it's both. Everything is cause and effect. So there's something that we do or think or feel, and then there's an effect. We receive a response from the universe, and then it becomes our reality. And so when we're in a cycle of challenge or repeat patterns that are uncomfortable, I invite you to get curious about what it is that's happening. And instead of being hard on yourself and getting more negative about it, bring a curiosity energy in and go, okay, I see a pattern. There's some hard things happening here. It's uncomfortable. What's happening here? What is it that I'm sending out to the universe? What can I change about myself? Be curious about what you're thinking. Start to notice your mind, notice the patterns. What are the reoccurring thoughts that I'm having throughout the day? And when you notice a thought that keeps coming up, by noticing it, you bring the conscious light to it and it starts to dissolve, which means you can change your mind. You can change the patterns, which means you'll change that reality that keeps occurring for you.
Oh, I see. So that's the trick. You need to catch yourself. And then if it's something negative, do you then want to shift it into something positive? Or do you just want to pause and get curious and go deeper with it? And when you do that, will it dissolve?
Yes. If you avoid it or run away from it, it will show up again. It'll keep showing up until you pay it attention. So pay it attention because it is a growth gift. It is here to help you grow. It's showing you an area where you're ready to release something, to let go, so that you can carry more light. So don't be scared of it. Invite it in, observe it, notice how you feel in your body, notice the emotions that are coming up for you. Allow yourself to cry. Allow yourself to feel. Give yourself the space for it. When you give space and you breathe in and out through it, it starts to shift. And that's the way through. The way for healing is through the feeling, giving space for whatever is showing up in your life. And if it's showing up for you, the wonderful thing is that you're ready for it. Nothing shows up in your life just because. Everything happens for a reason. And the reason is you're ready to heal and release a layer of something that no longer serves you. It could be a belief that you held from your great grandparents that then came down through the lineage, an ancestral belief, or it could be something connected to the society and what people believe in, the collective ego mind. So if it's showing up for you, you're ready to release it. So it's exciting to take that growth gift and learn from it.
Yes, yes. That's a wonderful perspective to step into that. And it is empowering when you shift like that. Where does desire come into play? You touched on it a little bit with manifesting. Do we need to have a strong desire, or can it just be a little desire? How does that come into play when we want to manifest?
What I'm noticing is desire is that frequency of passion, of the soul wanting to experience more here on earth. It's a longing for, it's a expansion of spiritual essence in the third dimension while being a human. So when you've got a strong desire, when it keeps coming up for you in your mind and you're really excited or inspired, then go with that, because that is your soul saying, hey, this is what we want to experience here on earth. And if you have a smaller desire, it could be that you're starting to open up, but maybe there's a little bit of fear still, or you're not quite ready for the full experience of it. So give yourself space to grow into it. And also, when you feel nervous, it shows that you care. So if you feel a little nervous before you do a great speech, or you're going to do something in your work, breathe into that nervousness. It's a beautiful feeling when you allow it to be there, because it means you care. It means that you are passionate, and that's where your soul is wanting to grow.
That makes sense. It's interesting because I have a lot of ideas. I'm creative and I write, and I also start businesses. I have a lot of interests. And so one of the things that I think I could benefit from is focusing on one. Do you think it's important to focus on one thing that we want to manifest before moving on to the
It's
next?
such a good question, because it's different for everybody. So some of my clients will come to me and they'll have 10 ideas, and they've got a lot of the element of fire in them. So they're very motivated and they can get things done. And so they can actually do all of those 10 things. And then someone else might have more of the elements of air and water, which is like air is that soft spiritual essence, and the feminine needing more stillness and quiet in order to bring ideas into the earth. Water, the element of emotion, feeling into what you create on earth. And so then for someone with more of those elements, it might be that having just one or maybe two focuses is better, because you don't have so much of the fire, and so you need more rest and stillness in order for things to come into fruition. So it really depends on the elements that make you up in order for which way you focus. But for most people, if you've got lots of ideas coming in, I say get an ideas book, write them all down, and then come inside, put one hand on your heart, one hand on your solar plexus diaphragm area, and read through all of your ideas and see which ones create more of a heart fluttering and an excitement in your belly and solar plexus, and then choose one or two, because where you focus your energy is where you're bringing all attention and light, and then you're going to bring that into fruition and make it happen here in the third dimension.
So how is it manifesting a partner or a soulmate versus like a car or a home? Because it seems like it would be more complicated because they have to line up with your destiny. How does that work, manifesting a partner versus like something inanimate, like money or a car or house?
All depends on what you believe. So they can equally
Okay.
manifest as fast, really depending on your belief. So if you have an inner belief that it might be a little bit more challenging to manifest a partner, then
Yeah, you sense that. You sense that, right.
then exactly that will happen, because that's what you believe. So if you believe that
I
manifesting a
see.
car comes really easy, then next week you'll have a car. So really checking in on the beliefs, because that's the rate of vibration that you're sending out, in which it magnetizes in. I've worked with both, with many people, and some people, they're so ready for a partner, and they're daydreaming about what it feels like to be walking down the beach with their partner, and they're actually like bringing their partner in so close, because they're smelling them, tasting, feeling, being, living it by daydreaming about it. And there's a strong yes current going through their body, and then a few weeks later there they come, there they meet their partner. And then the same goes for the car. You see yourself, you visualize yourself driving the car, you can smell the car, you can feel how wonderful it is to be playing the music and having the window open and your hair blowing and enjoying being in the car. And so the more you allow your mind to be creative and imagine and let your imagination go wild and feel it. And when you feel it, you vibrate it and you create it, and then it happens.
That's amazing. Well, are affirmations important in manifesting? So you have this protocol with your clients where you feel like it's already done and you're really experiencing that. And do you have an affirmation that go with it? Yeah.
So affirmations go really well with manifesting because you start to say something over and over in your mind. And at first, you might be saying something like, I have a beautiful house in the forest with my 3 dogs and my loving partner. And maybe you don't have all those things just yet, but you're saying it and you're saying it. And at first, maybe you don't fully feel it. But the more you say it, and the more you might start to then see it and feel it, and that will help your beliefs to get on board with it. So, yeah, I do feel that affirmations can help to align your energy with what it is that you're wanting to create and experience on earth.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's really empowering. I mean, you can tell how your clients might start to really believe it when they say those affirmations or mantras. Well, how long do we need to spend daily or weekly on what we're trying to manifest? Do you recommend every day?
Yes, if it's something that's deep in your heart, it's your soul desire, devote energy and time to it because that feels like you're making it home inside of yourself. And when it's home inside, it happens. So even if it's just 5 minutes a day, that's going to help. But if you can devote more time and energy to it, it's not in the way of pushing and control. It's more of a way of surrendering and playing with it and trusting. So for me personally, I saw this house that I'm currently living in. I saw it and it was already under contract. And I just felt that it was my home. And so every day I dedicated, I don't know how much time, maybe it was half an hour some days, maybe an hour and other days, but the time was broken up throughout the day. To daydreaming, I would see myself in the house or swimming in the pool or inviting friends over. And I loved daydreaming about it. And it took 2 weeks. 2 weeks, we got told that the other people had pulled out of it and it was ours to put an offer in. And here I am in this home and loving every moment. So if you feel it, that it's something you truly want, surrender into it, trust and play with the daydreams, the creations, imagination, energy of it.
Wonderful advice and such an inspiring story of your own. Well, it's been such a pleasure to connect with you and diving into manifesting principles to co-create your life. Thank you, Natalie, for that beautiful meditation and for joining us for the Global Oneness Summit. Have a blessed day.
Such a pleasure. Namaste.
Welcome, everyone. This is Deborah Poneman here. For those of you who don't know me, I am founder of Yes to Success. I am also the founder of the Awake Method. I'm a member of the Board of Advisors for Humanities Team. I have hosted and participated in these incredible Humanities Team's Global Oneness events almost since they started 15 years ago. I'm the creator with Christy Whitman of the Humanities Team Masterclass, A New Kind of Power, but I am not here to tell you about A New Kind of Power. I'm here to tell you about this incredibly powerful show that you are about to see, created by my dear friend Eli Hans with the support of his glorious husband, my other dear friend, Joseph Bennett. Welcome, Eli and Joseph.
It's so great to be here. Thank you so much for including us in this incredible event.
Well, I'm going to go ahead now and read your combined bios and then tell everyone a little bit about the show, and then we'll take it away. So
Perfect.
Here, we got the bios here. Eli Hans and Joseph Bennett are entrepreneurs, workshop leaders, transformational theater coaches, actors, writers, theater producers. Eli is a TEDx speaker and creator of the award-winning, mostly one-man show, Out of the Blue, which you're about to see, and which has earned international acclaim, including multiple Broadway World LA nominations and the Hollywood Fringe Festival's Encore Producers Award. I think you got another award at that festival, but I guess you only listed one. Joseph is a certified happiness coach, hypnotherapist, the author of 6 books, one of which I wrote the introduction, with his first novel due out next February. And you didn't say a thing about your incredible art, but I'll let you slide. And they were both recently featured at the Conference on World Affairs in Boulder, Colorado. And if you know what the Conference on World Affairs is, you would be very impressed because other speakers that they have had, like Henry Kissinger, Ariana Huffington, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Eli and Joseph. So if you want to know how much I love these people, I just am going to tell you. The first time I saw this show, it was offered in front of a live audience. I flew from Chicago to LA to see it. And I loved it so much that I honestly flew to Boulder this past April to see it 3 more times, not just once, 3 times. And each time I laughed, I cried a lot. And you'll see for yourself this incredibly inspiring true story. Like sometimes at the end, people don't get that it's true. And when we have the Q&A talk back, people say, is this true? Yes, true story. And it's a story of hope and resilience in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. I don't want to give it all away, but it includes a cancer diagnosis, Eli making peace with his past as a gay kid looking for love. And Eli actually plays 25 characters, and Joseph plays 1, which is himself. And he is really. So, one other thing, and Eli's voice and the songs. But is there anything either of you want to add before we take it away?
I would love to add. Thank you for that beautiful introduction, Deborah. And this is not simply a story about Eli and his journey. The reason that he wrote it, in my opinion, is because all of us have those difficult moments where we just want to quit. And stories like this help to lift us up and help us to know that there is such a thing as resilience. So as you're watching this, and thank you for watching this, just go ahead and put that message in your back pocket, or ladies, in your bra, so that years from now or months from now, when you are feeling perhaps not all that great, remember what resilience looks like and know that it's possible for you as well.
That's beautiful. I'd like to say thank you for all of you watching this live and those that will be watching the replay later on. It is such an honor to know that you are here making time to see this. We're going to talk more about the show afterwards. So we'd like to invite you to stay for the talk back after. You'll be able to ask some questions in the chat, and we're going to be happy to answer them and share with you what the process was about. We don't want to take too much time here in the front. But the show is, I do want to say this. The show is for people 14 years old and older. There are some moments that are a little
adult
themed. You know, there's some suicide ideation, there's some LGBT stuff, a couple of swear words. So overall, though, it's a funny, engaging, light show that will help you feel inspired and uplifted in the end. But if there are little ones running around, you might want to just have them go have dinner or something.
Put headphones on.
So really, thank you. Enjoy the show. Unless, Deborah, you have something else you'd like to say?
Yes, I just want to say settle in with the cozy blanket. Be sure to grab some Kleenex and prepare to laugh, cry, and even fall in love a little bit. And again, after the show, Eli and Joseph and I will be here live for a Q&A talkback, as I'm sure you'll want to share some comments or a question or two. But we do want to say it would be really great if you didn't use the chat during the show, because it would be a little bit distracting, and really just for yourself. You'll just want to surrender to being there and just being present as you hear the story of these two amazing humans who I love with all my heart. In a few moments, you will too. So let's roll the show and be prepared to be touched and transformed.
See you on the other side.
See you on the other side. See you out of the blue.
I had the honor of directing Eli through this process and the show, and we are all delighted for you to be here this evening, opening night for the world premiere of Out of the Blue.
Here! Welcome! Live theater is back! Woohoo! Just needed to finish setting up a few things. You know, there is so much that needs to happen behind the scenes of every show. I hope I remembered everything. Let's see. Well, the props are set, the set's in place, and places have been called. A cue for lights, the lights then change, and suddenly we are enthralled. That is why we come to the theater, to be entertained and transformed in some way. We might laugh, or we'll cry, or we'll tremble. to this magical thing called a play. Wait a minute. This is a musical, right? Well, then, I came prepared. I need an opening number right now, so fabulous they can say, wow. Need something clever and something real smart, something fantastic and so full of heart, something sensational to set me apart. I need an opening right now. I need the thing I love singing about. That's something that gives you no doubt. You're in for something that's truly unique. Even though I am, well, quite an antique, I'll give it my all so it's shiny and sleek. I need an opening right now. There's gotta be a slow part in case I run out of breath. And then, of course, the dance part, this part that scares me to death, to death. Here we go, Broadway! Little soft shoe. Woo! The opening number is happening right now. Feels so fabulous, makes me shout, wow! I'll tell you a story so you can relate. I better get to it, I really can't wait. Hey, you in the back row, sir, you're a bit late. Strap on your seatbelts, it's gonna be great. Get ready, 'cause somehow this perfectly fabulous, wonderfully marvelous opening number is over right now. Woo! Well, that was fun. You know, 8 years ago, I could have never imagined that I'd even be here, much less singing and dancing and, well, thank you, kid, sharing my story with you. A few weeks before my 54th birthday, everything changed in an instant.
It's cancer, Eli. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, a very rare and aggressive kind. We've got to get on this right away.
Marin, my oncologist, told me much later she thought I had about a 10% chance of survival. My cancer adventure set into motion a healing journey that I didn't quite expect. Some aspect of me knew that in order to really heal to the core, I'd have to learn to make peace with certain pivotal moments of my past. But how? Would that even be possible? You know, when I was 12 years old, my suspicions that something was terribly wrong with me were confirmed. I was very different than all of the other boys I knew. I loved playing with my sister's dolls. Well, not so much play, more like foreplay. Leaving all her dolls, all her Barbies, in exotic Kama Sutra positions for her to find when she got home from school. Ken and Barbie, legs up. Barbie and Barbie. Oh, and I especially loved Ken and their intimate conversations about appropriate attire for their next tete-a-tete before ending up face in crotch with one another. Yeah, having been raised in a conservative Mexican-Jewish community in Mexico City, playing with dolls was not considered normal behavior for a boy. It also wasn't normal for me to prefer to stay home on Friday afternoons playing the piano rather than, say, go to the whorehouse with a bunch of guys. Oh yeah, in those days, going to a burdel to have sex with a puta was very common for a boy my age. But the thought of it terrified me. A few weeks before my bar mitzvah, my father decided to have the sex talk with me. So you see, mijo, there's this thing called procreation. In the Jewish tradition, a man falls in love with a woman. They do this thing called making love. And, Dad, please, I already know everything there is to know about sex. Fellatio, cunnilingus, and coitus interruptus. I also know all about premature ejaculation. And erectile dysfunction, in case you need any pointers, Dad. Oh, don't worry, it happens to a lot of men your age. Yes, I was a precocious kid, but all of that was true. I'd been getting my education by swiping my brother's penthouse magazines. Didn't care much for the pictures, but I loved Javiera Hollander's sex advice column. But my father said, well, that's all right, mijo, but when I was your age, I had already been with a puta. You're going to become a man soon, so it's time for you to go. So just tell me when you're ready. I'll give you the money, and your brother will take you. Dad, can't we just wait until I actually become a man? Oh, no. Better do it soon. Otherwise, people will talk. People? What people? I was 12 years old. After the chat, I immediately ran to the bathroom. When I can see enough hair down there reflected in the mirror, then I'll go. When I can see enough hair down there reflected in the mirror without my glasses, then I'll go. When I can see enough hair down there and armpit hair from all the way back here reflected in the mirror without my glasses, then I'll go. Yeah, I don't think I need to tell you. I never went. And I was devastated to have failed my father. Hello, little one. I'm Shame. You and I will become intimately acquainted for the rest of your life. So get used to it. I told you something was wrong with you, didn't I? Now, do you believe me? I'm just too young, Shame. I'll go when I'm a little older. Really? Then don't you think this might have something to do with those terrible secret thoughts you have about that boy? What's his name? Fernando. At school, I had been watching Fernando for quite some time, and we couldn't have been more opposite. I was a skinny, studious kid with glasses. He was a handsome, muscular bully who'd get into street fights at the slightest provocation. Though he scared me, I had developed quite a crush. Now, as a kid, I loved Disney movies, but since there were no fairy tales about the prince ever getting the prince, I just assumed some part of me was broken. One afternoon, Fernando calls me out of the blue. Hey, Eli, how you doing? I was thinking maybe you know, since your brothers are such good friends and everything, maybe you and I could hang out sometime. Obviously, he wasn't from the Bronx, but his attitude was. And maybe we'd like each other. Like each other? What if this handsome blue-eyed prince went with little old me? Hey, how about I come over later? We'll go bowling and we'll hitch a ride. Bowling? 1, I've never bowled in my life. 2, never taken off in the afternoon without mother's permission. Though if I take a sweater, it might counteract that point. And then 3, hitchhiking is what stupid people do who want to get chopped up and spread out all over the city. Sure, man, come on over. Oh my God, what do I wear? Oh, what do I wear? What do I say? What do we talk about? Who should I be other than me? Why do I have these doubts? What if he doesn't like me? What if I'm not enough? Why does my heart race when I think of all this stuff? Who am I supposed to be? I just want him to like little old me. Do I wear the floral or the plaid? Oh, these are so 2 years ago. What do I wear? I shouldn't care, a sweater or a vest. If there's more to me, I hope he will see, than how I will be dressed. What is it that I'm feeling? I'm afraid I might pass out. I can float and touch the ceiling. What is all of this about? Tell me, who do I need to be? 'Cause I just want him to like little me. I remember how insecure I felt that day. I wish I could have been there to encourage little Eli. I would have said, you are enough. All you need to be exactly as you are. Just be yourself, no need to hide, and you will get quite far. Embrace what you've been given and stand out from the rest. Be proud of who you are. Just make sure that shirt is pressed. There's no need for you to blend, 'cause everything works out well in the end. I wish that you could know that I love you so, and I promise things turn out all right. You can love whom you choose. There's no way to lose if you let your heart be the light. Just remember, all that matters is love. Enough of the schmaltzy advice, sweetheart. Do you have any questions? Are you feeling any better? Jess, we haven't met, so what's with a sweat? I'm as nervous as can be. It's normal. What do I say? What should I do? Do I offer him some tea? No tea! Oh God, this isn't normal. Never felt like this before. Oh my God, is that the doorbell? He's just outside my door. I know what I see in him, but what will he see in me? I just want him to like me. It'd be great if he would like me. I just want him to like little old me. Hi. Oh my God, he has a freckle. Come on, let's go. I think he likes me. Thankfully, we made it to the bowling alley in one piece. Turns out I was a terrible bowler. Regardless, as oddly paired as we were, we liked each other and laughed a lot, and soon our beautiful friendship was born. Soon, however, my feelings for him literally sprung out of control. Feelings a boy shouldn't have for another boy. Am I right, little Eli? Yes, Shane. You're always right. I guess something really is wrong with me. A few months later, my father came up with a surprise announcement. Guess what, everybody? We are moving to America. I was devastated to leave Fernando behind, yet oddly relieved. Though painful and complicated, our friendship had also been a delectable drop of honey in my bittersweet dream. After moving to San Diego, it took a couple of years to get used to a whole new world. I worked hard to get rid of my accent. I worked hard to get rid of my accent. And I got contacts in order to try to blend in. That second summer, Fernando came up for a visit. He was more handsome than ever. And at 16, with hormones raging out of control, Yeah, that was definitely going to be a problem. We decided to go on a big adventure, taking the train up the coast to San Francisco, camping and staying in cheap hotels on the way. If you're thinking, hey, maybe heading to the gay mecca of the Western world with your secret crush while sleeping side by side in a tiny tent wasn't the best idea, you would be absolutely right. Keep in mind, the movie Brokeback Mountain wouldn't come out for another 29 years or so. Still, that first night at the campground, I was a nervous wreck. We lit a campfire on the beach. The moon was reflected in the water. Oh, it was so romantic. Oh. Come on, Eli. Let's go to sleep. We gotta get up early in the morning. Yeah, you know what? You go ahead. I just gotta putter around and stuff. Whatever. Suit yourself. He goes in the tent. I could hear him taking off his clothes. Oh, please help me, sweet Jesus. It's amazing how Catholic one can become in times of need. Do I tell him how I feel? But what if he never speaks to me again? Come on, hurry up. It's nice and cozy in here. In a minute. There's something wrong with me. What is this strange sensation? There's something wrong with me. This odd exhilaration. Each moment you're near, nothing is clear. Where do I belong? The feeling's growing strong. There's something wrong with me. This curious reaction. There's something wrong with me. Mysterious attraction. I wonder if he feels the same about me. It's all very confusing, not the least amusing. You're everything I want to be. I wonder what you see in me. You're my best friend and so much more. It's not supposed to be this way. Why won't this feeling go away today? I cannot keep this hidden any longer. I'm scared. I wish that God would make me stronger. There's something wrong. Something is very wrong. I want to understand it. It's been part of me so long. I wish I'd never found it. Can't deny anymore. You're the one I adore. Will it ever go away? Or is it here to stay? I think I know. In case you're wondering, nothing happened that night. I didn't have the balls to tell him. After Fernando went back to Mexico, our lives slowly grew apart, and, well, I guess that chapter of my life came to a close. No wonder I've hated camping ever since. What struck me most about living in the States is that up until then, I had no idea that being Mexican was a terrible thing to be. I had never heard Mexican jokes before. Then came the Jewish jokes. 2 out of 2 I could do nothing about. Then came the Polak jokes. Oh yeah, I was a Mexican Polish Jew living in America. Then the guillotine dropped when I heard the worst possible thing of all. The gay jokes. It dawned on me that since I was the embodiment of those other 3 oppressed minorities, perhaps all those years of feeling so different from other boys meant that in all likelihood, I could possibly, maybe, probably be somewhat, did I say possibly? A little bit gay. Ish. I wasn't so sure. Oh, goody, we're going to have so much fun living in this country. Things finally turned when I went off to college to study theater, and I was cast in my very first musical. 5, 6, 7, 8. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum-bum. For the very first time, I was surrounded by gay men. Not that everyone in musical theater is gay. What am I saying? Scratch that. I fell in love with Larry, one of the leads in the show. I couldn't hide the exuberance I felt over my first gay relationship. Though it didn't last long, I knew that it was time for me to accept that part of myself. So I decided to come out to my parents, one at a time. I've known the rhythm of your heart longer than you have, mijo. And I know that this is a big part of what makes you you. I love you exactly as you are. His words were like a salve to a wound I didn't know I had. Telling my mom was a very different story. Well, we adore each other, but clearly she wanted me to marry a nice Jewish princess and give her royal grandbabies. I was kind of hoping for a nice Jewish doctor with a 6-pack and a Corvette. I thought of a million different ways to tell her, and I finally came up with a foolproof plan. Ma, I joined Gay Jews for Jesus. I know, a few threads short of a sweater, but I was desperate. I was hoping that, wait a moment or two for the shock to sink in, and then I'd say, kidding, Ma, I'm just gay. Hoping for a, oh, thank you, God. Well, that's not how things went down. I could swear that for the next couple of years, she wore nothing but black, which was grim, but slimming. That weekend, she told me something that burrowed deeply into my psyche. I'm afraid for you, Eli. Gay relationships don't last. What if you end up alone? Who's gonna ever love you? Who's gonna ever love me? Who's gonna ever care? Will I wake up one morning and find somebody there? Someone who'll love to hold me, someone that I can hold, someone who will console me as we grow old. Does she know something I don't? Her words felt like a curse. But what if she's right, and I won't find anyone, or worse? What if I'm meant to travel along this path alone? What if my life unravels out there on my own? I know that someone's out there for me, and that I'm someone's answer, and we will find a way for us to be together, he and me. If I believe enough for both of us, I know that he guess I just need to believe. Six years after coming out of the closet, I had only dated maybe a handful of guys for no more than 2 or 3 months each, which in gay years, if you multiply it by 7, was about 21 straight months. Not bad on average, but not what I was aiming for. At 25, I was convinced I'd have to settle for kissing frogs, hopefully with nice legs. Then, one glorious afternoon in Palm Springs while on vacation, out of the blue, Prince Charming came galloping into my life in his beautiful white Jeep Cherokee. Dan was gorgeous, charismatic, and successful, and we fell for each other right away. My mother's apprehension went by the wayside as soon as she met him. Though not a doctor, he was just one notch under that in the Jewish scale of relevance. An interior designer with access to wholesale pricing. Oh, love him already. Dan and I lived in different cities. And after a few weeks of a hot long-distance romance, we decided to meet up in Puerto Vallarta for a sort of a honeymoon trip. Now, keep in mind, all of this happened in the mid-'80s during the birth of the terrifying AIDS crisis, when gay men were dying by the thousands. HIV had been newly discovered, and there was still no treatment, so a positive test result equaled a horrifying death sentence. It was much worse than the COVID pandemic because of the sexual stigma attached to it and the high degree of shame. Oh, yes. Go ahead, Eli. Sleep around. I'll explain it to your parents at your deathbed when you're covered in Kaposi spots, fighting for your last breath. Under those circumstances, of course, we did the right thing and got tested. I knew I had nothing to worry about. In the tutti-frutti ice cream parlor of the gay world, I was definitely Mr. Vanilla. If anything, I was worried that Dan, having sampled many more exotic flavors than me, might turn out to be positive. And if that were the case, what would I do? The place where I got my results was in a dank, hidden basement under a dilapidated building. I felt like a cockroach descending the staircase. Finally, my number was called. Would you come in, please? I couldn't wait to get out of there so I could get home and pack. I'm so sorry. Your test results came back positive. What? Yeah, you're welcome to get tested again just to make sure. Here, this pamphlet will tell you what you need to do in order to... No, that's impossible. I barely slept with anyone. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I'm Mr. Vanilla. Why are you punishing me? Order in the court! As the almighty judge, I am sentencing you without trial or jury to a tortured, shameful death. Couldn't agree with you more, Judge. You are now a walking time bomb, my friend, and you did this all to yourself. Oh, look, here comes my dear sister, Fiorella. Fear. What if we die a terrible, terrible, painful death? We probably won't even be around for our 26th birthday a few months away. What if? When I got home, I cried all afternoon. I didn't know whether I should pack or not. I couldn't bring myself to call Dan. Then the phone rang. Hello? Hello, darling. It's me. Can't wait to see you. Guess what? Great news. My test results came back negative. Isn't that wonderful? How about you? Oh, I'm good. And I let him believe all was well. Shame on you, Eli. Lying to the new love of your life. Well done. Bravo, bravo. It was the best I could do, Shame. We met at the stunning hotel lobby. I was so excited, but dreading the moment I'd have to tell Dan the truth. We decided to go for a walk on the beach. And suddenly, the storm felt like the world was about to end. Oh, Dan, I have to tell you something, but I'm so scared. All right, well, I'm listening. Oh, God. You're gonna have to guess. I just can't bring myself to tell you. Have you changed your mind about us? Is that what's going on? Because you've been acting strangely since we arrived, and I'm thinking that, no, Dan, that's not it at all. It's just that Did your test results come back positive? Oh my God. Is that all? Come here, Eli. I love you. You are so much more to me than a bloody test result. So, you're not gonna leave me? No, I'm not going to leave you. We're gonna beat this thing together. Though broken and damaged, I had never felt more accepted in my life. I guess Mother had been wrong. I could be gay and I could be happy, even with HIV in the middle of a raging epidemic. She didn't know anything about it. Nobody did. Well, of course not, Eli. You're damaged now. You can't tell anyone. What will they think of you? I moved to Palm Springs to begin a new life with Dan, and surprisingly, everything in my fairy tale life was unfolding beautifully. Sure, I was pretty terrified about HIV at the beginning, but a voice in some distant part of me said, HIV is not what's going to take you from this world. And though barely a whisper, I decided to trust it. Somehow I managed to remain well as half of the people we knew died and the other half wondered who'd be next. Why am I still here? 2 years into our relationship, Dan began spending a lot of time with an architect in a design project. I figured something not quite kosher was going on. Then, one morning, at Denny's restaurant of all places. You know, Dan, if you want to have an affair with a guy, why don't you just do it and get it over with? Just be safe. That's all I ask. Oh, I don't want to have an affair with him. Oh, well, that's good. Oh, I've been having an affair with him. I want to have a relationship with him, Eli. I'm sorry, you and I are done. And just like that, in the middle of a perfectly good waffle, my fairy tale romance was snuffed out of my life. Who would love me now that I was damaged goods? Dealing with HIV on my own as the epidemic raged out of control felt like I was a castaway in a tiny raft in the middle of an angry ocean. I felt totally betrayed. not only by Dan, but by life itself. I knew that I needed support, so I decided to come out of that second closet to my parents. Oh, this is going to be good. Popcorn, please. Go on. Don't mind me. Mom, Dad, I have to tell you something, okay? But please don't panic, because I'm going to be fine. Oh my God, I knew this was going to happen. I told you. Shh, quiet, please. Mijo, you have HIV. Are you going to die? Well, I'm doing everything I can not to. Oh, my poor boy. What are we going to do? How can we help you? Oh, well done, girlfriend. Parents' worst nightmare revisited. Bravo, bravo. So much for the not panicking part. Not much was being done by the government to find a cure or treatment for HIV. Finally, after 6 years of pressure by gay activists, a drug called AZT was rushed through FDA approval and was given to thousands of people, even though it was known to have severe side effects. For some reason, my intuition didn't trust it, so I remained drug-free for the first couple of years. But then the pressure to take it intensified daily all around me. Reporting from WABC, if you've got HIV, you must take your AZT. Listen to me, Eli. As your doctor, I'm telling you, if you don't take it, I can no longer see you. Mijo, please, por favor, I'm begging you, take the medicine for your mother and me. Fear, what if we're making a big, huge mistake, huh? What if? So finally, I succumbed to the pressure and I started taking it. A few years earlier, my dear cousin Clara had been diagnosed with lymphoma, stage 4, with at most 6 months to live. She discovered a crazy diet called macrobiotics, and she managed to live about 10 years without any medical intervention. Well, her courage really inspired me, so I decided to travel across the country to a macrobiotics center and learn all I could about it. When I got there, I decided to be honest with a woman doing my intake about my HIV status. Oh, HIV? Oh, I'm so sorry. Hey, listen, don't tell the other guests about it, okay? I make it up to you. She did. She upgraded me to what I came to call the leper suite. It was a lovely room way up in the attic, as far away from all the other guests as possible. I guess HIV does have its perks. One afternoon, something remarkable happened that changed my life forever. I was in my room. The sun was streaming through the window. I reached for the bottle of AZT, and for some reason, I couldn't open it. When I finally did, a bunch of pills fell on the ground. Finally, when I was about to take it, out of the blue, I felt a hand distinctly pushing down on my arm as if someone had literally been sitting next to me. I tried again. The sensation was unmistakable. Are you trying to tell me I shouldn't take these? Yes. If you take it, Eli, you'll die. I never took another pill, and I told no one. A few years later, while researching a book, I discovered that AZT had been developed in the 60s as a potential cancer therapy, but it had been shelved because it proved to be so toxic. Now, in the desperate age of AIDS, it was being prescribed in high doses to thousands of people with compromised immune systems. Most of the people I knew that took it at that time died. For the next couple of years, I managed to remain healthy through my strict diet and taking care of myself. And I finally realized, you know what? Looks like you're gonna have a future. It's time to move on with your life. So I gave myself permission to put HIV in the back shelf where it belonged. And I stopped thinking and talking about it so much. Really, Eli? And what about me? You can't get rid of me. You know what, Shame? Being gay isn't a character flaw. Testing positive to a virus doesn't define who I am. They're not the problem. You and your ugly sister Fear have been the problem all along. Who you calling ugly, huh? What if is what I do. I'm here to help you. Well, don't. I don't need either one of you. I want you both as far away from me as possible. Really, Eli? You really think you can do that? You are a gay Mexican Polish Jew with HIV living in America. That's a pretty tall order, don't you think? Haven't you noticed? I'm tall. So Shame, Fear, and stay there. A few years later, at the age of 33, I moved to magical Santa Fe, New Mexico. That's where I met Billy. Oh, a friend invited me to an AIDS fundraiser in Albuquerque. And when I saw Billy, it was just like in the movies. He was wearing a dashing tuxedo and the most amazing smile I had ever seen. Who is that? Could this perhaps be the prince I forever searched across the land? Well, I can't meet him wearing this. Is there a fairy godmother in the house? Never mind. Now, if I could just get him to talk to me. Afterwards, there was a reception where I was praying for some sort of miraculous interception when a waitress came by holding a tray. Someone bumped into her, and then in some way, she bumps into me, and my drink went flying and spilled on his knee. I was appalled, so I dabbed at it with a napkin. We were inches away when he said, "Well, I'm so glad that this happened." So we went outside for a chat. And of course, we were totally smitten. It was obviously clear to the two of us that the heavenly love bug had bitten. A week or so later, he came up for a visit. He stayed for the weekend. No surprise there, is it? My prince had arrived and was here to stay. So I put on some tights and danced the ballet. The workings of love are a great mystery. I knew that this romance was bound to be history. Our fairy tale life would soon be chock full of laughter. I knew with no doubt we would live happily ever after. Billy, indeed, turned out to be a prince of a man. He was so handsome, compassionate, and with a boyish charm that made the name Billy perfectly fitting. Being together felt like the comforting notes of a cello resonating in my soul. He was also HIV positive. And we shared similar views about staying healthy naturally. It was a perfect fit from the start, and I adored him. That first night, he told me that he had recently lost David, his partner of many, many years, to painful complications of AIDS. I asked him how he was dealing with it all. You know, actually, I'm doing pretty fine about it. And I believed him. But a few months later, grief transformed him into two very different men, Jekyll and Hyde. One night, I went to his house for a visit, and I found him in the kitchen. I can't get it clean enough, damn it! I just can't get it clean! Billy, this floor is sparkling. I think you can quit now. No. No. No! You obviously don't get it! I followed him to the backyard. Billy, what are you thinking about? That tree. I see myself hanging from it sometimes. It's the easiest way to go, you know. I read all about it. But you got to remember to put your hands in your pockets first, in case you change your mind and want to reach up and try to loosen yourself. Doesn't work. It only makes things worse. Oh, no. Don't worry, darling. It's not something I ever do. It's just something David and I used to talk about if things ever got real bad. Now, come on. Let's go have some din-din. We went to therapy together, and after about a year, his mood stabilized, so he moved in with me in Santa Fe. And finally, our fairy tale was taking off. Then everything turned upside down. My cancer's back. I didn't tell you about it before because, well, I thought it was gone for good. The doctor says it's all over the place. He chose to do chemo and spend the next several months over the toilet throwing up. He lost all of his hair, a ton of weight, and both of us almost lost our minds. One night while I was making dinner, I heard strange noises coming from the living room. I found Billy sitting in his rocking chair, sobbing uncontrollably. What's the matter, Angel? Are you okay? My mama was just here from heaven. She says it's time for me to come to the garden. I held him as he cried for hours. When he finally settled down, I was soaked with a mixture of his endless grief and my complete ineptitude. It's Saturday night in November, a few weeks after my 35th birthday. I get home from work, unsure of what demons I'll find inside of Billy. The past few months have been unbearable. I'm home. Billy? You taking a nap? Angel? Jeez, what a mess. Well, I guess somebody came and picked him up and took him to a movie. That's good. I guess he's feeling better. No note? Well, it's only 7. He should be home around 9 or 10 at the latest. I noticed the sliding glass door leading to the balcony over the canyon is open. Billy? You out there? Fear. Something's wrong. He would have never left the house without closing the doors. What if he fell out there and he's freezing to death out there in the dark, huh? Oh, what if? Billy! Billy, can you hear me? Something's wrong. Hurry, call 911. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, but we can't file a missing person report until after 24 hours. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure your friend will be coming home real soon. I counted the minutes till 10 o'clock, and then I started searching for him everywhere, frantically, behind doors, inside cabinets, under the trash can, in the trunk of his car, in the ashtray, under the area rug. Hello? Billy? Dad, I can't find Billy anywhere. Tell me where he is. Wherever he is, mijo, he's with God. It's out of your hands. What do you mean, with God? Where? That morning, his doctor called with excellent news. There was 99% chance that he was in complete remission. So Billy was out puttering outside in the garden. You gotta remember, plant these daffodil bulbs before winter sets in. That way you get something beautiful to look forward to come springtime. Oh, I can't wait to see your face when these daffodils begin to bloom. But now, beyond panicked, I know something terrible's happened. Listen to me, officer, just send somebody over right now. He has cancer. He could be freezing to death out there in the dark. Yes, send somebody over now. Finally, a cop shows up and he starts searching the canyon. I sit in the house just mortified. After about a minute, I hear the cop say, "Oh my God! Did you find him? Is he okay?" I follow the beam of his flashlight. And there's Billy, leaning up against the back of the house, calm as a clam, looking down at the ground. "You fucking asshole! I've been looking for you all night and you've been standing there all along." Then I noticed that his feet aren't touching the ground. My mind can't comprehend how he could possibly be floating like that. Time stops. Then I look for his hands. They're inside his pockets. No! 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 Why? You lied to me, Billy. Why? Was it something I did or didn't do? You could have left me a fucking note. My life was shattered in an instant. I fell into a dark hole I couldn't climb out of. I was terrified to be alone in the dark. I knew that if I stayed in that house much longer, I would end up hurting myself. So, for my own self-preservation, I packed everything and I escaped to San Diego to be with my family. One afternoon, my dad invited me for a walk on the beach in La Jolla. I was standing at the end of a jetty that curves out into the water. The sea was calmer than I'd ever seen it. Where are you, Billy? Are you in the clouds in the sky? Are you in the wind and the water? No, you wouldn't be in the water, you chicken shit. You're scared to swim. Out of the blue, a wave crashed over me, soaked me, and then I heard him. I heard him all around me. Yes, I'm even in the water. I'm in all there is and ever shall be. Dad, that was Billy. That wave, it was Billy. Later that night, That was so wonderful. How did you do that? And out of the blue, Billy showed up right in front of me. Is this really you? How did you get here? I'm here to ask you a favor. My Christmas present. Will you do it for me? Yes. Anything, my love. I want you to promise me you're not gonna let this destroy you. Kinda late. I can't do that. I don't know how. Yes, you can. And you will. Maybe even fall in love again someday. Promise me. I don't know where to begin. How do you start? How do you move on when all you care about in life is up and gone? Who am I now without you to hold? How do I walk this world alone? I'm feeling lost here on my own. How do I breathe without you and live without you? My heart has broken in two. How do I say goodbye, knowing in my mind I'd be leaving you behind? No, I can't promise you that. That's just not where I'm at. All I can say is that I'll try. I don't know how, don't ask me why. I can promise you this, and it's sealed with a kiss, that in my heart there'll always be a place no one will see, reserved for only you and the love we knew, for all of what was true, for you and me. That's all that I can promise. So just take it or leave it. The tapestry of my life unraveled all around me after Billy left so tragically. Yet, with time, after a few years, all of those loose threads began to weave themselves back into a different life. I learned to work hard on forgiving Billy and myself. And I finally gave up the fantasy of one day discovering Prince Charming. What I needed was the love of one real, warm-blooded human being, me. After being single for 5 years, I was finally learning how to become my own partner and best friend. In July of the year 2000, a few months before my 40th birthday, over 100,000 people gathered in San Diego for Gay Pride. I knew that that Sunday morning there was going to be a commitment ceremony where several dozen couples would symbolically marry one another. But something much more pressing came up, and I decided not to go. Housework! Out of the blue, the voice came at me again. Hey, you gotta go, right now, hurry up and go. No, I don't want to. Yes, you have to. Get your butt over there right now. Sheesh. All right. So I get on my bike and ride a few miles to Balboa Park. When I get there, I'm expecting a choir of angels, but everything looks normal. Thousands of hunky, sexy men as far as the eye could see. The ceremony's about to begin, so I go stand under the shade of a tree, and I notice this handsome man standing there. There was something about him, some sort of light. Well, 30 seconds later, the minister says, "Please turn to your partner and repeat these vows after me." And out of the blue,
"Hey, you want to do this?"
Yes, which was totally unlike me. In those days, I did nothing without reading Consumer Reports. "Please repeat these vows after me." So we're shyly mumbling the vows under our breath until he gets to the last one. "I promise to support you to your highest potential."
Make sure you say that one out loud and mean it. I promise to support you to your highest potential.
And at that moment, everything made sense. The voice had been screaming in my ear to hurry up because I was going to be late to my own freaking wedding. "I now pronounce you committed life partners. You may kiss each other." Now that we're married, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Joseph. And you?
Eli, apparently your new husband.
Okay, well, great to meet you, husband. I will see you around.
Wait! You know there's cake.
Cake! I will totally stay for cake. It's my favorite four-letter word.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I met the true love of my life, my husband, Joseph Bennett.
We exchanged rings a few days after that, and here we are 22 years later doing this show and taking it on the road.
You know, we'll never understand how the universe conspired to bring us together in such a miraculous way. All I can say is, if you're single, watch out. You might end up marrying the person sitting next to you by the time this is over. Joseph and I built a beautiful life from the start. We've always been partners in every sense of the word, and our relationship has always been loving, kind, and respectful. 9 years later, a series of unplanned events brought us here to this adventure in San Miguel de Allende, and that's when the curveball hit. Something's wrong. It's cancer, Eli. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. A very rare and aggressive kind. We gotta get on this right away. Marin, my wonderful oncologist, whom I love like a sister, was adamant about my doing chemo. Well, that was the last thing I ever wanted to do. Now that I was faced with making this decision, I felt completely immobilized with fear. What if we make a huge mistake? Huh? What if we do chemo and it kills us? But what if we don't do it? That will kill us. Remember Billy? Oh, he suffered so much. And cousin Clara, well, she healed naturally. But what if that doesn't help us? What if it doesn't work for us? What if? Shut up, fear. Jesus, you're driving me crazy. Marin, I decided I'm going to go the natural way. Listen, Eli, as your doctor who truly cares about you, I'm going to give it to you straight. If you don't do this, you're going to die. Oh, fuck. What if she's right, huh? What do we do now? Voice, are you there? I need help with this decision. I knew that beating this villain would require every ounce of strength and energy I could muster. But under my current state of overwhelm, I just simply didn't have it in me. I gave up and let life take its course. Why did you give me all I've ever wanted, huh? Just so you could take it away? Fine. Have at me, you bastard. You win. How did I get here? What invisible decisions have I made that now I'm giving up on myself like this?
I'm not giving up on you, Eli.
Just take me back to the factory and get a refund, Joseph, because I'm definitely
not damaged, Eli, or broken. Give me one reason why you want to live.
Well, you.
I know, but besides me.
I don't know. Remember our honeymoon? I want to swim in clear turquoise water in the Caribbean again, surrounded by colorful fish with you. And at that moment, I chose life once again. Now I just had to figure out how to beat the son of a bitch living inside of me. After a couple of days, still unsure about what to do, I wondered if maybe some aspect of me already healed in some alternate reality. I had read about that in a woo-woo book once, and I thought, well, if that's even remotely true, all I have to do is get a hold of him. Problem was, didn't have his phone number. So in a meditation, I allowed my mind to wander off into the future. And out of the blue, there he was. Future healed me. He was strong and healthy and handsome. For some reason, he was giving a talk in a large theater, something I'd only dreamed of doing one day. I showed up on the wings of the stage, and he noticed me. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back. What are you doing here, Eli? Sorry to bother you. I know you're kind of busy. Just have a quick question. Did we do chemo? Yes, we did do chemo. And a lot of other things I'm going to tell you about. For now, go ahead and do it. You are going to be fine. Well, that was the last thing I wanted him to say. I wanted him to show me some other less challenging way to beat this villain. But he was so clear, I decided to trust him. And from that moment on, Future Healed Me was my mentor and guide. I couldn't wrap my mind around the idea of putting poison in my veins, so I decided to call the stuff love juice. Love I could handle. I put love juice stickers to cover the poison symbols, and I pretended I was some sort of wizard conjuring up magic to transform the stuff into something bearable. For the next couple of months, I did a lot of soul searching, and as my hair fell out, so did a lot of old beliefs that weren't serving me. And I began to feel something change inside. Oh my God, Joseph, what are you doing?
We're in this together, remember? During this period of time, everything seemed new and was often very challenging.
I learned to cook super healthy meals to strengthen my immunity.
We did a ton of research.
I took dozens of supplements.
He did Reiki,
acupuncture,
and a lot of other healing modalities like meditation,
journaling,
and Tai Chi by the sea.
I had to learn how to say no and how to ask for help when I needed it, which was easier said than done.
For several weeks, Eli had neurological side effects that were definitely not fun.
Oh no, Joseph. What if I stay like this forever?
I don't live in a land of what if, Eli. Right now, we're just two guys sitting here watching the clouds go by. That's all there is.
I don't know. It just feels everywhere I look, cancer's taking everything that matters away from me.
Then you're not looking in the right place, Eli, okay? We're together. And this cancer thing, it's temporary, I promise.
Are you sure?
I'm only sure of my love for you. Let me straighten this place up.
I know that someone's right here for me, and we're each other's answer, and we found a way for us to be together, he and me. If I believe enough that I will live, I know that he'll stay with me.
What do you need to hear from me in order to feel safe, Eli?
I don't know. I got you.
I got you.
Marin says this last round of love juice will likely put me in remission. I know I should be happy about it, and I am. Truth is, I'm terrified. Some part of me knows that in order to heal to the core, I've got to find a way to make peace with certain pivotal moments of my past. For that, I've got to be brave. Braver than this. I wonder if I live long enough to become an old man someday.
Well, of course you will, Boychik. Why wouldn't you?
Future me? Oh my God, you look so different.
Well, I'm 82 years old now. Give me a break.
So I do live then? I mean, odds are kind of against me. What if?
What if? You know, those were the first words you spoke as a baby. What good ever came out of being worried so much, huh? Now, what if you turn all those what ifs around?
Well, what do you mean?
Listen to me, Boychik. All of the answers you're looking for, they're right in here. What if everything you've gone through happened to teach you something, to create an extraordinary life? Learn to thank them. Being grateful is where you find the grace in it. Now, I've got to go. Joseph's making dinner.
Joseph is still with you? I mean, with us? Sure. You know how burning dinner used to be his specialty?
Oh, crap! Still is. I gotta go. Hey, kid. I got you.
Learn to thank them? How? If I could get through the HIV ordeal for 28 years without a single related infection, I could definitely survive this. But I didn't want to just survive. I wanted to thrive somehow and make a difference in the world that mattered. I just didn't know what that would look like. A few weeks after my last round, I went to get a PET scan. And as I was waiting in the small room, I had a conversation with, well, you know who. Hey, listen, if everything comes back clear, I promise I'll do whatever you want me to do. Just tell me what it is and I'll do it. And out of the blue, I heard, I want you to share your story. The world needs healing. You can inspire people to heal their lives. What was I gonna say? No? The next day, results came in. All clear! Woo-hoo! All clear! All clear! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, listen, is there any way we could renegotiate our little agreement? Hello? I just figured that I would be shown at the perfect time. Joseph and I celebrated the good news in the best way we knew how.
We gathered together with our minister, family, and friends, and Eli's mom and dad under the same tree where we had met and married 15 years earlier. This time, our marriage would finally be legal.
An event that took centuries in the making. I promise to support you to your highest potential.
And then we did this!
For the next couple of years, I embarked on a deep journey of self-discovery. The irony didn't escape me. I had developed a systemic cancer of the blood, the very essence of life. After so many years of doubting my existence as a boy who was different, the shame and fear of HIV, and losing Billy so tragically, it's no wonder that for me, all of those emotions turned inward and ended up showing up as cancer in my body. Thank you, little Eli, for never giving up on yourself. You are deeply, deeply loved. And you've always been more than enough. Thank you, HIV, for living peacefully inside of me for more than half of my life, reminding me daily how precious life is. And for teaching me to trust myself above all else. I finally learned to forgive you, Billy. Thank you for all of the love that we shared. I suppose I need to thank you, Cancer, for helping me rediscover the light inside, hiding behind the lie that I didn't belong. I deserve a chance to create a beautiful life worth living, just like everyone else. Thank you. Thank you. I no longer need you. Just one little minute, Miss Thing. And what about me? You still need me. You can't get rid of me. You know what, Shame? You're right. Though I haven't figured out how to entirely get rid of you, I am learning to put you in your place. So just go. Oh, no. You can't do that. Now, fine. Peace out, Girl Scout. My 5-year anniversary of being cancer-free was a big deal. In some cancer circles, you can begin to use the C word, cured. Yeah, but what if we're not cured, huh? What if it comes back? Oh, you're still here? Yeah, and I don't think you can actually get rid of me. Well, that might be fear. But guess what? I have 2 very dear friends who can. I'd like you to meet Faith and Trust. Oh, so now you have invisible friends? Yeah, well, you see, that's the thing about these 2. They are invisible, but the more attention you give them, the more powerful they become. Well, I just don't see how that could... Hey! You haven't seen the last of me! About 1.5 years ago, I felt that something new wanted to be birthed, and I didn't know what it was. So I sat quietly and asked, what's next? And I listened to what my life was asking of me. And out of the blue, I heard that beautiful, resounding voice inside of me that said, I think you're going to need an opening number. Yes! The time has come to say so long, and as you know by now, I'll need a song. There is no time to dilly-dally. 'cause I'm in serious need of a fabulous grand finale. I need a number to finish this show, so fabulous that when you go, you will remember that out of the blue, when you need an answer and you ain't got a clue, you get a sign telling you what to do. It comes from right out of the blue, when things don't seem to be going your way, and life seems a little too gray. That is the time to go looking inside, 'cause that's where you find your remarkable guide. Believe what I say, 'cause what I'm saying is true. It happened to me, so it could happen to you. Miracles come when a miracle's due. Remember, great things can happen. They could be big or small, that doesn't matter at all. Just believe, 'cause they're coming from out of the blue.
Great things can come from, yes, miracles come from, miracles happen out of the blue.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh my gosh. Fifth time, and I still loved every minute of it.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
And now I kind of sing along with the songs, but I still cry. I have a bunch of Kleenex. It was really, really and truly fantastic. And if anybody has questions, you can put them in the chat, or any comments that you have, you could put them in the chat. I know I can't see the questions that have been put on like Facebook. There's a couple different ways that people can watch this, but maybe Jim, you could tell me if there are any questions on Facebook, or you could put them in the chat here. And I already see one. Oh, okay. It says, how does it feel to be so vulnerable, telling your personal story on stage to so many people?
Great question. Thank you for asking that. You know, it's pretty scary. It was scary to decide to do this, but if you put it in perspective, I was writing the show during COVID when everybody was sheltering at home and nobody knew, are we going to live or not, or what's happening to this world? So I really felt that it was time to start telling the truth for this world to start to heal. especially with so much social media where everything is so superficial and, everybody wants to show the perfect side. I thought it was time to start telling the truth because, we're all in on this together, and it's time that we help each other heal. And the process was very healing for me in creating the show. I had no idea how audiences were going to respond to it, and I was pretty terrified. I mean, I talk about a lot of very personal, vulnerable things. But what I've come to learn is that audiences feel that even though it's my own story, all the themes are pretty universal in the show. Everyone can relate to, I want to be loved, and I feel like there's something wrong with me or there's something broken. And so by me being willing to share my vulnerability, the audiences are able to then be vulnerable themselves and say, yeah, you know what? It's okay to talk about these things. So we can all start helping each other. I mean, that's why we're on the planet, from my point of view.
Yeah.
Great question. Thank you.
And great answer. And I have a question. I know you guys pretty well. You are my BFFs, and I'm coming down to live in your city for 4 months because of you. And what amazes me when you have had all of these challenges, some of them unimaginable, you're always so optimistic. Like, how do you do it?
What do you think? I'm not always this
We're
optimistic.
not always optimistic. I mean, everything is black and white, in and out, up and down, right? There is the yin and the yang to life. And what we know to be true is that the only thing that really, really helps in this world is the team that you surround yourself with, right? Team is an acronym. You probably already know this. Together, everyone achieves miracles. So when we are down, we either have each other to support us, or our BFFs like Deborah Poneman, or the other people in our community that keep us up and keep us elevated, because we all go through shulka, right? We all go through crap.
For me, it's all about being aware that we have this one life we're aware of. I mean, hopefully we have a lot of other lives, but this is the life we're living. This is the life we're aware of. So these things that happen, a very wise teacher when I was studying macrobiotics years ago told me, everything that has a front has a back. And the bigger the front, the bigger the back. So when something dreadful happens, I know that on the other side of it, there's going to be something positive. There's going to be something good. There's going to be something I learned. And I think all of us watching, if we look back at our lives in hindsight, we're still all here, right? Everything that's happened for a reason. So if we're able to keep that perspective and remind, Joseph was such a great reminder when I had cancer. This was 10 years ago this month. It was, he kept saying, this is temporary. And that helped me, get through that. And whenever I get stuck in situations, I just try to remember everything's temporary. So I hope that helps you with that.
So much. And I love that the front and the back, and the bigger the front, the bigger the back. That is so brilliant. I think I'm going to have to steal it and teach it in my courses.
10%.
But one of the things that, by the way, people have said, if anybody else wants to make a comment in here, it doesn't have to just be questions. But Lorraine says, so great and timely for me. Michelle, wow, loved it. Don't know how you got through it emotionally. Felt the oneness to its core. Kudos on all fronts. There's so many. What a healing story. Magnificent revelation. Where can I get a copy of the show for my 18-year-old grandson? Jim, you might answer that. I think that that Humanities team is going to be sending out replays.
Yeah, there will be a replay. And I think there's an option to be able to buy the summit so you can watch it anytime you want to. So that would be the most immediate way. Otherwise, we tend to do maybe 3 or 4 online screenings a year. But I think this would be the best way, is to just watch it here again. You can get the replay.
And Jennifer says, truly was a gift of courage and vulnerability and rebounding back to the power of life. Thank you. Okay. But I have another question. If it's, Wait, hold on. Humanities team, that is correct. This recording will be available tomorrow. Okay, fantastic. And by the way, there is also an interview with Eli and Joseph tomorrow. I thought it was going to be before this so we could send people to this. Unfortunately, it got after this, but that's okay because there'll be this interview with Eli and Joseph tomorrow that I hosted and some other wonderful people. And then you'll also have the replay. So a lot of people who are on the interview with you tomorrow will definitely watch the replay. But I have one more question. Actually, I have two more questions.
Okay.
What is the most frequent question that you get from audience members? Because I'm thinking my own questions, but what's the most frequent question?
I would say it's not necessarily a question, Deborah. It is a comment, and Eli spoke to it a few minutes ago, and it is people feel seen, people feel heard, people get how universal these themes are. And so people they sit in the live audiences, and the opening night, which is the video that you just saw was opening night, there were 18 boxes of tissues throughout the audience because we knew there might be a few tears. So it's not necessarily a question that people ask, but people comment, thank you. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for telling part of my story. Thank you for understanding part of who I am with your words and your song.
Yeah, the feeling that happens when we perform this live in the theater is everyone before the show is a stranger, right? It's a room full of strangers, but somehow by the end of the show, we all feel like family. And that is the greatest gift that this show could do. That's what I wanted this show to bring people together, to drop their stuff. And then when we're in when we do this show, the talkbacks are so heartfelt and people open up and cry and they talk about their own journeys. And that's what I wanted, is to be able to create these honest conversations.
Yes, very good. Okay, two more questions I thought of. One is, so I know that you performed this musical in Mexico and Hollywood and Boulder and anyway, all kinds of places, and also numerous screenings that have gone all over the world. But what is next for the play? And after you answer that, what's next for you guys?
Well, we don't know what's next for the play necessarily. It's what I would like to happen with the play. We've decided that this play has its own life, and we're very open to having it go organically where it needs to be. Like this summit was not something I could have thought of. It's something that occurred, and you had a lot to do with it. So thank you so much for that. I always envisioned when I wrote this, I saw this on Netflix. And I don't know if it's this necessarily the way it's staged now, but this story either as a mini series or something like that in a streaming service that can go worldwide, because I think that it's important that we talk about these things and that and especially, now with AI and all the fakes out there, it's like, we don't know what's going to be real. So we need to stay grounded in telling the truth and being vulnerable and being brave with each other.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I don't know if this is okay to ask you, but I know that what you do, because I was going to ask you what's next for you, but I know something that you do is you help other people craft their story. Because when I'm with you down in San Miguel, you have these huge classes where you're helping people craft their story. Now, I train people how to speak. That's one of the things that I do. And one of the things is to teach people how to tell their own story. But you are a master at it. And again, I don't know if this is kosher, but I know, okay, if this is not kosher, you could spank me and not them. You can go to elihans.com, elihans.com /masterclass. Okay, are you going to spank me? Because
I just want to say that it's very empowering to be able to share our story, and everyone, if we're human and we're alive, everyone has a story. So when we connect to how be able to share our story in a compelling way with other people and seeing how that can affect and inspire and uplift people, to me, it's the most thrilling thing that can happen. I mean, this going through this experience with the show, it's the most human connected thing I've ever done. So I wanted to create an experience for other people where they could do that. So yeah, we teach people how to do that, and we're going to take it online because we've been doing everything live. And there's a free masterclass happening in November in a few weeks. So elihans.com/masterclass.
Yeah, and now I realize I've hosted so many of these, and I always ask people how. I always ask all of my guests, how do they get in touch with you? So for you, it would be elihans.com/masterclass. And then if you want to ask some questions, you could scroll down and there's a place, contact at the bottom. Okay, one more question. And okay. I'm not going to ask you.
Go for it. Ask it.
Well, my question is, like you said this before, some people are not vulnerable, but here you are telling the most vulnerable parts of your life. And I wonder how it is with Joseph, because, you could see your love so much for your partners that you've had through your life, like just like how much you love them. I think if my husband, if I don't have a current husband, but if I did, and he made a play and he's talking about how much he loved his past wives, I don't know, Joseph, how do you handle that? Is that a crazy question?
It's not. Thank you. So I had a therapist once, the incomparable Jonathan Lewis, and he said, it doesn't matter if you were the first one there. It matters if you were the last one there. So I am the last one, and all of those other people, the Billies and the Stans of the world, helped create this human being that's standing next to me now, right? So in theater, we just call that a dress rehearsal. Like those guys were just a dress rehearsal for the performance that I get to enjoy now. And I do have one other thing to say. So you asked, what do most people ask? What's the most common question that we get? And a lot of people say, is that really how we met? Like, because it just seems so fantastical, right? And it is absolutely true. Crowd of 100,000 people, Balboa Park, San Diego, California. And I was standing under a tree. This guy comes up, stands next to me, and I'm a very eloquent speaker. And I turned to him and I said, hey, you want to do this? And that was the beginning of our romance.
Yeah, and I almost missed it, and it's been 24 years of the most empowering, loving, kind, supportive relationship.
And I was at your 23rd anniversary on July 23rd, 2023.
Yes. So can you please speak to, because this is really going to serve those who are here now, what did you do exactly 30 days before we met? Can you speak to that?
Oh gosh, I don't
briefly?
know if we don't have a lot of time. I'm going to just say it briefly. Those of you who are wanting to create unbelievable partnership that's loving and kind, what I did a month exactly before I met Joseph is I did a meditation, and I got really clear about what this relationship was going to be about, how we were going to be with each other, and how I was going to show up in it. I wrote it all down. I got really clear, and then I put the paper away and I forgot all about it. And then we met on July 23rd. And about 4 months later, when I was cleaning my desk, which is kind of a miracle by itself, I found a piece of paper and I said, oh my God, come here, read this. And it was an exact description of our relationship. So there is hope out there if you're wanting loving partnership. Absolutely, it's possible.
Right. So what I get from this is sometimes we get a little habituated in, there's no good people out there. I'm just going to be single forever. This is how it's going to be, blah, 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 blah. Or what you could do is get really clear about what it is that you want to co-create with the universe, write it down, date it, and then put it away. And the putting it away for me is the non-attachment.
And you know how in the show I go like this? Right? That is the connection we create with our higher self. So your higher self loves you and knows you better than anyone else. So when we start creating a deeper connection and relationship to our higher self and start trusting like I heard go, 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 even though I had to do laundry and stuff. It's like when it's a feeling that comes over you, listen to it, trust it, see where it leads you. Because typically for us, it has led us to incredible places. So I hope that serves you.
Thank you. That was beautiful. And I have to say, and even when he was leaving and you said, "There's cake," he turned around and came back. Oh my God.
That is a true story as well.
He was actually leaving me right there on the altar.
Cake, it's my favorite 4-letter word. I had to stay for cake.
And by the way, just so you know, that their love story was featured in the New York Times. So, but you heard it here and out of the blue. And by the way, our dear friends at Humanities Team put the link for your masterclass. So it must have been okay that I spilled the beans. And these guys are the most wonderful teachers. I am telling you, like I say, I teach a communications course. I teach people how to tell their story. And then when I learned from Eli, I'm like, okay, everybody's got to take this because this is really, and people could learn how to tell their story even when you don't have to make a whole show, but we as speakers, people like to hear our stories no matter what we're talking about. And you tell people craft
yeah, I mean, these stories can be shared at a gathering with friends and loved ones. If you're an author, instead of just reading from your book, imagine bringing part of the book to the stage with a kind of like a mini solo show, sharing them from the stage as a speaker and creating a one-person show. I mean, it's powerful. It's powerful stuff.
And we know this already, but for eons, we have been sitting around the fire, even when we lived in a cave. And what would we do? We would sit around and tell stories about the bison or about the clouds or about our children or about what we were, whatever. It was all stories. And that is part of our DNA, right? That has not just faded away because of technology. We still have that inside of us.
Yes.
Oh, beautiful. Well, anything else you want to say before we leave? Like I say, this was the 5th time. Actually, now I realize it was the 6th time because I saw it online one other time. So this is the 6th time. And I still stayed for every minute because I love this show so much. And so I hope other people do share the replay, with your, I think it's okay. I always want to go by the rules. I think it's okay. You share the replay, but especially anybody that that is hurting, cancer, HIV, loss of a loved one, suicide, whatever there's so many things. If there's somebody whose life you can touch, share this with them because it really is magic for so many people. Anything else?
Well, I just want to say, after the show, people tend to come to us in private to share some things. And some of the things we hear, it's like, thank you so much for this. I've been so depressed. They just tell us their stories and how this show has helped to uplift them. So there couldn't be a better thing to happen and better words for me to hear is that this show helps people live better lives. So thank you all for watching. We are so, so, so grateful that you were here to see this. Share it with your friends. It's free. Might as well. And let's get the message out.
Yeah. And if you have connections at Netflix, find us at elihans.com. Okay? That is our intention that we are setting right here now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Deborah. Thank you so much. Jim
Love
and Humanities team, all of you.
Yeah, Jim and team and Adam and everybody else at Humanities Team.
And Steve Farrell and all of you. Thank you so much.
Steve Farrell, who's the founder of Humanities Team, came to the show in Boulder, and that was when we've got to have this on Global Oneness. So anyway, thank you so much, Adora.
Bye, Adora. Bye, everybody else.
We love you guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.